Chapter 187, Xuanjing and Empress Dong. Chapter 187, Xuanjing and Empress Dong. Those three bastards, only the gods know what the old monsters from the imperial family gave them, making them go into secluded cultivation at once. They stay inside the system but instead what to stick their noses in matters outside. How can there be such an easy thing in this world? The things I have previously discussed with them you need not pay heed. As the situation in Xian City becomes murkier, we cannot afford to make another strong enemy. If we can create relations with him, we might find a big use for him in the future. Longji sniffed. So boss was thinking like this. But this man's past is a mystery, he is also a guest on the third Marquis side. There won't be any problems, right? The other cloaked man asked, showing hints of uncertainty. He is only a guest of the 100 Spirit House, and the 100 Spirit House and the third Marquis are also working under the premise of business partners. Thus, he can't be counted as an underling of the third Marquis. Later, send a man to investigate whether 100 Spirit House really has a new guest called Chen Ming. Longji ordered briefly. Understood, I shall investigate immediately. The black-cloaked man answered. Speaking of the third Marquis, I've thought of something. Not long ago we sent spies into the inn-house. What is their situation? Any news? Longji inquired. Boss, the spy we sent hasn't contacted us in half a month. Judging by the situation of the other spies we sent before, he has been compromised and killed. One of the cloaked men heard and reported with a grimace. The third Marquis really is a cautious man. We've sent 7 to 8 spies, yet even our best could only last for half a year, and after which he disappeared without a trace. Hearing this, Longji's face instantly darkened. Boss, the third Marquis has been laying low these past years, he doesn't even show his face around court much. Why do we need to pay so much attention to him? It is known that he had helped the current emperor to his throne from the past years, and if someone were to snitch on us for this, although we won't be too hurt, we won't end up in a good spot either. The other cloaked man asked. I was contemplating on telling you guys later, but since you've both asked, I should explain. The reason why I'm so worried about this Marquis is because I received information saying that this third Marquis could be part of the Black Spirit Group, which is one of the strongest powers in Xuanjing. Heck, he might even be the person behind the Black Spirit Group. After thinking a while, Longji revealed a shocking revelation. What? The person behind the Black Spirit Group is the third Marquis. Correct, if that wasn't the case, then I would be an idiot to continue sending men in to die. Gathering information is actually not that important. They are only there to remind the third Marquis that people are watching him and thus preventing him from acting carelessly, and by that, forcing the Black Spirit Group to stay quiet. You two should find another spy that is willing to die and send him into the third Marquis place again after a few days. Longji laughed and said. Overcoming their shock, the two cloaked men bowed as they acknowledged the order. Since Longji didn't want to stay any longer, he let the two men retrieve their flag formation and took them along as he flew towards the direction of Xuanjing. 2 hours later, another black cloud appeared above the forest. Standing above the cloud was actually Lu Ming. Him being here alone made it obvious that he came back after sending off the few carriages. He circled above as he scanned the forest below with his strong mental strength. Feeling the residual energy waves of formations, he laughed out coldly as he flew off. Meanwhile, in a prestigiously decorated palace underneath Xuanjing's, there was a middle-aged man adorned in a golden robe rolling on the ground. His normally intimidating face had various rice-sized cyan scales pop up as his hair also became blue like the ocean while his pupils gained a silver hue. Peng! A huge turquoise-colored fish tail suddenly flailed out of his robe, slapping hard onto the ground. The extraordinarily hard stone floor was instantly demolished to dust. The man, however, looked as if he was in extreme agony, as he dragged his 2 hands along the ground. Looking carefully, one could notice his hands left blood-stained scratch marks all around him. Time passed by as the man continued to struggle. Suddenly his body gave a huge twitch. Afterwards, the man became more relaxed as he took heavy breaths while staying still on the floor. Hee to half-bred sea race like you, the pain of body transformation would only get worse as you transform more. If you knew this was going to happen, why would you still act this way? The door to the secret room flung open as a haughty woman dressed in a silk robe walked in. I am the current emperor. Even if I don't consume sea race medicine, I shall still overcome this suffering. Else wouldn't I really become your puppet? The middle-aged man took a deep breath as his tail became legs again. Struggling to stand up, he replied with an icy cold tone. A petty human kingdom is nothing compared to the endless boundaries of the sea. in which the sea race reside in. A child like you who has never been to our kingdom, knows nothing about how big the world truly is. If it wasn't for the fact that we have big plans in store with my high social standing in my clan, I wouldn't even bother coming here to be a bride for a lowly human and give birth to you. Stopping your medication this time was only a small warning, try not to do anything stupid again. The middle-aged woman shook her head as she slowly sat down in a chair inside the room. The man wearing the exquisite robe is actually the emperor in name of Deshen country, Emperor Xuanjing. The middle-aged beauty is, surprisingly, the emperor's mother, Xian Kingdom's Empress Dong. But when these two met, there was no feeling of family, on the contrary, a weird tension filled the air. What exactly are your plans? To have already started setting it up decades ago. I've already agreed to comply to your demands, shouldn't it be about time you told me your plans? Xuanjing hesitated, then opened his mouth to ask. Our plans? That isn't something you can learn of yet. Right now, you should try your hardest to swap the Xian country's important government members with our people. You have to make sure, if anything big happens, the Xian country will not fall into turmoil. Neither will masses of mortals escape the kingdom. Empress Dong looked at her son and replied briefly. All these years at least a third of the royal court follows you. Is that still not enough? Xuanjing retorted. Obviously it isn't enough. At least half of the government members should be from the list I gave you. I know that in these years, although you've been obeying to me at the surface, I know you still have a rebellious heart. Else you wouldn't have contacted the supervising disciple from the barbarian ghost sect. If it wasn't for me pulling some strings, making your third brother thinking the disciple was coming for him and manipulating him into killing the disciple for me, our plan might have been ruined. The Empress gave a cold laugh and said, Even I didn't expect third brother to be so reckless, to lay his hands on people from the barbarian ghost sect. Is he not even afraid of the consequences when they find out? Even I can't help him then. Xuanjing remarked. Child, even now you're trying to be smart with me, think about who raised you up. Don't tell me you don't know that your third brother isn't doing things by himself anymore. The Empress laughed as she heard Xuanjing's comment. So you found out. Then you clearly know what actions the Black Spirit Group are taking. Xuanjing finally dropped his poker face and said, Of course I'd know. If someone else is willing to spend human resources and money to do hard labor for me, I couldn't be happier about it. The Empress stated as a matter of fact. Then let me ask another question, how are my uncles faring? Ever since they were tricked into secluded cultivation by you, even I couldn't see them again. Xuanjing stayed silent, then sighed as he asked. Be relieved, your uncles still have great use to me, so I won't take their lives. However, with their current situation, I'm afraid it isn't any better than yours. In time, the decision of standing on the sea race's side won't be their decision. Empress Dong smirked. The same as me. What do you mean? Xuanjing shivered slightly. It's nothing, you will learn about it in due time. But contacting the barbarian ghost sect's disciple was the last straw. If something like this happens again, not only will you not get any more medication, I'm afraid we might even have to make you disappear and replace a puppet on the throne of this kingdom. I can't even tell if you're smart or playing stupid. With your identity as a half-sea race, even if the human cultivators can banish us from this land, do you believe the humans would continue to let you be king? You would probably spend the rest of your life locked up, much less rewarded. When we sea race fully take control of this kingdom, we would still need someone to manage this land, making a half-blood like you the perfect candidate. Compare this and being controlled by the 5 great sects. What is the difference? I've said all I have to say. This is the last warning I'm giving you, and don't blame me for not taking into account our familial relationship. The Empress' gaze turned sharp as she threw a glass bottle on the floor and left the room. Chapter 188, Fan Baizi. Chapter 188, Fan Baizi. Xuanjing saw the bottle and twisted his face, but after a while, sighed as he picked it up and consumed a blue pill from the bottle. His original extremely pale face immediately gained some color as the scales on his body disappeared and his hair returned to being black. It was as if nothing ever happened. I originally wanted to attract the people from the sect so that I could lurk under their radars, seeing if there were any chances I could use. Looks like there is no more hope besides following the sea race. I only hope it will turn out as she said. Xuanjing lifted his now normal hands and after staring in front of him, he spoke to himself feebly. This emperor of the Xian kingdom, then opened the door to the secret basement before slowly limping out. That night, Lu Ming sat with his legs crossed on the wooden bed in his residence, playing with the cyan scale in his hands. His face had a thoughtful expression. With his experience, it was natural that he couldn't observe anything special from the scale, but it was obvious that it wouldn't belong to someone normal. It looks like what Mr. Sun said was true. The current emperor that the 5 sects had propped up was actually not a human. This was a huge joke and enough to make the faces of the sects fall to the ground. However, because of this, he couldn't simply send this information back to the sect. After all, the only evidence that he had was the scale that was in his hand. If there was anything wrong or some mistake, his blame would be quite great. In addition, with Gao Chong about to become a true spirit master, he could not leave such an obvious mistake out in the open. Lu Ming thought it over before deciding to temporarily keep the information on hold. Until he found another piece of obvious evidence that could confirm the information. Then he would send the information at that time. However, there might have been some kind of connection with the ambush that was laid on him in the small clear temple and the previous supervising disciple's disappearance. Lu Ming put away the scale and started thinking about the connection between those kind of things. In the following few days, Lu Ming used almost all of his time in the underground marketplace of Xuanjing and bought some pills and glyphs that he thought were somewhat useful. However, he didn't find anything of much value. This wasn't strange. With Lu Ming's experience and wealth, there weren't many things that Lu Ming would find useful. However, this day Lu Ming had just returned from the marketplace and about to go back to his house when he was stopped by Chen Chao, who left the main hall. With a smile, Chen Chao asked, "This following chapter is going to be confusing since the fake name of Lu Ming starts with Chen and the owner has the name of Chen Chao. Mr. Chen, you have finally come back. I have some good news, would you be interested?" "Since it is good news, why would not be interested?" Lu Ming replied with a smile. This good news is that Master Fan Baizi is finally willing to meet us. This time, Master Fan has refined a new type of pill and plans to sell it at our auction. Thus he was willing to see you. Does Mr. have time right now? This piece of information came a bit late and it would be best if we left right now to go see Master Fan in case anything unforeseen happens. As long as we have Master Fan's new pill, I believe that the auction will have a much higher chance of proceeding successfully. Chen Chao said excitedly. Now, is anyone else coming besides Mr. Chen? Lu Ming first paused before opening his mouth and asking. No, it will only be the two of us. Elder Mian is responsible for matters regarding the auction, so he will be near the warehouse and unable to leave. Chen Chao replied without thinking. All right, if that's the case, let's go. Lu Ming thought about it for a second before nodding. Chen Chao was surprised as he hurried to order a servant to prepare a carriage, and walked with Lu Ming out. After 2 hours, Lu Ming and Chen Chao appeared on a mountainous road. This Master Fan actually lives on Immortal Dawn Mountain, such a coincidence. Lu Ming smiled gently as he took in the surroundings. With Master Fan's alchemy skills, he naturally wouldn't put himself under the control of various powers. Furthermore, Immortal Dawn Mountain has dense Yuan Qi, while also being secluded, which makes this a good place to refine pills. Although Chen Chao is an ordinary mortal with no spiritual pulse, but his movements showed no sign of fatigue when walking next to Lu Ming. Such is true. With the rarity of alchemists, if they were in dangerous areas, it wouldn't be surprising if they were kidnapped and forced to refine pills. But this alchemist, Fan Baizi, living on Immortal Dawn Mountain. Doesn't this mean the imperial court is reaping some sort of benefit? Lu Ming replied. Haha, Mr. Chen really is an understanding person. Of course, for sheltering Master Fan under their wing, Master Fan has to refine a set number of medical pills for the imperial court. Furthermore, if Golden Spirit guests were to buy medical pills from Master Fan, they can also get a 10% discount. Chen Chao laughed out and answered. Lu Ming nodded as he showed an expression of understanding. After the time that it takes to eat a meal, the two finally arrived under a cliff. On the cliff, a huge green marble door could be seen. The sides of the door had statues of black iron lions, each towering over 10 feet tall. Not far away from the door was a huge wooden pavilion. Inside, a dozen people sat and rested. Lu Ming swept his eyes around. He was able to tell that most of these people were spirit apostles, but there were also a few mortals. These people are? Lu Ming asked subconsciously. No need to pay them attention. These people are either here to learn Master Fan's alchemy skill or ask the Master to make certain medical pills. Under normal circumstances, Master Fan wouldn't even bother noticing them. Chen Chao answered, being accustomed to this scene. After which, he brought Lu Ming along the cliff towards the stone door and rolled back his sleeves as he knocked loudly on the door. Moments later, the stone doors opened. Within, a young boy with red lips and white teeth along with a pigtail on his head, walked out. You two are. The young boy glanced at the two as he asked. I am Qian Chao of the 100 Spirit House. I have already booked an appointment with Master Fan. Qian Chao replied with a smile. So it's owner Qian. Master has already given his orders. If owner Qian were to appear, there is no need to notify him and they can enter to the lobby immediately. The boy showed a smile as he turned around and led the way. Owner Qian, seeing this situation, gave thanks as he followed Lu Ming inside. The people outside in the wooden pavilion immediately started a commotion after witnessing this scene. This master of alchemy, Fan Baizi, was known throughout the whole of Shen City for having a weird temperament. The people in the queue have waited for a long time. The longest already half a month. The shortest have also already waited for 2 to 3 days. But it was the first time someone was able to walk in full of swagger after conversing merely a few sentences, making people shocked and awed. Immediately, Lu Ming and Qian Chao walked into a lobby under the guidance of the young boy. The lobby was no bigger than 100 feet wide. Each corner rested unknown exotic flowers, in the middle laid an ebony table and a few chairs, showing a simplistic look. May you two sirs wait for a while, master is still refining pills and only after can he come see you. The boy brought the two to some chairs and said respectfully as he served some tea. No worries, the master's pill refinement comes first. The two of us can wait. Qian Chao replied. The boy nodded his head as he left. Lu Ming and owner Qian drank tea as they started some small talk. Mr. Han, did you perhaps met Commander Chiu from the Golden Spirit House a few days ago? After a while, Qian Chao asked suddenly. We have indeed met. How does owner know about this? Lu Ming was surprised, but after a thought he asked back. It's nothing, just few days ago someone came by to ask about Mr. Qian and it looked as if they were under the order of Commander Chiu. Qian Chao smiled and said. It looks like this Commander Chiu is one caring fellow. Lu Ming heard and snickered. I heard Elder Mian said this Chiu Longzi and another 3 commanders are all perfect late spirit apostles. He is said to be one of the strongest cultivators in Xuanjing. Mr. Han didn't offend him unknowingly, right? Qian Chao asked probingly. Owner should be at ease, I only sparred with Commander Chiu for a few bouts when we met, which was what caused the attention. Lu Ming answered casually. Spar. Qian Chao, the 100 Spirit House owner, was startled when he heard this. Although he knew that Lu Ming could have been a late spirit apostle, he never thought Lu Ming could be compared with a perfect spirit apostle like Chiu Longzi. With a face full of shock, he moved his mouth and was about to ask something else when suddenly, a hoarse voice came from the side doors to the lobby. I am also curious about the final results of fellow spar with fellow Chiu. Chiu Longzi is well versed in the arts of insects with the insects in his possession to not be trifled with. As the voice died down, an elderly man with white hair and rosy cheeks, dressed in a white robe, walked out of the side door. His face wore an expression of interest. Master Fan, you medical pull have been refined. The moment Qian Chao saw the elder, he immediately stood up and greeted him cheerfully. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he stood up and covered his fist. I am a guest of the 100 Spirit House, Qian Ming. Hello, fellow Fan. You two please sit, no need to show such courtesy. So this is fellow Qian, owner Qian, you have really accepted an extraordinary guest. Fan Baizi waved his hand and waited for the two to sit before saying with a smile. Mr. Qian indeed has skill. Even though you saved my wife and son, even I couldn't fathom that Mr. Qian's abilities have reached such a level. Qian Chao grimaced as he answered. Of course. With Chiu Longzi's identity, if it isn't people with similar cultivation levels, it would be very hard to spar with other people. It looks like fellow Qian is also a perfect late spirit apostle. Fan Baizi said thoughtfully as he stroked his beard looking at Lu Ming. Chapter 189, Blood Boil Pill. Chapter 189, Blood Boil Pill. It looks like I cannot conceal my cultivation level to Master Fan. After being slightly shocked, Lu Ming admitted it calmly. As he finished his sentence, not only was Fan Baizi fazed, but even Qian Chao was surprised. For the 100 Spirit House to suddenly gain an extra perfection spirit apostle as a guest was like a bout of good luck to him. Tiske, I would never imagine that fellow Qian would reach such a cultivation level while being so young. Even if you are compared to the core disciples of the 5 sects, you aren't far behind. I say it isn't impossible for you to break through to Spirit Master level. Fan Baizi commented in amazement. Master Fan is overpraising me. If I really had a chance to charge through to the Spirit Master level, I would already be hiding somewhere and get ready for it. To be honest, the main reason I've come to Xuanjing is to find a suitable pure aura chi. Another reason is to purchase some auxiliary pills, which could increase my chance at breaking through to the Spirit Master level. Lu Ming sighed. Haha, fellow Qian at least still has a chance at Spirit Master, just this alone can already make many envious. As for pure aura chi and auxiliary pills for breaking through the Spirit Master realm, although they are rare, it is possible to obtain such things in Xuanjing. Especially since fellow Han is a guest of the 100 Spirit House. Why not try your luck at the auction? Fan Baizi laughed out and spoke with intent. What, the auction this time around actually has pure aura chi? Lu Ming turned around and asked Chen Chao as his heart wavered. Master Fan is correct, for this auction, the 100 Spirit House has indeed gathered multiple pure aura chis, and the most precious one is also the final item on auction. It is on its way to Xuanjing as we speak. Chen Chao grimaced as he replied. Very good, it looks like I will be joining the auction. Owner has previously promised that I could purchase an item on auction for half its price. Does it still hold true? Lu Ming smiled. How could I break my promise? No matter what item fellow Qian wants to auction, they can all be purchased at half price. Although Chen Chao felt hurt by the amount of profit he would lose, but after thinking about getting closer to Lu Ming, he answered immediately. Very well, then I shall give my thanks to owner. Lu Ming naturally gave thanks. Fan Baizi sat on the side and smiled as he witnessed this scene. Ah, that's right, Master Fan. Your message this time around mentioned the creation of a brand new high-tier pill that you were willing to put on auction. As I don't know what kind of pill it is, could you tell me its name as well as its special properties so that I may prepare it for auctioning? Chen Chao finally looked at Fan Baizi seriously and mentioned. This pill, the blood boil pill, is what I want to auction. The white-robed elder seemed as if he was waiting for Chen Chao to ask as he took his time to retrieve a small jade bottle. Turning it upside down, a blood-red pill fell out. Chen Chao focused as he stood up and walked towards the blood-red pill and grabbed it. He inspected it closely before then placing it under his nose and smelled it gently. It had no smell at all. This 100 Spirit House owner couldn't help but wrinkle his brows. Proudly, Fan Baizi announced. This blood boil pill was created in accordance to an ancient recipe. Not only did it require an enormous amount of spirit grass, but only 3 were made after the refinement process. I also believe that within the whole of Xuanjing only I can refine it. It can invigorate the essence blood within the user, letting their power grow up to 140% of their original strength. What? This pill can allow one to raise their strength to 140% of their original power? How long can it be maintained? What negative effects does it have? Chen Chao was shocked, but he still asked the most important questions. This is dependent on the body strength of the consumer, as different cultivators have different types of bodies, the blood boil effect will also greatly differ. But I can confirm that it will at least last for 15 minutes without question. As for negative effects, of course there are some. The essence blood in the consumer is greatly damaged, resulting in a long-term state of lethargic after consumption. For those too weak, they may even faint immediately. Of course, as long as one takes care of themselves and let their essence blood return to its normal healthy state, these symptoms will disappear. Fan Baizi answered as he did not attempt to hide the pill's weaknesses. If the pill really is what Master says it is, the negative effects don't account to much. As customs, I shall have to test the pill before auction. I hope Master doesn't mind? Chen Chao showed an expression of excitement. To him, if the effects of the blood boil pill were true, the price of the pill would be exorbitantly high, enough to be one of the final items of the auction. No matter, I also know about the auction's rules. Owner Chen may bring this blood boil pill back to examine. But for this type of pills, even I have only refined 3, so even one is exceedingly rare. Examine it all you want, but do not harm its medical effects. Fan Baizi answered after being deep in thought. You have my gratitude, Master Fan, and you won't need to worry. The 100 Spirit House have examined many different pills and their effects before. I will only take a tiny bit off its surface to examine, I wouldn't harm the pill at all. Fan Baizi was pleased. Very well, I have my trust in the 100 Spirit House. Then we shall do what you said. Fan Baizi replied. Chen Chao naturally gave his thanks as he took care to place the blood boil pill back inside its bottle. If the two of you have no other things, then this old man shall accompany you to no more. I shall prepare to go back and refine some more pills. Fan Baizi sipped some tea which was placed on a nearby table, as his expressions grew colder. The rumors that said that Master Fan's temperament being strange were indeed true. Hearing this, Chen Chao looked at Lu Ming unconsciously. Lu Ming gave a smile as he cupped his hands towards the white-robed elder and said, Fellow fan, I have accompanied owner Qian here with another request. I was hoping you could listen. Oh, a request? If it were other people, I would naturally be too lazy to care, but fellow Qian is a perfection spirit apostle, naturally is different. I shall listen. Fan Baizi heard and was slightly puzzled. Owner Qian, may you leave for a bit? I wish to speak to Master Fan in private for this matter. Lu Ming turned around and said to Qian Qiao. This naturally isn't a problem. How about this, I shall go back to the original lobby and wait there, Mr. Qian can come there to find me once you're done. Qian Qiao answered unhesitantly. Fan Baizi didn't show discontentment, and after giving some orders, he summoned the young boy that was waiting outside. The young boy then led Qian Qiao out of the hall. All right, fellow can say what is on his mind directly to me. I hope that fellow Qian's matter won't waste my time. Fan Baizi waited until Qian Qiao and the boy's figures disappeared before he winced his eyes and spoke to Lu Ming. I have something. Does Master Fan recognize what it is? With a smile, Lu Ming took out a small thing that was the size of a fingernail and handed it over. I'll take a look. This is... Fan Baizi originally took the thing nonchalantly. However, when his hands slightly dipped, he began to take things more seriously. When he finally started speaking, his voice held a hint of a tremor. This thing was actually a light gold-colored clay. It was actually a small part of the resting dirt that he had obtained in the life and death trials. Looks like Master has recognized this object. You're right, this object is the resting dirt that is quite important to alchemists. Does fellow Fan need to closely examine it and verify it? Seeing this, Lu Ming kept his poker face as he asked. I don't need to do so. I have once obtained about 6 grams of gold essence resting dirt, but it was much smaller than yours while the color of it was much inferior. This is indeed the gold essence resting dirt. Fellow Qian, say what you want. As long as you give me the 2 ounces of gold essence resting dirt, no matter if it is pills or anything else, I will answer without hesitation. Bai Fanzi pinched the incredibly soft clay in his hand before saying without any hesitation. At this moment, this master alchemist that was renowned throughout Xuanjing was looking at Lu Ming with a heated gaze. My request is very simple. I would like for fellow Fan to teach me the art of alchemy. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he responded. What, you want to learn alchemy? Fellow Han is also an alchemist? Fan Baizi was instantly shocked. Although I have read through some alchemical books, I have never touched true alchemy. Lu Ming answered blatantly. Then fellow should already know that the art of alchemy is extremely deep and complicated. If one doesn't have talent, even if one uses his or her entire life, he or her will still be unable to accomplish much. When the white-robed elder heard this, his face turned somewhat ugly. I have been in the cultivation world for quite a while, so how would I not know of such things? However, because of various reasons, I must learn the art of alchemy. Hopefully fellow can grant my request. Lu Ming sighed and said. Does fellow know how high my talent in the art of alchemy is and how many years it took me to get to this point? No matter the reason, I would like to ask for fellow Qian to stop this thought. I see that your talent in cultivation is not bad to be able to get to this point while so young. Why must you learn alchemy? With the time investment, you might end up not achieving anything and regretting this decision in the future. Fan Baizi's tone turned serious for the first time as he spoke to Lu Ming. Chapter 190, Trouble. Chapter 190, Trouble. Thanks to fellow Han's good intentions, but I have decided on this matter, Lu Ming unhurriedly replied. Since you really want to learn alchemy with me, it is not impossible. But I will require you to follow 3 rules of mine. Fan Baizi coldly said, furrowing his brows for a moment after glancing at the unprovoked Lu Ming. Fellow, do not hesitate to tell me, I shall lend an ear. Lu Ming responded composedly. First, even though I, Fan Baizi, am not the greatest alchemist in the Dishen Kingdom, I believe I am not inferior to the alchemy masters specially trained by the 5 sections. So if you want to learn alchemy from me, this gold essence resting dirt is not enough. Fan Baizi stared intently at Lu Ming. Since 1 piece is not enough, then what if I add this piece? This combined is all that I have. Lu Ming raised the tip of his brow, flicked his sleeve, and suddenly a smaller piece of gold essence resting dirt flew out. You really had more golden resting dirt. These 2 added together is about 5 ounces. This is barely enough for the cost of learning alchemy. Second, the art of alchemy is profoundly incomparable and your status is special. Even though you are learning alchemy techniques from me, you are still a friend of the same generation as mine. I will only guide you for 3 years. How much you learn is all up to your talent. Fan Baizi said seriously. I originally meant to only learn for a couple of years, so 3 years of time is enough. However, I have one request. Fellow Fan must use a heart oath to swear that you won't leave any tricks hidden when teaching me. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he replied seriously. Fine, no problem. I have a reputation, I will not do any dishonorable acts in that aspect. Third, learning alchemy is an extremely material-consuming activity. While you are learning alchemy here, the required things are provided but they have to be paid for in spirit stones at market price. One word of advice: to become a real alchemist, immense practice is absolutely necessary, even to the extent in some respects that it is more important than natural talent. Even if you had exceptional natural talent in alchemy, it will only allow you to waste fewer pill materials in the end. Therefore, the amount of spirit stones will be extremely high. It's best to be mentally prepared. If you feel like there is no problem with the aforementioned 3 rules, from this day, you can come here for 5 days a month. I will specially take out half a day each day to instruct you in alchemy. Fan Baizi said with a straight face. Only 5 days a month, is this not too few? Hearing this, Lu Ming hesitated momentarily for the first time. I usually have to study alchemy and refine pills, being able to take out the 5 days is already my limit. If you do not agree, I have no choices. Fan Baizi said, shaking his head. Okay, 5 days it is. Then fellow Fan and I have settled on this. After his expressions had changed a bit, Lu Ming spat out his reply in one breath. Very good. As long as you have natural talent in alchemy and financial resources to support your training, with these 3 years, I believe that it is enough to get the basics of alchemy. At that moment, Fan Baizi finally leaked a smile as he put away the gold essence resting dirt with a wave of his hand. For the rest of the time, the white-robed old man naturally did not bother with Lu Ming as he warned Lu Ming with a few sentences to not reveal the matter about the golden essence resting dirt and let him leave. After the time it takes to eat a meal, Lu Ming and Qian Chao exited Fan Baizi's cave entrance. They directly ignored everyone's look from the wood pavilion as they went down the mountain. Of course, before that, this 100-spirit house owner was quite stunned when he heard that Fan Baizi actually accepted Lu Ming's request to teach him alchemy. After a good while, the gaze he gave Lu Ming became strange. Like this, the two returned to the Qian house. As soon as they arrived, Qian Chao gathered all of the alchemists immediately and started examining the blood boil pill that he brought back. When Lu Ming returned to his house, he immediately began secluding cultivation. In the next 2 days, he did not leave his house and seemed as if he would keep cultivating until the auction started. However, on the 3rd day, Elder Mian and Qian Chao came to his house with serious faces. What? The carriage team escorting the items for the auction is stuck about 100 miles away? Lu Ming asked back with shock. Among the group that is escorting the auction items, there is not only a team of shadow guards from the 3rd Marquis, there are also 2 guests from the Branch 100 Spirit House and also 2 more guests that I sent out to help the escorting. With 4 spirit apostles, I thought that there would be no trouble, but I could not have thought that the opposition would actually find a stronger team and has forced my team to be stranded. Right now, they are utilizing a flag formation that was meant to be one of the auction items to barely defend against attacks of the other party. If it weren't for one of the guests having nurtured a spirit bee that sneaked out to give us news, we would not even know that they were stranded. There is no doubt that this is an action of the Gathering Wealth Building's owner Mu. Elder Mian said with a dark face. Then owner would like to. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he asked Qian Chao. In case the Gathering Wealth Building is trying to divert our strengths, Elder Main must stay here to look after the warehouse. However, I have sent people to the 3rd Marquis house to borrow 2 personal bodyguards and a team of guards. I'm worried that this strength is not enough, so I would love for Sir to also go with them. No matter what method Sir uses, as long as you can ensure the auction items, you will have done a great service to our house. Qian Chao said preparedly. No problem. As a guest of the 100 Spirit House, I cannot stand by at such a time. When do I leave? Lu Ming gave it a quick thought before he answered. It will take some time for the 3rd Marquis men to move, but we don't have that time to waste. Could Mr. Chen leave first? The personal bodyguards and shadow guards will be right after you. Qian Chao said with some anxiety. All right, I'll leave now. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded. Seeing this, Qian Chao and Elder Mian were both overjoyed. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past and a small figure threw itself onto Lu Ming as it hugged the leg of Lu Ming. Uncle Ming. This was Qin Ruping, who had a worried expression on her face. Relax, this is only a small matter. I'll be right back. Be obedient and wait for me here. Seeing this, Lu Ming patted the girl and smiled. Perhaps it was due to the trust in Lu Ming, but Qin Ruping bit her lip as she loosened her arms with reluctance. Nephew Ruping, be assured. Mr. Qian is incredibly powerful and there will be others helping him this time. There definitely won't be any problems. Seeing this, Qian Shao quickly smiled as he said. However, when Qian Ruping heard these words which basically had the same meaning as what Lu Ming had said, she instead looked the other way, ignoring Qian Shao. Qian Shao could only smile awkwardly as he did not speak anymore. With a laugh, Lu Ming gave a few words of instruction to the girl before asking about the location at which the carriage team was stuck at. Then he left the house. 15 minutes later, Lu Ming was seated on a black cloud and flying along some government path that led out of Xuanjing. Although he had urged his FA to the max, the speed of the black cloud was still much too slow for him. Lu Ming sighed in his heart as he realized that he should really buy a flying totem or practice a flying technique that was a bit faster. As he thought this, he grabbed a glyph from and instantly, it turned into green dots that disappeared into the black cloud underneath him. Pooh! The originally slow black cloud instantly raised its speed and shot forward. With the use of this, Lu Ming felt a pang of pain and thought to himself that he would definitely ask Chen Chao for the price of this godly speed glyph back. After about an hour, he finally saw a couple of carriages that were full of items lying strewn on the government path. The goods that were spilling out were merely normal things such as porcelain and cloth. The horses for the carriages were cut in half and laid bleeding on the path too. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes focused as he made a single-handed sign and the black cloud under him immediately shot towards one side of the government path. Lu Ming had only flown for barely a mile when a noise sounded among a rock pile below him. From within the pile, a red and yellow streak that were both about a foot long flew out and went straight for Lu Ming. Lu Ming gave a cold snort as he waved his sleeve and a short cyan sword flashed before giving 2 slashes downwards. Pu. 2 cyan sword cheese came flying out and met the 2 streaks. With a sound of an explosion, the 2 cyan sword cheese were extinguished. As for the 2 streaks, they tumbled backward and showed their true form. They were actually a red fork and yellow short blade. Not good, this person is high-level spirit apostle and he also has a totem. There was a scream from the rock pile and shadows flashed. 1 gray and 1 white cloud flew into the sky and started running into different directions. They didn't even care about their 2 practitioner weapons. Since you've come here, then don't leave. Seeing this, a killing intent surfaced on Lu Ming's face. With a flick of the cyan moon sword, he sent out 3 cyan sword cheese. At the same time, he made a hand sign with the other hand. When he waved his hand, 5 cyan wind blades flashed as they were shot out. The 2 lost the color in their faces as one immediately took out a small shield to throw behind him as the other immediately crushed a glyph, allowing white light to flood through his fingers. The small shield grew into a shield that was about 3 feet tall while the white light formed a light cover that protected the person that used the glyph. In the next moment, the cyan wind blades all smashed again the shield. With a crisp sound, the shield was sliced into a dozen pieces. The owner of the shield also gave a shout and was split into pieces by the wind blades. At this time, the 3 cyan sword cheese slashed onto the light cover and bursted the cover. A cold light immediately engulfed the person that was casting the glyph. Chapter 191, Buddhist Weapon. Chapter 191, Buddhist Weapon. That person immediately gave out a wail, and his body transformed into a bloody rain that fell down. As the 2 practitioner weapons were freed from their owner's control, they naturally fell down from above after their glow had dissipated. Lu Ming grabbed with one hand and pulled the 2 practitioner weapons out of the air. With a casual glance, he realized that these 2 practitioner weapons were only ordinary middle-tier practitioner weapons, so he shoved them into the Sumuru conch. Afterwards, he controlled the black cloud under him and went over to search over the 2 bodies. However, he only found a few spirit stones and glyphs with nothing of value. However, this did not exceed his expectations either. After all, these 2 people were so weak and were beginning spirit apostles at most. If they really had any life-saving goods, they would not be killed so easily with a single strike just now. After putting the things he had found away, Lu Ming once again continued to fly forwards in the sky. This time he saw 2 closely neighbored small hills only after flying for a dozen or so kilometers. In between was a depression with an area of less than an acre, which was covered up by a broiling white sea of fog. Around the surroundings of the sea of fog were over 100 of elite warriors, closely packed together. They all carried different types of weapons and swung crazily at the sea of fog. Some of the weapons in their hands gave off light flashes. Surprisingly, the warriors were all low-level practitioners. Slightly further away, there were another 30 or 40 people carrying strong bows and stiff crossbows while extremely alert of their surroundings. Above the 2 hills were 7 or 8 shadows which stood there. Similarly, they either released fireballs or wind blades, attacking the center of the sea of fog. Every wave of attack would cause the sea of fog to shrink and dissipate slightly. When Lu Ming had rushed near, the whole fog sea had already become abnormally thin. Even the people hidden inside could be vaguely seen. Haha, why keep persisting, fellows? Speaking of which, we do not have any personal grudges between each other and are purely serving out our master's orders. If everybody is willing to surrender and take the initiative to hand over the items for the auction, I can even make the decision to let you fellows leave safely. A large shadow that floated above the hill suddenly laughed aloud. Surprisingly, the owner of the shadow was a yellow-robed elderly man. His face was covered with senile spots and he carried a green wooden casket on his back. Old Yang, quit dreaming. This four elements Vajra formation is known for its defense. The smaller the defensive area shrinks, the more its defensive capabilities increase. I believe you have already discovered this. Otherwise, why would you be saying all this rubbish right now? I will also not hide the truth from you. We have already informed Owner Qian about us being stuck over 2 hours ago. I believe reinforcements have just about arrived. However, I will advise you that if you leave now, you can still make it, otherwise when the time comes, you will not be able to leave even if you want to. The cold voice of a man resounded from the center of the sea of fog. What, you have already sent the news to Xuanjing? Do you really believe I will believe because you said that? Since you want to refuse a toast to drink a forfeit, then don't blame me for being heartless. Hearing what was said, the yellow-robed elderly man was startled at first, but then afterwards he grew mad and suddenly slapped the green wooden casket on his back. A clear sound immediately resounded, and 13 abnormally thin flying blades around half a feet in length actually flew out. They transformed into a series of cold rays which joined in on the attacks. Seeing this, the other spirit apostles gained a boost in morale and also began forming hand seals consecutively to cast spells, increasing the strength of the attacks. At this moment, the sea of fog churned wildly, as if it was about to completely be destroyed in the next moment. However, Lu Ming had also finally been noticed by the guarding practitioners. Someone immediately gave out a long whistle as an alarm. The other people used the bows and crossbows in their hands to attack Lu Ming in the air without hesitating at all. Only a loud noise could be heard and a densely packed wave of arrows and bolts were shot out, which had each transformed into colorful rays of light. Seeing this, Lu Ming sneered. He only formed a hand seal with one hand and the black gas around him churned. It transformed into a dozen or so tentacles each around the thickness of a bowl, and danced about crazily. Most of the arrows and bolts were knocked flying by those tentacles and the occasional ones that would penetrate into it also stopped moving after a muffled sound. Just at that moment, Lu Ming formed a hand seal with one hand and azure light immediately began to coalesce in front of him. After a flash, 7 or 8 azure wind blades shot forwards. Shrill cries immediately could be heard and 7 or 8 practitioners who were responsible for guarding were immediately chopped into 2 halves under the azure flash. Seeing this, the remaining men all turned around and sprinted towards the 2 hills out of fright, with some screaming, "Save us, Senior Yang." Those cultivators on the hill naturally realized the commotion on that side. 2 people immediately flew over and yelled "Stop" from far away. Lu Ming instead treated it as if he did not see it at all and his fingers moved one after another. Azure wind blades shot forwards without end and as every ray of azure light flashed by, a person in the group fell dead. In the blink of an eye, all of those practitioners responsible for guarding were killed by him. Not only did such a surprising scene cause the 2 flying over to become both worried and mad, the other practitioners that were using the weapons in their hands to attack the sea of fog also stopped one by one out of surprise, and gazed towards Lu Ming with a face full of fear. Fellow, really is cold-blooded, to have your hand dyed with the lives of so many people in such a short amount of time. Of the 2 people flying over, the red-faced middle-aged man who wore a golden hairband berated aloud. If I really do want to be such a soft-hearted person, then perhaps I would not appear here. I don't care about anything else right now. Whoever blocks my way I will kill. Do you want to move or do you want me to act? Lu Ming shot a glance at the speaking person, and responded with an indifferent expression. What arrogant manner of speaking. I had never knew that there was such an arrogant person like you that was a guest of the 100 Spirit House. Brother Tian, we do not need to go easy on him. Let's act together. After hearing what was said, the red-faced male became very angry, and spoke to the skinny, sick-looking man by his side after turning his head. Don't fret. How did this person get here? Was there nobody stopping him on the way? The Tian man instead swept his gaze, and then asked especially carefully. Oh, you should be talking about the original owners of these two practitioner weapons. The two of them ambushed me and have already been killed. Hearing what was said, Lu Ming shook his sleeve, and a flying fork and a flying blade appeared in front of him. Then he spoke plainly. What, you killed fellow Jean and the other person? After hearing what had been said, the Tian man who was originally still rather enraged immediately changed in expression. The newcomer indeed is ill-intentioned. Although the two of them are only beginning spirit apostles, you were still able to kill them before they are even able to send a signal. Looks like your strength really is not average. Brother Feng, be extra careful. Hearing that, the skinny man's complexion immediately became ugly. Following that, he shook his sleeve and actually pulled out a string of Buddhist beads. After breathing in, the man surnamed Feng did not advance and instead backed off several steps. At the same time, he pat the leather pouch on his waist with a hand and out flew two bluish round balls. With a series of messy pops, they actually transformed into two weird blue birds around 2 feet in size. Their heads were large and bodies were small, and from their backs sprouted 4 short, small wings. Puppet beasts. Seeing this, Lu Ming had been startled at first but then immediately smiled. I hope you will still be able to smile a little later. After releasing the puppet beast that the Feng man was most confident of, courage immediately welled in his heart. After speaking coldly, he pointed the hand seals he formed with his 2 hands at the blue wooden birds. Pop pop. The 2 wooden bird puppets extended the 4 wings on their backs and transformed into 2 balls of blue light as they flew into the sky. With a spiral they directly shot towards Lu Ming. At the same time, the Tian man on the other side began to chant. Activating his Fa Li, he channeled the Fa Li from his whole body into the Buddhist beads. The entire string of beads released a great radiance, and at the same time in the waves of deep Buddhist chanting, rainbow-colored seal characters began to emerge from within, and after a tremble, they shot towards Lu Ming like torrential rain. A practitioner weapon that actually possess a true Buddhist nature. This is rare. Lu Ming did not really care about the 2 blue wooden birds. However, he was greatly interested by the Buddhist beads in the hands of the skinny man. Before Lu Ming moved his limbs, the black tentacles on his body instead began to dance about by themselves and transformed into black shadows that protected him closely. In the next moment, those rainbow-colored inscriptions landed on the black tentacles like rain hitting a banana leaf. They transformed into densely packed balls of light and exploded, actually destroying close to half of the tentacles. However, Lu Ming only raised his brow slightly and the black gas on him churned, allowing even more black tentacles to form. They actually forceful blocked the next attacks too. The 2 wooden bluebird also arrived nearby but did not stop in the slightest. Instead, they used terrifying speed to quickly begin circling around Lu Ming. At the same time, they opened their mouths and a white line forming from multiple water arrows began shooting from their mouths. However, just when the 2 wooden birds began to attack together, Lu Ming, who was protected within the black tentacles, also began to act. He brought his hands together before separating them again. Surprisingly, a huge azure wind blade of half a foot in length appears. With the tremble of his hand, the huge wind blade transformed into an azure flash, disappeared from in front of him. In the next moment, the Feng man who was currently controlling the 2 wooden bird puppets to attack only felt a flash of green light in front of him, and the halo that protected him was shattered by something. At the same time, he also seemed to feel that his waist grow cold slightly. He lowered his head to glance downwards in surprise. His upper body just rolled off his waist with a plop. Only now did the Feng men shriek aloud. After that, he died. As for the blue wooden birds that originally circled Lu Ming with lightning speed attacks, they actually stopped moving with a screech and floated mid-air silently. On the other side, the skinny man who was still channeling the Buddhist beads in his hand almost could not believe the scene that had occurred in front of him. Although the strength of the Feng man may have been slightly weaker than his, but to kill him just by moving a limb, it was naturally something he did not think about at all. As for such a terrifying existence, if it had used a similar method to handle him, he definitely would not have any confidence in defending against the attack in time. Under great surprise, the skinny man immediately gave out a low grunt, and the Buddhist beads in his hands suddenly scattered with a tug. At the same time, his 2 hands quickly formed hand seals and he began chanting. Those Buddhist beads immediately transformed into huge inscriptions which spun around his body. Under the hum, they formed a 7-colored light barrier, completely protecting everything within. Chapter 192, Repelling the Enemy. Chapter 192, Repelling the Enemy. Lu Ming saw this scene from afar, and with a single movement he was only dozens of feet away from the skinny man. The skinny man had just called out to his companions on the mountain top, but when he saw this scene, he could not help but become extremely shocked. However, he immediately calmed down and gave a cold sneer. "Even totems cannot break my practitioner weapon that easily. You won't be able to harm me no matter what you do." At this time shadows flashed on the mountain top and the other few spirit apostles all stopped their attacks at the misty sea. Instead, under the lead of the old man with liver spots, they all flew out. Lu Ming gave a light smile and suddenly pulled in front of him. With a piu, dots of red light flew out before him and turned into a huge scarlet fireball. It grew instantly and became as big as a washing bowl. Then it started charging at the seven-colored barrier while Lu Ming himself flew backwards. The fireball technique at perfection. When the skinny man saw this he was surprised. However, he couldn't dodge away now that he was in the light barrier. He could only give an angry roar and open his mouth to spit several gulps of essence blood into the barrier before him. Immediately, countless blood threads appeared within the seven-colored barrier. Hong! The giant red fireball smashed onto the light barrier and exploded apart with grandiose. The rolling flames engulfed everything within a couple dozen of feet. In addition, a burning heat swept out in all directions. The other cultivators that were rushing over could not help but pale when they saw this. In moments, the fire extinguished and showed the seven-colored barrier that was extremely thin and fragile. It flashed in and out, seeming as if it would break at any second. Although the skinny man's face was extremely pale, he was actually unharmed. Seeing that he was not hurt, the skinny man steadied his nerves and started laughing. "Ah, I'm fine. Even the perfection fireball technique can't touch me." However, once these words exited his mouth, a cold sword chi slashed towards his without warning and the seven-colored barrier broke into pieces of light and shattered. The skinny man gave a surprised shout and wanted to cast another spell, but it was too late. A cold light flashed past his neck and his head came rolling off. At this time, Lu Ming put away the short cyan sword that he had used to send out the sword chi and stared coldly at the other 5 spirit apostles flying over. As for the over 100 practitioners, they had already retreated far away, afraid to come closer. Fireball at perfection. You are a late spirit apostle and using a middle-tier totem. Why have I never heard of such a guest within the 100 spirit house? When the other spirit apostles saw how easily Lu Ming killed the 2 spirit apostles, their faces showed hesitation and fear. Only the elder with liver spots maintained his calm and slowly spoke out. "I have only joined the 100 spirit house recently. From fellow stance, looks like you don't want to move aside and instead want to fight to the end," Lu Ming said without expression. "Since you have appeared here, the 2 guarding outside must also be dead. To have killed 4 of my members in such a short time, do you really think that this will end so easily?" The old man with liver spots was so angry that he actually started laughing. "Since that is the case, then let's fight. Are you planning on fighting one-on-one or all coming to attack? I can see that fellow is probably a late spirit apostle and is quite confident in your abilities." Lu Ming stared at the old man before he started to sneer. "A combined fight with you alone?" The age-spotted old man was initially startled, but he then furrowed his brows. "Since it is a combined fight, I'll have to ask for a helper too," Lu Ming said coldly. With a single pat on a certain leather pouch, a gust of black gas flew out and condensed into a bone scorpion that was over a few feet long. This scorpion's pincers snapped closed a few times before a purple mist floated out from its body. At the same time, a thin and long tail hook shook and emitted a piercing sound. This scene not only made the other spirit apostles' faces pale, even the old man's face changed drastically. Just by looking at the appearance of this bone scorpion, anyone would know that this scorpion was not easy to deal with. "I did not think that fellow had such a companion beside him. Since that is the case, as long as you can receive 1 attack from me, I will make my men retreat." The old man's age-spotted face changed expressions before he finally decided. "1 attack. Alright, feel free to attack." Lu Ming gave a laugh and said, "Watch out." Seeing this, the old man's anger was even greater. Without any more delays, he patted the greenwood case behind him and a clear sound was emitted. 13 cold blades flew out and circled around him. A set of totems. That's quite rare. No wonder fellow is so confident. Lu Ming saw this and gave praise. However, he also threw the cyan sword before him and pointed it with a single-handed sign. The short sword made a quick turn and countless green sword shadows appeared. After surging, the sword turned into a misty green moon that blocked Lu Ming behind it. The old man with elder spots saw this and was quite surprised. At the same time he made hand techniques with both hands and kept chanting. In an instant the 13 blades flashed, and with a tremble they formed a straight line and shot out. A sound of breaking air was emitted. The 13 blades had actually faintly turned into a white serpent that plunged into the center of the green moon. With many ding-dong sounds, the green light and the cold lights intertwined and the image of the serpent disappeared. The 13 flying blades also fell without force. The surface of the green moon shimmered and with a blur, it turned back into that short sword. The liver-spotted old man waved and the 13 blades flew back. After inspecting a couple of the blades his face darkened, and he flew away quickly without another word. When the other spirit apostles saw this they were surprised. However, after looking at each other they immediately followed. As for the 100 practitioner warriors on the ground, they also ran away with the spirit apostles. That old fellow is quite cunning. Otherwise, in a little bit, trying to run away wouldn't be so easy. Lu Ming saw this sight and was quite surprised. After a slight hesitation, he didn't give chase and instead muttered to himself. At this time he looked towards the rolling mist sea. Old Yang, are we really going to retreat like that? If that's the case, we won't be able to return to the 9th prince. After all, the 9th prince paid extreme attention to the execution of this attack. A black-faced man who was over 30 urged his gray cloud to catch up to the old man with elder spots. He immediately asked with a lowered voice. If we didn't leave, would I be the one to fight with him? Or would any of you volunteer to take up the task so that I had time to break the formation? In addition, the 4 elements Vajra formation isn't something that can be broken in a moment or two. If we waited there, the reinforcements would gather and we wouldn't be able to leave even if we wanted to. In addition, that person is much stronger than what you might imagine. Even if I used all of my strength, I probably wouldn't be an equal opponent. The old man looked at the black-faced man before giving a sneer. Old Yang must be kidding. Although that attack there did not succeed, your attacks aren't limited. Just by looking at the opponent's age, with you as a late spirit apostle, how can his FA be as strong as yours? The black-faced man quickly smiled and said, What do you know? Look at my swallowed tail blades first. The old man gave a cold and took out a blade from behind him and showed the blade edge to the man. This is... The black-faced man focused his gaze before he gasped deeply. On the incredibly thin blade, there was surprisingly a crack that was the size of a bean. Do you understand now? Not only is the opponent's cultivation good, the short sword in his hand is probably a middle-tier totem. Even if I could hold my own with Fa Li, this set of swallowtail blades would probably be destroyed. The elder said coldly. It is actually a middle-tier totem? That is something that most spirit masters don't have. Who could have thought that he would have such a treasure? If we all attacked together a moment ago, could we? The black-faced man muttered as a hint of greed appeared on his face. I know what you are thinking, but don't even think about it. This person is not only extremely strong, but the aura of his pet is also incredible. Even if we attacked together, we wouldn't be able to defeat him quickly. What we need to do now is to tell the 9th prince that such a late spirit apostle has appeared and find out whether he is truly a guest of the 100 spirit house or if he's someone under the 3rd Marquis. With such a strong opponent suddenly appearing, the 9th prince cannot blame us. The old man stopped the man's words quickly. Old Yang is correct. I was going too far just now. The black-faced man gave a shiver and quickly cupped his hands. The old man nodded and put away the short blade in his hand. He then kept flying forward. Lu Ming gave a wave and pulled the 2 blue wood puppets that were floating in midair near him. Then, after a quick inspection, he patted a certain spot on each of the wood puppets. After a series of sounds, the 2 wood puppets transformed back into 2 blue spheres. Lu Ming gave a slight smile and put away the 2 spheres. When he wanted to check the corpses of the 2 spirit apostles, the sea of rolling mist parted and a person cautiously came out. Chapter 193, Famous across Xuanjing. Chapter 193, Famous across Xuanjing. When Lu Ming saw this, he merely glanced at the person before continuing to do what he did before. With a grab, the bracelet of Buddhist beads was flashing with white light. In addition, he grabbed spirit stones and pills from the headless corpses and put all of them away. The person that came out of the misty sea first looked around and after making sure that there was no one else around, he let out a large breath. He quickly waved and put some techniques into the misty sea behind him. Then, he looked at Lu Ming with a respectful gaze and cupped his fists. Thank you, fellow, for helping. Are you working under the 3rd Marquis? This person was around 40 years old and was wearing active clothing. He had a sword behind his back and looked quite sharp. Third Marquis? Of course not. Have you not heard what they were saying to me? I am Chen Ming and a guest of the 100 Spirit House. I have only recently joined and came on the orders of owner Qian. In a bit, the men from the Third Marquis should be here. At this time, Lu Ming had finished checking the corpses and stood back up, replying without hesitation. What, Brother Qian is really a guest of the 100 Spirit House? I had originally thought that fellow was lying to those guys. I am by Tianhe and also a guest of the 100 Spirit House. However, I normally stay stationed at a branch office. Hearing this, the man was extremely happy. Oh, so it's fellow Bai. How are the other fellows? Are the items for auction harmed? Lu Ming nodded and cracked a smile. Brother Qian does not need to worry. I have kept all of the auction items on me personally. They naturally would not have any problems. It's only that the other fellows that were controlling the formation have expended too much Fa Li and need to rest for a while. Thus, they are unable to meet with Brother Qian right now. So it is like that, then I won't worry. Let's wait here first. Although the tone of fellow Bai was quite courteous, Lu Emini still heard the caution that was laced in his tone and thus replied with ease. This was natural. The other person had just met Lu Ming and wouldn't be opening the formation with just a couple of words. Thus, Lu Ming and Bai Qinghai sat outside the formation and chatted together. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't want to break the formation, Bai Qinghai started to believe more about what Lu Ming said. In addition, Bai Qinghai had seen how Lu Ming had defeated all of the enemy by himself, even forcing the old man to retreat. As a result, the respect in his heart was great and he answered any questions that Lu Ming asked. At this time, Lu Ming learned that the envoy that the 100 Spirit House sent was first ambushed by over 100 practitioners that used crossbows and bows next to the government path. Over half of the shadow guards were killed with that. Then the old man with elder spots descended from the sky and also started to attack. With so many cultivators attacking and them only having 4 spirit apostles, they would naturally not be able to defend against such attacks. They could only bring the remaining men to the side of the government and retreat slowly. After much trouble did they finally retreat to this point which was suitable for the placement for the formation. The 4 of them then quickly used a set of formation flags that were one of the auction items and quickly placed down this 4 Vargas elements formation. At this time, not only were the 4 of them all injured, all of the shadow guards had been killed in the previous fights. When I came over, I didn't see any corpses. Looks like they had been cleaned up. That's right, from fellow Bai's tone, you have already confirmed their identities. Are they from the Gathering Wealth building? Lu Ming asked curiously. Do I need to confirm? Yang Kuan is one of the biggest helpers of the 9th Prince. The other few are also men next to the 9th Prince. Bai Qinghai gave a bitter smile when he heard this. So that's the case. Don't be so downcast, fellow Bai. Didn't we preserve all of the auction items and they have lost 4 spirit apostles? It can be said that their losses were quite big. Lu Ming said with a laugh. Brother Qian is correct. This time, the 9th Prince has lost quite a bit in this, and with such a big loss, I believe that they will be quiet for a very long time. The white fog in the misty sea rolled and from within walked out a square-faced old man that was over 60 years old. Once he came out, he cupped his hands towards Lu Ming. Let me make introductions. This is fellow Xuan. Like Elder Mian, he is one of the right-hand men of owner Qian. When Bai Qinghai saw this square-faced old man walk out, he was quite pleased and quickly made introductions. So fellow Sun is actually also a late spirit apostle. No wonder you guys could come safely here while under the attacks of so many people. Lu Ming looked at the person before giving a small smile. With only so much skill, how would I dare show off in front of you? I have seen fellows' powers earlier and I definitely cannot match them. Sun Yin waved his hands and said. Lu Ming smiled and was about to say something when a sound of breaking air came from the edge of the sky. A gray flying boat was actually flying over. Bai Haiqing quickly focused his gaze and yelled out with glee. It's the 3rd Marquis men. They came much too slowly. If it weren't for Brother Qian coming soon enough, we might have been able to stay alive. Sun Yin's face was slightly ugly. At this time, the gray boat had neared the group and with a flash of shadows, 2 people, 1 male and the other female, jumped down. Following them were over 20 guards that wore black clothing. They either had blades or bows and all looked extremely agile. Oh, Brother Sun, you guys are already safe. Where are those bandits? The male that jumped off the boat had a full beard on his face, and as soon as he saw that Sun Yin and the others were safe, he could not help but inquire. Fellow Min, you guys are too late. Yang Kuan and the others have already been scared away by fellow Qian alone. You guys have come for nothing. Sun Yin said emotionlessly. What, even Yang Kuan came and was chased away by someone? How is that possible? The ugly man heard this and quite shocked. His face was full of disbelief as he looked at Lu Ming instinctively. Among the three out, Lu Ming's face was the most unfamiliar. In addition, before they came, owner Qian had given them a warning that 100 spirit house guest had already went ahead and the guest's first name was also Qian. The girl that jumped off with him from the flying boat was around 24 to 25. Her warm eyes combined with her incredible body made her seem extremely pretty. When she heard Sun Yin's words, she also showed an expression of disbelief. I am Qian Ming. The previous bandits have indeed retreated. Seeing this, Lu Ming replied without expression. Was it really fellow Qian that single-handedly pushed them back? The ugly man looked at Lu Ming more and still asked with doubt. He, if fellow Mian can kill 4 of their spirit apostles in one go and also lightly receive Yang Kuan's attack of a linked 13 swallowtail blades, then perhaps you can also scare them off. Sun Yin said lightly. However, the content of his words gave the two a large fright. They left on their own accord, probably because they felt that they couldn't break the formation quickly and thus didn't have any intention of staying. I only contributed slightly. Lu Ming said without confirming any of Sun Yin's words. When the ugly man and girl heard this, they could not help but look at each other. Alright, no matter what, we owe a huge favor to all the fellows. The others should have also recovered and I'll put away the formation before returning back to Xuanjing before talking about anything else. Sun Yin laughed and said. No one opposed such an idea. Thus, Sun Yin made a hand technique and returned back within the white misty sea. In moments, the misty sea fluctuated and the white fog shrank, and in moments, only 2 males that were waving formation flags appeared. After half a day, everyone returned back to the Qian house in Xuanjing, and when owner Qian saw that everyone was still present, he was more than overjoyed. In addition, when he heard that Lu Ming had killed 4 enemy spirit apostles by himself and forced the others to retreat, he was both surprised and exuberant. At this time, the ugly man and girl from the 3rd Marquis finally believed Sun Yin's words, and their gazes toward Lu Ming held a trace of respect. Lu Ming merely spoke a few words with the others before returning back to his house. As soon as he pushed open the door, a small figure pounced onto him. 2 skinny arms tightly hugged his leg and wouldn't let go no matter what. You don't need to worry, don't you see that I have come back? Lu Ming gave a slight smile as he patted Chen Ruping's head. Brother Ming, I want to learn the art of formations. At this time, Chen Ruping raised her face and said with an extremely stubborn expression. Hearing this, Lu Ming paused. A few days later, a rumor that the 100 Spirit House received another late Spirit Apostles began to spread around Xuanjing. In addition, news that he had killed 4 Spirit Apostles was also heard by many factions and made them quite wary. Not long after, the news that Qiu Longji had once sparred with Lu Ming and ended in a draw also started spreading. With this, a lot of people became wary and added extra men to watch the actions of the 100 Spirit House. Under this atmosphere, the 100 Spirit House auction officially started. On this day, thousands of cultivators gathered in a huge hall that was built hundreds of feet underground by an Grey Market. Chapter 194, Auction. Chapter 194, Auction. Lu Ming sat in one corner of the hall and coldly watched the many cultivators in the hall. His face was without emotion, but there was an extra gray cloak on his head that covered most of his face. The reasons for him to appear here was partially because of a couple of items on auction. The other was due to receiving owner Qian's orders to stay here, to prevent accidents. The off chance of people making a ruckus is infinitesimally low. This was because the whole auction hall had already been covered with layer after layers of runes by the 100 Spirit House formation masters. Even if a spirit master appears and gets confined, one wouldn't be able to escape such heavy confinement easily. In addition, for this auction, owner Qian not only took out guests from the branch shops, he even borrowed over a dozen of spirit apostles along with 4 teams of shadow guards from the 3rd Marquis. Of which, some of them were like Lu Ming and mingled within the crowd. However, most of them were stationed around the hall in order to act as a warning for others. After time slowly passed by, when a thin and long incense stick at the front of the hall was about to burn out, someone gave an order and the numerous exits to the hall slowly closed. At that time, Elder Mian smiling brought by Qinghai and 3 other guests from a side door behind the rock stage. They leisurely went atop the stage. The old man's sleeve only shaked, and with a flash of white light, the incense disappeared. At the same time, a wood table that was over a dozen feet long appeared on the stone stage. Seeing this, some of the cultivators made a light chi sound in surprise. However, more people remained expressionless. Although storage glyphs and other things like those glyphs needed someone that was above a spirit master to operate, there were still some storage things that didn't need such a high FALE cultivation. It was like the Sumeru which had some restrictions. As for the other four, they stood at various corners of the stage. No matter who wanted to rush onto the stage would be stopped by them. For normal auctions, the host needed to be someone who had a way with words. However, for this auction which was entirely attended by cultivators, the host needed to be someone with impressive strength. Thus, owner Qian chose Elder Mian. Originally, owner Qian wanted Lu Ming to take care of this auction since his fame in Xuanjing was at its peak. However, Lu Ming declined instantly. I'm sure that many of you attending know who I am. However, even if you don't know me, that's alright. Just call me Old Mian. The auction that the 100 Spirit House will be hosted by me. Although this is the first time that our 100 Spirit House has hosted an auction, I believe that everyone will leave satisfied. Alright, I think that everyone is a little edgy from waiting. I'll announce that the auction starts now. After saying a couple of sentences, Elder Mian coughed and announced the start of the auction. Although his voice wasn't loud with the underlying FALE, it was clearly transmitted to everyone in the hall. At the same time, the side door behind the stage opened. 3 pretty women walked forward and each of them held a silver plate that had red silk covering the contents of it. They respectfully placed the plates on the desk after climbing atop the stage. Elder Mian walked forward without hurry. He opened up the silver plate that was the topmost. It revealed a stack of light yellow small flags. The first auction item will be these 4-element Vargas formation flags. I believe that some of you fellows have heard about this. Our house's guests were ambushed while guarding our auction items to be sent here. In the end, these guests were able to use these formation flags to defend against enemies a couple times their size until the reinforcements arrived. Thus, they were able to leave unscathed. Thus, these formation flags have a special meaning and were thus taken out as the first item for the auction. After saying such words, Elder Mian's words paused and looked at the audience with some meaning. Once these words were said as expected, it caused quite a few people to whisper among themselves. Many of them showed expressions of interest. After all, these formation flags were tested with real battle. Although it needed quite a few people to handle it, many forces were still quite interested. Elder Mian saw this and showed an expression of satisfaction. He believed that this could get quite a good price, so he opened his mouth again. The 4-element Vargas formation flags have a bottom line of 10,000 spirit stones. It must be raised by 1,000 spirit stones each time. 10,000 spirit stones. 12,000. 15,000. The old man's voice had just dropped, but quite a few people had already yelled out prices. In an instant, the formation flag's price had neared 20,000 spirit stones. With this, the people who were still yelling out prices decreased and only 4 to 5 people were still yelling. 25,000 spirit stones. A slightly hoarse voice finally pushed the price to a new high. Those that were still trying to raise the price immediately closed their mouth. The 4 Vargas element formation only had a defensive power and needed quite a few people to manipulate. This price point was extremely high. Even though they felt a bit of regret, the auction had just started and they could only forfeit. Is there anyone giving a price? No one else? Alright, 1, 2, 3. The 4 Vargas element formation belongs to this person. Fellow can now go to the back desk to pay the cost for the item. Elder Mian had obtained a dark green crystal small hammer and hammered down on the table. This determined the owner of the formation flags. From the place in the hall that the last price was called, a man with a white mask stood up. Under the lead of a waiter, he left the hall via a side door. The second auction items are 3 huge wolf puppets that were originally of the 9 enchantment sect. If a person familiar with puppet techniques was using these, each of the puppets could exhibit a strength that is not lower than a middle spirit apostle. Elder Mian had raised the silk cover to the second plate. He then pointed to the 3 silver balls at the middle of the plate with a smile. Then, he clapped his hands and an unfamiliar man that was already waiting behind the stage came up. The moment the man stepped atop the stage, he didn't waste another word as he grabbed one of the green balls. He then threw it at the ground and started pointing hand signs at it. Jiebeng. The green ball transformed into a large green wolf that was over 10 feet tall. One could even see the bloodshot eyes of the wolf. These details made the wolf look as if it was alive. Under the control of this unfamiliar man, the huge wolf produced an agility that was beyond the imagination of most people. Whether it was its pounce or bite, it was extremely vigorous, and at the end, it spit out several wind blades from the air. The loose cultivators originally did not have any much interest, but as soon as they saw this, their expressions were moved. However, for Lu Ming, who had seen a true 9 enchantment sect disciple using a puppet, he only saw the man's puppeting skills as normal and wasn't able to compete with those disciples. After performing, the unfamiliar man pointed at the huge wolf again, transforming it into a round ball. After placing it back onto the silver platter, the man descended the platform quietly. The 3 large wolf puppets will be auctioned separately. The starting bid will be 3,000 spirit stones, with each increase must be above 200 spirit stones. Catching this moment of awe, Elder Mian started the auction for the 3 wolf puppets. 3,000 spirit stones. 3,200. 3,400. Due to the excitement from the previous performance, the 3 puppet beasts were all under extreme popularity, sold at the price of 3,600, 3,800 and 4,200 spirit stones each. Elder Mian, pleased about the rise in price, slowly took off the veil covering the third plate, revealing 20 or so strange-looking ashen tokens. 20 spirit opening tokens, given by the organization in charge of a spirit opening ceremony. If any fellow wishes for his descendants to be a cultivator but are unable to enter the 5 great sects, then this will be your best bet. But I must be clear, the 100 Spirit House has only been in contact with this organization once, and we are only in charge of helping them auction these tokens, as well as inform each of you the location and time of the ceremony. We hold no responsibility over anything else. Every token's starting bid will be at 500 spirit stones. The minimum bid is an extra 100 spirit stones. May the auction begin. Elder Mian briefly described the tokens and immediately started the auction. But it was obvious, the people in the hall are familiar with these tokens, as everyone showed expressions of jovial ecstasy. As the auction started, the prices rose exorbitantly, most being auctioned off at around 1,000 spirit stones. Lu Ming didn't feel that this was strange. The spirit opening token is the same as the token he had used for the ceremony to join the opening spirit ceremony of the barbarian ghost sect, and it represented a spot in the ceremony. But the tokens on this auction don't originate from the big sections. They are held by loose cultivators with their own resources and performed away from sight. These kind of spirit opening ceremonies were held with a lack of resources, and the people performing the ceremony had lacking lease and experience. Thus, the number of participants and the chances of success were much lower than the rituals from the other great sections. But they were at a low price with a chance for success. The ritual is still sought after by many and were the cause of countless loose cultivators. At least in this hall, 9 out of 10 people became spirit apostles this way. As the 20 tokens were auctioned off, Elder Mian's smile appeared to be even brighter. As he clapped his hands, 3 maids walked onto the platform. But this time, the plates in the maids' hands weren't covered and instead showed 3 small red bottles. The next auctioned items, I believe, are yearned by many in their dreams. These 3 bottles all originate from the same demonic pit, pure aura chi. Elder Mian glanced at the 3 small bottles, his eyes showing burning hot passion. Chapter 195, Fire Pure Aura and Mechanical Battle Armor. Chapter 195, Fire Pure Aura and Mechanical Battle Armor. What, it's really a pure aura chi in even 3 portions. I really made the correct choice in joining this auction. The last time pure aura chi appeared in Xuanjing, that was 3 years ago. In addition, there was only 1 portion and it was used as the finale auction item. Old Mian, what type of pure aura are these pure aura chis? After being shocked, the people within the hall started to discuss with each other. Quite a few people even stood up and stretched their necks while opening their eyes wide to get a better look at the 3 small bottles. Although only a small portion of the cultivators here were late spirit apostles, those who could get to the perfection stage were even fewer. However, it was still enough to make everyone go crazy about it. After, for loose cultivators like them, having a portion of pure aura chi in their hands meant that they had a slight chance to become a spirit master. As for how many of them could really get to the late spirit apostle level, it wasn't within their considerations. Those few perfection late spirit apostles hidden within the hall were also both surprised and excited. They all made a promise within their hearts to obtain a portion of pure aura chi. At this time, Elder Mian carefully took one of the small red bottles on the plate and took a deep breath before he took off the cap. Pooh! With the stimulant of the Elder's Fali to the bottom of the bottle, a wisp of red light peeked out of the bottle and started to circle around the small bottle like something alive. In addition, it emitted waves of slight heat. For the effect of pure aura chi, I won't talk about it too much. These 3 portions of fire pure aura are among the 5 elemental pure aura chis. When cultivated, not only can you use it to protect yourself and attack others, it will even have some amplification effects to fire-attributed spells and techniques. These can be considered to be the most popular pure aura chi. The 3 portions will be auctioned separately. Each portion will cost 20,000 spirit stones and each bid must increase by 1,000. Now the auction for the portion will start. When Elder Mian used his Fa Li again, the small bottle shot out a white light that sucked the red light back into the bottle. As soon as Elder Mian's words came out, the entire hall became silent. For a while no one dared to carelessly speak. Obviously, everyone wanted the fire pure aura, but they also knew that whoever opened their mouth first would not be able to obtain this pure aura chi. Lu Ming sat in a corner of the hall, and as he watched the 3 portions of pure aura chi, his heart started beating rapidly. Although the fire pure aura wasn't a rare pure aura, it was rare for 3 to appear at once. If he was able to obtain all of them, he had at least had a guarantee when he was pushing for the Spirit Master realm. However, the fire-attributed pure aura chi was not too pairing, and even if he cultivated it into aura chi, his strength wouldn't be too much different. In addition, with his wealth, it was possible to auction for 1 portion of pure aura chi, but to gain all 3 portions was a little impossible. But if he was only able to obtain 1 portion, then it wouldn't have much of a use, and Owner Chen's promise for a half-price item would only apply to 1 item. As Lu Ming weighed everything in his heart, he was still indecisive. At this time someone had finally called out a price. 20,000. 21,000. 23,000. Although there were quite a few people interested in this pure aura chi, most of the cultivators here were loose cultivators, and having a couple thousand spirit stones was remarkable for them. Although the competition was fierce, there were only about a dozen people making bids. In addition, quite a few of the voices had the backing of large factions. 32,000 spirit stones. I would like to be able to obtain the fire pure aura, and I hope that other fellows can give me face. A rough voice suddenly raised the price by thousands of spirit stone, and someone suddenly stood up in the middle of the hall. He then took off the cloak on his head to reveal a face that was full of blade scars before cupping hands to the people around him. It's actually Yu Shuesho from the Ground Wind Hall. This was a true perfection late spirit apostle that normal people wouldn't dare offend. When the surrounding people saw this ugly man's face, everyone started whispering to themselves, and their gazes towards the ugly man had hints of respect. 33,000 spirit stones? Old Yu, do you think that we don't want the pure aura chi? If you really want it, you'll have to pay more spirit stones. An emotionless voice replied without a moment of hesitation. Sir Gui, it's you. Do you really think that I would be afraid of you in terms of wealth? 35,000 spirit stones. When the ugly man heard this, he looked towards a skinny figure in a corner of the hall and was extremely enraged. 36,000 spirit stones. The skinny figure replied without hurry. 37,000 spirit stones. Although he knew that this price was slightly high, after a while, the ugly man still grit his teeth and yelled out his bid. Hee, to buy a fire pure aura for 37,000 spirit, fellow, you is extremely generous. I'll let fellow have it this time. Sir Gui laughed before giving up on the competition. Although the ugly man became extremely enraged when he heard this, he could only glint dangerously at the skinny man before leaving his seat to pay for the item after Elder Mian declared him the winner. With such a high price for this portion, the other 2 portions of fire pure aura were also sold for a price of 35,000 and 33,000 spirit stones. 1 portion was bought by the Sir Gui. After debating a while, Lu Ming didn't join in the auction for these 3 portions of pure aura chi. In the remaining time, under Elder Mian's lead, the auction started to take out totems as well as large amounts of rare pills and glyphs for auction. Although the value of these items could not be compared to the pure aura chi from before, the prices that they were auctioned at was at a range that was much more acceptable to them, and thus, the popularity of the bids was much more intense. Of which, Lu Ming had also spent around a couple thousand spirit stones and obtained 2 types of pills and 1 type of glyph. He rather ignored those expensive totems as if they didn't exist. 1 hour later, after a rare ice-attributed sword was auctioned away, Elder Mian's expression became serious as he took out an emerald green bottle from a plate that was held behind him. From within the bottle, he poured out a blood-red pill and raised it up into the light. I think that fellows have become quite impatient from waiting. Next up is the time for this auction's finale items. The first item is 3 blood-boiling pills that Master Fan Baizi personally refined. Our house has tested them and found that each pill can activate a person's essence blood for 2 hours and allow one's Fa Li to increase by 40% during that time. In addition, depending on the person's physical strength, the time period and effectiveness of the pill may increase. The only downside is that afterwards there might be a period of weakness about a month. However, as long as one eats recovering medicine, you can return to normal without any backlashes. Within the entire Dexian country, only Master Fan can refine such pills. In addition, because of the rarity of the materials used, Master Fan can only refine 3 pills within a couple of years. Thus, every pill is extremely precious, and according to Master Fan's intentions, all 3 pills must be auctioned at once. Thus, the start price will be 30,000 and the auction starts now. With Fan Baizi's fame, everyone in the hall did not question the blood-boiling pill's effects. In addition, a lot of factions were interested in these kinds of pills that could change the outcome of a fight and save one's life. Immediately, quite a few men who had their faces hidden started to bid. After a couple rounds of bidding, this bottle of boiling blood pills sold for a price of nearly 50,000 and was taken by a man with a black mask and green cloak. In addition, after he auctioned this bottle of pills, he immediately left the hall and didn't come back. When Lu Ming saw the results, he could not help but take in a deep breath. For the first time, he had a true understanding of the value of alchemy. At this time, Elder Mian took out the second finale auction item. It was surprisingly a square light yellow wood box. The surface of it had silver spirit markings and looked extremely mysterious. This thing is quite rare to see. Is there anyone here that can recognize this item? Elder Mian held up the wood box and asked with a hidden smile. When he asked this, all of the cultivators inside the hall caused a disturbance, but their glances at the box were all full of questions. Obviously, very few people were able to recognize it. This thing is quite familiar. Unless it is the mechanical battle armor. Half a moment later, someone said out hesitantly. So it's actually Brother Nan. That's to be expected. With Brother Nan's expertise on mechanics, it shouldn't be hard to recognize this item. This is indeed an extremely rare mechanical battle armor. This battle armor was made using a 1,000-year-old spirit bamboo with 100-year snake sinew. Not only can it transform into any form or shape, it also has amplification effects on attack, reinforcement and defense. Instead of describing, I shall allow everyone to witness its might. Elder Mian's eyes sparkled as he placed the wooden box on the table. Slapping the box with a hand, a groove appeared in the middle. A white flash soared across. A crystal the size of a thumb was thrusted into the groove. Elder Mian mumbled some incantations, as he thrusted a single finger towards the wooden box. The wooden box suddenly broke down into a myriad of prism-shaped shards, flying towards the elder's body. After a series of various sounds, Elder Mian suddenly had a sparkling gold armor on him. The design of it was quite antique and the whole body of the armor was made out of pieces of bamboo. They almost entirely covered Elder Mian's body. When this bamboo shield formed, countless silver inscriptions rushed out of the bamboo pieces. With a couple of twists, they formed an extremely intricate silver formation in front of and behind the armor. At this time, Elder Mian's arm moved and triggered some kind of mechanism on the armor. Immediately, a light flashed on his body and a light silver light barrier appeared to cover the elder. Chapter 196 Destruction Magic Column. Chapter 196 Destruction Magic Column. At this time, Tianhe, who was standing in a corner of the stage, suddenly raised his hand and shot 2 fireballs at the old man. Hong hong. The 2 fireballs that seemed to house quite a bit of power exploded but was only able to make the light barrier on Elder Mian shake before the barrier returned to its original state. Not only this, Baiqingya extended his arm and pulled out the sword that was strapped behind him. With a shake, a sword chi that was quite a few feet long shot out. Ping! The silver light barrier caved in before bouncing the sword chi away. At the same time, the barrier seemed unharmed. Seeing this scene, the cultivators underneath gave out an exclamation. Afterwards, Tianhe put away the sword and expressionlessly returned to his original spot. Then Elder Mian patted his waist and the armor transformed into a pair of yellow bamboo wings. With a slight flap, he raised into the sky and started to fly around the hall with impressive agility and speed. At the same time, the hall resounded with the elder's voice. This is the flying reinforcement ability of the mechanical armor. Not only is it much quicker than the normal soaring sky technique and even can hold its weight with the godly transport glyph. In addition, its flexibility in battle isn't something that normal reinforcement spells can compare with. Next, I'll demonstrate the attacking ability of this armor for fellows. After saying these few sentences, the images of Elder Mian disappeared from the ceiling and appeared back on stage with a smile. This made the cultivators in the hall all become stunned. At this time, Elder Mian raised both of his arms and aimed at a rock pillar near the stage. With a silver flash on his wrist, there were 2 elbow-thick silver tubes that extended out. With that came a flurry of mechanical sounds as each of the tubes shot out a blast of silver light. In the next moment, a sound of air splitting rang. Lights started flashing on the pillar, and when they disappeared, the pillar had countless small holes on it. When the audience focused their gaze, they saw that within each hole was a needle that was the size of a cow's hair. This made most people show extremely surprised expressions. With such a close distance, without using Li and to only use mechanical power to make the silver needles have such power was incredible. This kind of attack is the weakest of the mechanical armor's array of attacks. There are 2 more types of attacks, and thinking of the buyer, I won't demonstrate it. However, I believe that this is enough to prove the worth of the armor. Even if this isn't comparable to the legendary totem armor, because of its low Li usage, it is more suitable for spirit apostles like us. Elder Mia had pressed another button at some time, and within a couple of mechanical sounds, the armor returned into a light yellow wood box within a silver light. Elder Mian, this mechanical armor is indeed interesting. However, how many spirit stones does it cost to use once? Someone within the audience asked. The question that this fellow asked is great. I originally planned to talk about this. This mechanical armor is indeed useful, but normal spirit stones can't be used to activate it. It must be a wind attribute spirit stone, and the spirit stone must be at least of the middle tier. Elder Mian answered without hesitation. This answer naturally made the audience members take on different expressions. Alright, the abilities of this battle armor has been demonstrated. Now we will officially begin the auction. The minimum price is 50,000 spirit stones, and each increase in bid must be at least 2,000 spirit stones. Elder Mian grabbed the chance and announced the start of the bidding. However, this mechanical armor still made quite a few people want it, but 50,000 spirit stones was still enough to make many cut off thoughts of bidding for it. Although Lu Ming was quite interested in the mechanical armor for defensive ability, he already had the Scarlet Dragon Hide armor, and for attacking power, how could this armor compare to the Cyan Moon Sword? 50,000 spirit stones. After a moment of silence, finally, a familiar voice sounded. This was the Nan cultivator that recognized the mechanical armor earlier. Lu Ming's heart moved before looking in that direction. What he saw was that in another corner of the hall there was someone wearing a large hat that was pushed down, which covered his entire appearance. However, with the other people around him sitting far away, it was obvious that this wasn't a normal cultivator. 52,000 spirit stones. Another woman's voice sounded while her voice was extremely translucent, which made it unable for anyone to find her location. 54,000. The Nan cultivator's voice deepened, sounding as if he was unhappy. 56,000. The woman's voice was still unhurried. Fellow Hu, do you really think that I can't hear that it's you? You don't even know mechanical arts, so this mechanical battle armor is not of much use to you. The Nan cultivator could not help but question out loud. Brother Nan, I'm really sorry. Originally, with your expertise in mechanical arts, this mechanical battle armor should be yours. However, my master has personally named this thing to be bought. The woman gave a small laugh. Your master doesn't know anything about the mechanical arts. Once this mechanical battle armor is in my hands, I can replicate it within 20 to 30 years. I am determined to have this. Fellow Mian, I currently don't have too many spirit stones, but could I use other items to convert to spirit stones? The Nan cultivator heard this and was extremely enraged. If you don't have enough spirit stones, other items can be converted to spirit stones. According to usual auction rules, this will occur as usual. However, we will be taking a 10% fee. What kind of items does fellow Nan have? Elder Mian replied without showing much emotion. I have 2 newly crafted destruction magic column and 1 mechanical flying ship that only needs spirit stones to drive. Fellow can auction them off right now. The Nan cultivator replied. What, Brother Nan has refined a mechanical flying ship again? That is something that deserves congratulating. Elder Mian heard this and was quite surprised. It was as if the Nan cultivator's mechanical flying ship was a treasure that was quite impressive. When the others within the hall heard this, they also gave a slight commotion. The mechanical flying ship's crafting success rate is extremely low. I can successfully craft one every 3 to 4 years. I originally planned on keeping it for other uses. However, for this mechanical battle armor, I can't keep everything else. The Nan cultivator seemed quite helpless. Elder Mian nodded and showed his understanding. At this time, one of the servants used a plate to take the three things and quickly sent it to the stage. Fellow Nan's mechanic skills doesn't need my introduction. I'm sure that many of you might have heard. However, I will still demonstrate the effects of the destruction magic column and mechanical flying ship. Elder Main said this as he picked up a scarlet steel column that looked quite normal. He pointed it towards a granite pillar near the stage and used his thumb to lightly touch a protruding spot on the steel column. A mechanical sound clicked. The front of the steel column flashed as a ball of light shot out. However, once it was shot a couple dozen feet away, it automatically exploded and a huge crystal thread web covered the stone pillar in a flash. Immediately, threads of white gas appeared on the rock pillar and it created a layer of white frost on the pillar. When Lu Ming saw this, he was quite shocked. Although the name of destructing magic column seemed quite exaggerated, if it was suddenly used under a close distance, it was indeed a strong weapon for a secret attack. At this time, Elder Mian put down the steel column and announced with a smile. Every time the destruction magic column is used, you must change the spirit stone within it. 4 spirit stones of different attributes, the destruction magic web will have different types of effects. However, after use of 7 or 8 times, even if you change the spirit stones, the mechanical parts would still be broken. These 2 items were newly crafted and according to the market price, each of the items will start at a price of 5,000 spirit stones with an increase no less than 500 spirit stones each time. However, what was surprising was that once the elder's words left his mouth, the entire hall stayed quiet. For such a useful weapon there was actually not a single bid. The Nan cultivator sat where he was and anyone could see that his face was extremely ugly. Hee brother Nan. Although the destruction magic column is quite good, there have been multiple occurrences of the column exploding on itself. Who would carelessly buy this? The Hu woman let out a light laugh. What exploding column? The event was obviously because the destruction magic column had been overused beyond the limit and those fellows still tried to be greedy and kept on using it. The Nan cultivator heard this and was extremely angered. Even if I believe in these words, others need to also believe so. In addition, with me who Chunniang here, however buys your mechanical things would be against the person behind me. The Hu woman gave a cold sneer and replied. However, at this time, a faint male voice sounded in the hall. 5,000 spirit stones. The person who gave his bid was Lu Ming sitting in a corner of the hall. When these words left his mouth, not only did Hu Chuanyang's laugh stop, the cultivator sitting next to Lu Ming also looked at Lu Ming in shock. What is this fellow's name? Are you trying to go against me? Hu Chuanyang's voice immediately darkened. How could I go against you? I only have an interest in the destruction magic column. Lu Ming replied without the slightest feeling. Really? I hope that you won't regret what you're doing right now. Hu Chuanyang's words were full of threats. Elder Mian, this is your 100 spirit house's auction. For this kind of behavior of threatening others, is your house allowing it? The Nan cultivator saw this and immediately raised his head in fury. He was actually a middle-aged man that was quite skinny. Fellow Hu, please note this. When you threaten others again, I cannot help but cancel your right to this auction. Elder Mian naturally recognized Lu Ming's voice and although he felt that this was strange, once he heard Cultivator Nan's words, his face darkened and he replied back. Alright then I'll let fellow Nan get these couple thousand spirit stones. So what? Hu Chuanyang was silent for a moment before she gave a sneer and replied. Then she became silent. Chapter 197, Green Cave Flying Ship. Chapter 197, Green Cave Flying Ship. 5,000 spirit stones once. 5,000 spirit stones twice. 5,000 spirit stones thrice. Alright, this destruction magic column is now owned by this fellow. Now, the second destruction magic column will start auctioning and the bottom line is still 5,000 spirit stones. With no one fighting for it, Elder Mian quickly announced the winner of the first destruction magic column and started auctioning the second one. 5,000 spirit stones. Lu Ming sat in the same place while yelling out a price without any hesitation. This time, not only did everyone within the hall become surprised, even the Nan cultivator used a strange gaze to look at Lu Ming. However, for Lu Ming, since he had given up upon the pure fire aura and the other final items were either not suitable for him or too expensive, he had nothing else to buy. For these mechanical items that could increase his strength as soon as he got them, these were targets that he could not give up on. After all, the situation in Xuanjing was quite volatile and for every piece of strength that he could gain, it might save his life later. As for offending 1 or 2 cultivators who might be of the same level as him, he couldn't care less. However, what was surprising was that this time, Xuanjing only gave a cold sneer without saying anything. With this, the second destruction magic column was sold to Lu Ming. At this time, a servant walked beside Lu Ming, ready to lead him to pay the spirit stones and received items to be bought. However, Lu Ming waved his hand and lightly said, "I'm interested in the remaining auctions, so I'll wait a bit before paying." "Yes, then I'll wait a bit." The servant was only a normal practitioner and didn't know Lu Ming's status in the 100 Spirit House. After a slight pause, he respectfully replied. At this time, Elder Mian had taken out the last green ball on the plate and gave it a pat. Then he threw it in front of him. After a series gabbing sounds, a ship that was no longer than 20 feet appeared floating. The flying ship had a streamlined shape with the two ends sharp while the middle was quite wide. The two sides of the ship were embedded with over a dozen light green crystals, and at the bottom, there were the words, "Green Cave." The Green Cave mechanical flying ship doesn't need any refining or any FAL to be moved. All you need is wind-attributed spirit stones for it to fly. The quickest speed can reach up to 5 times the speed of the soaring sky technique, and it can transform smaller, which makes it easy to carry around. Fellow Nan's mechanical flying ships are famous within Xuanjing and is rumored to be at the same level as similar mechanical ships that the 9 Enchantment sect no longer sells to others. Each ship is equal to the price of a normal totem, and this ship is one of the better ones. However, the only flaw is that, like the previous destruction magic columns, the mechanical components within the ship will start to degrade as it used more and more, and the ship will eventually be unable to be used. After saying these things, Elder Mian made a hand sign and pointed at the flying ship before him. Pooh! The green ship turned into a streak of light as it flew forward. With only a shake, it steadily appeared at the end of the hall. With another blur, it turned into green light and shot back to the stage. The speed of the ship was so quick that it made many of the audience gasp in surprise. There is only one Green Cave flying ship, and the starting price is 15,000 spirit stones. Each bid must increase by more than 1,000 spirit stones. The auction will begin now. Elder Mian pointed at the flying ship and had it return to its original ball shape before speaking. 15,000 spirit stones. As soon as Elder Mian's voice fell, a rough voice yelled out a bid. Quite a few people were surprised by this and quickly looked back to find that the person yelling "OU" the bid had a large frame and wore black leather armor. In addition, he wore a minotaur mask on his face. "Old devil, sure, don't you already have the fire wings? What are you doing here?" Xuanjing's sharp voice rang out. When the people within the hall heard of this name, quite a few of their faces changed. It seemed like the infamy of this old devil sure was even greater than Xuanjing. "Fellow Hu, I gave up on the 2 destruction magic column on the face of your master, but this mechanical flying ship has great use to me." The man wearing the minotaur mask was not afraid in the slightest when he heard this. He gave a cold as he replied. "I understand you're trying to buy this as a present for him. However, your thoughts are going to be wasted. You're looking much too lightly of him if you think that just a mechanical flying ship will curry favor with him." Xuanjing wasn't angry after hearing the man's tough words and instead replied coldly. "This mechanical flying ship is merely my first present. When I see that person, I will naturally have another larger present. Isn't fellow Hu trying to do the same thing with the mechanical battle armor? Now, I want this mechanical flying ship, and you will get that mechanical battle armor, and we'll all be happy." Old Devil sure gave a laugh as he replied. The conversation between the two was missing a key element, but it made quite a few people within the audience start to think. A couple people even remembered something as they started excitedly talking to each other. "With your spirit stones, how could this mechanical battle armor still end up in my hands?" When Xuanjing heard this, she started showing some anger in her words. "That is not a matter that concerns me. You should blame your master for not willing to spend that many spirit stones on this." Old Devil sure started to laugh. Xuanjing's voice didn't sound again, but anyone could imagine how furious she was. 16,000 spirit stones. At this time, someone else made a bid. Hearing this, Old Devil sure was enraged, but when he saw who yelled out the bid, his eyes shrunk. It was Lu Ming again. Other people who saw this could not help but click their tongues in amazement. There really weren't many people that dared to offend both Xuanjing and Old Devil sure in Xuanjing. At this time, most people knew that Lu Ming had some kind of backing, who was probably a late spirit apostle or even a late perfection spirit apostle behind him. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare do something like that. 17,000. Old Devil sure's face darkened, but he didn't find trouble with Lu Ming. Rather, he coldly gave out his price. 18,000. 19,000. 20,000. When Lu Ming called out the bid of 20,000 spirit stones, old Devonshire finally closed his mouth. However, from his tightly closed hands, one could see that his heart wasn't as calm as his face. However, the price of 20,000 spirit stones for something that only had a set number of uses and could only be used to travel mechanical object was extremely high. If he kept bidding for it, even with old Devonshire's wealth, he would feel quite pained. Thus he could only give up. At this time, Xuanjing's gidge, laughter resounded within the hall. Anyone could hear the sarcasm in her voice. Fellow Hu, if you really want trouble, then I might have to find a time and test how your cultivation of the butterfly dance technique has been going. Old Devonshire said coldly. Looks like your rock sculpture devil technique has seen some improvements. However, if you're looking to vent your anger out on me, don't you think that you found the wrong target? The person that made you embarrassed wasn't me. Xuanjing said without any courtesies. I have to find the weaker ones. Compared to an unknown same-level cultivator, I would naturally feel more at ease fighting someone that I know. Old Devonshire replied in such a way. What are you saying that I'm the weaker one? When Xuanjing heard this, he became enraged. When Elder Mian heard all of this on the stage, he naturally felt a headache. Of course, he couldn't let the two of them start fighting in here. With a slight cough, he interrupted the two of them and announced with conviction. Since there are no other prices, then 20,000 spirit stones once, twice and thrice. Alright, this mechanical flying ship is also fellows. The old man waved his hammer and knocked at the table. Xuanjing and old Devonshire heard the result and seemed to lose interest in fighting instantly. One of them made A and sat back down without a sound as the other simply kept quiet. At this time, Lu Ming followed the servant's lead and left the hall. After passing a heavily guarded hallway, he came to a sealed room. Owner Qian, Sun Yin and the others were surprisingly there. Lu Ming gave a smile and naturally took off his cloak. Sir Qian, I didn't think that you would auction these mechanical items. Originally, I thought that you would take a portion of pure fire aura for yourself. Owner Qian seemed to have already known everything happening in the auction and immediately asked Lu Ming with a slightly curious voice. Although I could auction away a portion of pure fire aura, the attribute of the pure aura chi conflicts with my cultivation method. Thus, I could only give them up. As for these mechanical items, they are extremely useful and so auctioning them down isn't any loss for me. Lu Ming said vaguely. Oh, if the pure fire aura isn't suitable, then the final item in the auction is a portion of pure aura chi that might be suitable for Brother Qian. Xuan to the side said something while thinking. Brother Sun is joking. The final pure aura chi is extremely rare and even if it was at half price I would never been able to buy it. Lu Ming heard this and gave a bitter laugh. That's right. The final portion of pure aura chi is the legendary heavenly star aura. The symbol chi once cultivated, is extremely mysterious. Our house used a lot of money to buy this. The starting price will be 200,000 spirit stones and quite a few forces are staring at it. Sir Qian probably wouldn't be able to grab it. However, sir, be at ease, if our house finds the correct pure aura chi we will definitely hold it for sir. Owner Qian said with some regret. If it really is like that, then I'll thank Owner Qian. Lu Ming gave a slight smile and thanked. At this time, a side door to the sealed room opened and a pretty servant girl held a plate as she walked in. Alright, sir's auction mechanical object has arrived. The first 2 times will be 10,000 spirit stones and the final one will be 20,000 spirit stones. According to what I promised, the mechanical flying ship will only cost 10,000 spirit stones. With this, sir only needs 20,000 spirit stones to take away everything. Owner Qian looked over the things on the plate and gave a smile. Chapter 198, Xuanjing. Chapter 198, Xuanjing. Lu Ming naturally didn't object this and immediately fished out a bag from his bosom and threw it over. Owner Qian caught it and opened up the pouch. After inspecting the interior, he nodded his head and beckoned forwards. The beautiful maid instantly walked over discreetly. Lu Ming's sleeves shook and took all 3 items from the tray. A cup of tea later, when Lu Ming walked out of a side door of the large hall again, the Nan cultivator who wore a cloak, under the guidance of another attendant, happened to walk into him. After he saw Lu Ming, his body couldn't help but faintly shake. Thank you for fellow's help just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to buy that mechanical battle armor. However, I don't like owing people a favor, so in the future if fellow needs a mechanical device manufactured, please visit South Bamboo Temple. I will definitely try my best to help. The Nan cultivator suddenly spoke and proceeded to shake his sleeves. A light yellow-colored bamboo slit shot towards Lu Ming. Since this is the case, haggling more would be impolite. Although Lu Ming felt a bit surprised by what he heard, he naturally didn't decline such a good thing and caught the bamboo medallion in one hand. Subsequently he walked past the other person. When he returned to his seat again, four spirit apostles wearing black-green malevolent masks had already appeared on the stone stage. After they had walked to the four corners of the stage, a remarkably beautiful woman with looks that far surpassed the previous female servants carefully walked onto the tall stage, clutching a small light golden-colored bottle. After Elder Mian received the small bottle, in a solemn expression, he said to everyone in the large hall, "Next will be the last auction good at this auction. It will also have the highest base price out of any items in the auction. I'm sure there are many fellows here who have already heard of its reputation before. That's right, it is the item our 100 spirit houses spent countless expenditures for before finally acquiring one heavenly star aura. This pure aura is absolutely both rare and abnormal. Even in the entire Yunchuan continent, the number of times it has appeared definitely does not surpass 5. Using this pure aura chi to condense a symbol chi will not only render exceptional effects on attack and defense, it will also connect with the stars during the night, aiding cultivation to an inconceivable extent." Once the elder finished speaking, he opened the lid of the small bottle and took in a deep breath. Subsequently he used Fa Li to slightly expedite the bottle. Pooh! From within the bottle flew out a gold-colored sunrise that danced around the small bottle, causing the nearby air to sparkle with specks of gold light. It seemed to resemble a sky filled with stars, faintly discernible but eminently beautiful. This is heavenly star aura. It truly is extraordinary. Those who knew that the last item auction would be heavenly star aura unwaveringly stared at the extraordinary spectacle on the stone stage and muttered to themselves. As for those who didn't know about this item prior, they were even more dumbstruck, tongue-tied and in awe. In addition, there were a few mysterious people in the large hall who had maintained indifference towards the earlier part of the auction. Currently, all of them were invigorated and their eyes ardently stared at the small golden bottle with a frenzied look. Okay, this old man doesn't need to say anything else. One portion of heavenly star aura has a base price of 200,000 spirit stones. Each time the price increases, it cannot be less than 5,000 spirit stones. Elder Mian let the uproar below calm down momentarily before using the small bottle to put away the golden sunset. Then he composedly spoke. 210,000. A person completely enveloped by a gray robe instantly gave a price. 230,000. Another person wearing a ghost mask didn't hesitate to add another 20,000. 240,000. An eminently gloomy voice drifted around the big hall like a demon. Adding such small amounts? How long do I have to wait before we end it? I'll say 30,000 spirit stones. Let's see who still dares compete with me. An aged voice let out a wild laugh. Once this price was given, not only did countless people in the large hall give a blank look, but those calling out prices were also extremely shocked. For an instant, the entire large hall was completely silent. An hour later, Lu Ming appeared alone on a seemingly remote street. On both sides, aside from a few shabby-looking shops, it didn't seem like many people walked on this street. Nevertheless, he didn't hesitate to slowly walk on the street. After turning east and west, he suddenly entered an empty alley. Lu Ming's gaze swept through the alley. Suddenly, without turning his head, he said, "Ever since I've left the auction, fellow has been following me. Your cultivation is rather close to mine. Do you really believe that you can evade my attention? You really are the newly famous Mr. Qian of 100 Spirit House. If this really is the case, then I would like to ask Mr. why he ruined my actions during the auction?" A figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the alley. A slim and slender figure had taciturnity blocked off that area. It turns out it is fellow Hu. I had thought the probability of it being fellow sure was higher. Lu Ming indifferently replied before finally turning around. Not far behind him was a young lady wearing a white scarf over her face. Her head was covered in green jewels but exposed a pair of indignant eyes. She happened to coldly be looking at him. Although most of this woman's face had been covered, her eyes and eyebrows gave off a feeling of familiarity. This caused Lu Ming to faintly freeze while he couldn't help but stare closely at the opposing party's face with a look of suspicion. I didn't realize that the rumored Mr. Qian surprisingly was a lecher. When the lady whose face was covered saw Lu Ming gaze intently at her, she was extremely angry and her tone became even colder. What did you just say, fellow Hu? I'm sorry, I just suddenly discovered that fellow was extremely similar to someone. Therefore I was a bit absent-minded. At this moment, Lu Ming had just been awakened from his daydream. He abruptly laughed and cupped his fists towards the lady. Similar to someone? Does fellow Chen believe that I will really believe these words? Forget about it, we'll speak about this later. The question I asked fellow Early still hasn't been answered. Xuanjing was a bit skeptical, but her expression ended up easing a bit. What can I reply with? I fancied those several mechanical items and naturally made a bid. Does fellow have any questions? Lu Ming faintly smiled in response. Even if fellow Chen did it unintentionally, doing such a thing still ruined my major plans. How do you explain that? Xuanjing harumphed. I didn't have a choice. Fellow who can only consider it as bad luck. However, if fellow still feels wronged, then we can only have a fight. After all, to us loose cultivators the stronger one naturally is the correct one. Lu Ming laughed. Fine. I also want to experience Mr. Chen's true skill. I don't know when Mr. has the free time to compare skills with me. Faced with this circumstance, the young lady was a bit suspicious in her heart, but didn't let it show on her face. Another day wouldn't be the same as when we bumped into each other. How about now? Of course, this place isn't suitable for fighting. How about we go to the peak of Iron Mountain a few kilometers away from Xuanjing's west gate? I will leave first. I will look forward to your arrival there. Lu Ming let out a laugh. His figure then moved and he flashed past the young lady's body like a light wind. Xuanjing was shocked, but ultimately watched Lu Ming rush back to the street and stride toward Xuanjing's west gate. Fine, I would like to see what kind of demon you are. Such unexpected brazenness. The young lady's face under the muslin underwent a cold change, but she finally followed him after a stamp. Several hours later on a small mountain peak outside of Xuanjing's west gate, Lu Ming and Xuanjing faced each other from a distance. Since it's a competition, there must naturally be a wager. If I win, Mr. Chen will hand over the newly acquired pieces of mechanical items. On the other hand, if fellow is to win, I will offer this pure fire aura. Xuanjing coldly looked at Lu Ming for a while before bluntly speaking and suddenly revealing a light red bottle in one hand. Pure fire aura. It turns out such an item unexpectedly fell into fellow's hand. No wonder you were powerless in competing for this mechanical armor. This item is about the same price as what I bid for my item. Then we'll do as you say. Lu Ming's gaze flashed and his expression turned rather serious for the first time. Very good, then shall I let Mr. Chen witness the power of my famous butterfly dance technique? Xuanjing replied. After putting away the small bottle, her sleeves abruptly shook and multiple five-colored clouds of light suddenly emerged. These clouds of light condensed extremely quickly. They rapidly proliferated and in an instant they covered almost half of the surrounding space. Seeing this, Lu Ming's two eyes couldn't help but narrow. Xuanjing suddenly let out a delicate shout and all the balls of light began whirling around and they transformed into enormous five-colored butterflies. When their wings extended and shook, together the entire sky became a beautiful butterfly silhouette that rushed towards Lu Ming. At the same time, the young lady's body twisted and in an indistinct movement had dissolved into the enormous butterfly silhouette, disappearing without a trace. Lu Ming's heart faintly trembled, but he suddenly performed a one-handed sign. Instantly, specks of green light flashed in front of him and 7 to 8 wind blades let out a sharp cry and they violently rushed forth. Dang dang. The green wind blades passed into the butterfly silhouette's body, but were repelled by something within. Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't say anything and shook his sleeve. From within suddenly shot out a few scarlet-red fireballs. A few hong sounds rang out. The fireballs hadn't actually reached the butterfly silhouette when they were abruptly chopped to pieces by a few cold light that shot out from within the silhouette. Lu Ming's face darkened and the black gas on the surface of his body began to suddenly surge. Instantly, it transformed into black tentacles that violently danced about. Just at this moment, the butterfly silhouette in the sky abruptly rolled up and enveloped Lu Ming with magnificent illusion. Lu Ming was already under the protection of the light shroud given off by the violent dance of the black tentacles. He stood far away and coldly watched the beautiful butterfly that omnipotently danced about. His gaze continuously moved back and forth and a faint cyan-colored short sword had already appeared in his hand. Suddenly, the omnipotent butterfly silhouette slightly congealed and from two completely different directions, a cold light chopped across. Dang dang. Lu Ming's wrist shook and two cyan-colored sword cheese cleaved outwards. They accurately pushed back the two cold blades. Following this, he gave a low roar and the short sword in his hand was brandished once and suddenly, countless cyan-colored sword auras erupted forth, transforming into a full cyan-colored moon that rushed into the sky. Chapter 199, Exchange. Chapter 199, Exchange. After the cold light of the cyan moon brushed past and the countless butterfly shapes all dispersed one by one. Bang! Two cold lights struck on the cyan moon ruthlessly, but they were forcefully rebounded with a quiver. With a blur of a certain part of the butterfly shadows, a shadow of a young woman appeared. She took a couple of steps back when she landed on her feet. "You are holding the cyan moon sword." Xuanjing stared at the short sword in Lu Ming's hand with a sense of surprise on her face. The true abilities of fellow who is not this butterfly dream technique but on the path of sword cultivation, right? Lu Ming asked frankly after the black tentacles dispersed. What path of sword cultivator? I don't know what you're talking about, and you still haven't answered my questions that I asked you before. When Xuanjing heard this, her face expression changed, but she immediately changed it back to a calm state. In this case, does fellow who know a disciple from Heavenly Moon sect called Zhang Xuanjing? Lu Ming smiled and asked again unintentionally. Zhang Xuanjing, who are you? This time Zhang Xuanjing could not stay calm anymore and shouted after a flash in his eyes. Then the lady shook her sleeves and two short white swords appeared in her hands. At the same time, a terrifying and extremely sharp aura erupted from her body. Hehe, it seems that I didn't guess wrong. Fellow who is no doubt the supervising disciple for Heavenly Moon sect in Xuanjing. No need to panic, fellow, let me show you something first. Seeing this, Lu Ming instead clasped his hands. He smiled. He moved his arms and a ray of silver light shot out. Xuanjing's expression twitched. One of her short swords slashed in front of her with skill and an invisible power surged out. With a tremble, the ray of silver light paused before the young woman. It was actually the light silver token that Lu Ming was assigned to confirm his identity as the supervising disciple of the barbarian ghost sect. When Lu Ming first saw that Xuanjing was quite similar to the Heavenly Moon sect's disciple that had the sword communication spirit body, he started to suspect the true identity of Xuanjing. Thus, he purposefully used the special effect of the cyan moon sword, and once Xuanjing recognized the sword, he was almost entirely sure of her identity. So fellow Qian is the new supervising disciple of the barbarian ghost sect. You gave me quite the fright. However, how did this cyan moon sword end up in your hands, and how did you meet cousin Xuanjing? Xuanjing carefully looked at the silver token and her short swords disappeared. Then, she grabbed the token to examine before letting out a long sigh. It's not too easy for me to talk about the cyan moon sword. As long as you ask your sect, you should get the answer. As for fellow Zhang, I met her a couple of times during the life and death trials. Lu Ming answered unhurriedly. Life and death trial. You must be a core disciple of the barbarian ghost sect. However, for such a young core disciple of the barbarian ghost sect, how would I not know you? Xuanjing paused. Hehe, I recently became a core disciple in the sect, and my appearance right now isn't my true appearance. Fellow not recognizing me is to be expected. Lu Ming gave a light cough as he replied. Kiki, so Junior Chin's real age shouldn't be too large and you should be calling me senior. However, you seemed quite arrogant and experienced and I didn't see any flaws. When the young woman heard this, she looked over Lu Ming before starting to laugh. Senior is giving me too much credit. I think that I merely have a bit of talent and camouflage. However, at this point, shouldn't Senior who also let me verify your identity? Lu Ming gave a smile. Your age might not be big, but you are still quite careful. Here, this is my supervising token. Xuanjing curled her lips before she took out a silver token and threw it over with Lu Ming's token. Lu Ming's sleeve moved and grabbed both of the tokens. After lowering his head and making a quick check, he found that whether it was the make, style, material or weight, they were all the same. Lu Ming's fingers used some force and the Heavenly Moon sect token was as hard as before without any damages. With this, Lu Ming relaxed and said, "Thanks you." He then threw the Heavenly Moon sect token back. However, I'm a little confused. Junior confidently first revealed your identity. If you guessed wrong and I couldn't take out my token, how would you have fixed such a wrong? Xuanjing grabbed her token as she asked. That's simple. All I needed to do was keep you here forever to not have any trouble. Lu Ming gave a slight smile as he replied. Your tone is worthy of a core disciple of the barbarian ghost sect. However, since you were able to survive the life and death trial, it looks like you have some skill. However, let me warn you. Don't think that because you are a core disciple of a large sect, you can rule over loose practitioners of the same level. These loose practitioners might not have foundations that are as solid as sect disciples, but in order for them to stay alive to such a point, they are all extremely powerful people. When fighting, they won't be like us sect disciples who will be bound by rules. If there's a sliver of a chance, they will use any method to fight. They are not our opponents, but in a life or death fight, us sect disciples are usually the ones at a disadvantage. In addition, these loose cultivators usually are quite old when they have cultivated to that level. Whether it's the accumulation of FA or fighting experience, we cannot compare with them. Xuanjing said seriously. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. I was indeed quite arrogant. Lu Ming felt a fear within his heart as he stiffened his expression and bowed to say thanks. Yes, looks like you aren't really arrogant. That's good. If it was the previous barbarian ghost disciple who did not know the difference between the heaven and the earth, I would have left right away. Seeing the humble manner of Lu Ming, Xuanjing nodded his head in satisfaction. Xuanjing approached the senior for my sect? Lu Ming heard this and suddenly thought of something. I know what you're thinking. However, you don't need to ask much. I never made contact with the previous supervising disciple. After seeing that he wasn't someone to be working with, I didn't appear before him with my identity. Up until his disappearance, he didn't know that I was in the Heavenly Moon sect. Xuanjing saw the thought of Lu Ming and gave a smile. As the supervising disciple of the Heavenly Moon sect and staying at Xuanjing for so long, Senior should have some sort of clue about my senior's disappearance. Lu Ming blinked before laughing. It would be impossible to say that I have not a single thread of evidence, but why should I tell you? When Xuanjing heard this, she gave Lu Ming a slanted glance. To have Senior give information without any compensation is indeed a little too much. How about this? I will exchange information with Senior. This way we will both benefit. Lu Ming paused before replying. Exchanging information? How long have you come to Xuanjing, so what kind of information do you have? Xuanjing said with disdain. If I say that I know where the root of Xuanjing's confusion is, would you be interested? Lu Ming touched his chin before giving a smile. You know the root? You are joking, right? I have only barely gotten information about this matter. Xuanjing was shocked after hearing such a thing and stared into the eyes of Lu Ming. How about this, we will both write a name and show each other, checking if they are the same. Lu Ming said with patience. Each write out a name? Alright, that's a solution. If Junior really knows the information about the root, there will be value in exchanging information. Xuanjing's expression moved before she nodded. In the next time, each of two of them took out a glyph pen and some silver powder to write a couple of words in their palms. Then they made fists and gradually brought them together before opening them. In the end, Lu Ming wrote out Royal Family in his palm while the young woman had Government. Seeing this scene, Xuanjing's expression changed. Looks like Junior Qian does have some skill to have already gone that far in so little time. It was also a coincidence for me to gain this information. Lu Ming's face didn't change, but his heart loosened. Although he knew that the current emperor was a monster, whether or not he was the actual root of change in Xuanjing, it was only a guess. Alright, since Junior really does have some information, you have qualification to exchange information with me. For fairness, we'll each ask one sentence. What do you want to know the most of right now? The young woman put on a serious expression. Looks like Senior really doesn't want to have any losses. What I want to know the most right now is whether Senior knows what faction is responsible for my senior's disappearance. When I came, I was ambushed by a group of people, and hearing their words, it should be the same faction. Lu Ming also became serious. Junior was ambushed? Those people really do move fast. When your previous supervising disciple went missing, if I'm not guessing wrong, it was because of the Black Spirit Group. The young woman frowned before regaining composure. Black Spirit Group did this? How do you know? Lu Ming showed much surprise. With how mysterious the Black Spirit Group was, they were one of Lu Ming's suspects. Wouldn't this be the second question? It's time for me to ask. The young woman gave a white eye before speaking. I am being impatient. Senior can ask away. Lu Ming paused before giving a bitter smile. Among those who ambushed you, was there a late spirit apostle or black spirit messenger? Out of Lu Ming's expectation, the young woman didn't ask about the government but rather about what he was ambushed before. What are black spirit messengers? I only know that among those that ambushed, most of them were normal practitioners and only 2 were true cultivators. One was a middle spirit apostle and the other was a late spirit apostle. Lu Ming's thought turned as he slowly replied. Chapter 200, Combining Forces. Chapter 200, Combining Forces. If there is a late spirit apostle, then he, undoubtedly, is the Black Spirit Messenger. Before this man fell, didn't he decide to blow himself up? Xuanjing said after a cold laugh. He did blow himself up. Is something weird going on with this Black Spirit Messenger? Lu Ming asked as his facial expression twitched. I don't know too much, I only know that all the Black Spirit Messengers of the Black Spirit Group are late Spirit Apostle. Furthermore, when they encounter a strong enemy that they cannot defeat, they will blow themselves up and die with the strong enemy. But after a while, another Black Spirit Messenger with the same number as the one that died will appear in the Black Spirit Group. The young woman said dolefully. There is such an evil thing? Lu Ming became shocked after hearing what the lady just said. If it wasn't so, when the Black Spirit Group appeared in Xuanjing, how could they capture this large area from the other huge forces and also become fear-inspiring throughout Xuanjing until today? Xuanjing said after she resumed her calmness. All right. Senior, do tell me how you knew that the Black Spirit Group assaulted the previous supervising disciple of our sect. Lu Ming asked after pondering in silence for a moment. It is because I bribed someone in the Black Spirit Group. Unfortunately, the level of the person I bribed was too low. After the incident, I deduced according to the clues the person provided and guessed that the previous supervising disciple was killed by the Black Spirit Group. I was told that the Black Spirit Group sent 2 messengers and uprooted the previous supervising disciple along with the small clear temple. Xuanjing said lightly. Does Senior know why the Black Spirit Group attacked our previous supervising disciple? I don't believe that without special reason the Black Spirit Group, as a loose cultivator association, would offend my barbarian ghost sect. Lu Ming nodded before asking. Before I answer, isn't it time for Junior to explain how you know that the root of Xuanjing's chaos is in the royal family? The young lady asked unhurriedly. It's easy, the government official that I saved told me some secrets about the emperor. Lu Ming replied without hesitating. Are you talking about Emperor Xuanjing? Xuanjing listened until here and her facial expression changed. Correct, it is indeed the master of this Xuanjing. Lu Ming replied. Good, I'm getting more and more interested in Junior's information. According to the news I heard, the previous supervising disciple was killed because the Black Spirit Group heard that he had found an important secret about the group. The young lady's eyes shone with light as she said rapidly. Killed because of knowing a secret? Looks like the secret discovered by my senior isn't something small. Lu Ming said thoughtfully. Most likely so. However, you don't need to ask me what secret that is as I do not know anything about it. Now, I want to know what's the secret about the emperor that the official gave you. Xuanjing finally asked the most important question. The secret is, Xuanjing is not human, maybe he's been switched. Lu Ming replied slowly. What, how is this possible? Xuanjing's pupils shrank as she gasped. Why, Senior who didn't heard anything about this. Then why were you suspecting the government before? Lu Ming asked without changing his expression. I suspect the government because of those old monsters and gold spirit guests. The young woman replied after her expressions darkened for a while. Senior is talking about the cultivators that were trained by the government itself and the couple of gold spirit guests who are at the late perfection level. Why is this? Lu Ming asked shocked. Because these people strangely went into a retreat at the same time, and after they went into the retreat, the entire government became strange. Not only did they no longer control the various factions within Xuanjing, they also no longer took notice of the actions of the Marquis and princes, allowing them to crazily absorb loose practitioners from outside of Xuanjing to grow their strengths. This made the entire Xuanjing fall into such disarray. The young woman gave a sigh. If that's the case, these government cultivators and gold spirit guests have some suspicious areas. Lu Ming said with some realization. Junior won't believe anything that comes out of the government official, right? What did he say originally, and is there any evidences? Xuanjing asked respectfully. The original story is very long. When I asked him, I used a couple of recording glyphs to copy his words for future use. As for his evidence, Senior who will understand after finishing. Lu Ming said unhurriedly. With the flip of his hand, a faintly white glyph appeared between his fingers and fluttered along with the wind. With a pu sound, the glyph transformed into fire as it ignited spontaneously. At this moment, the voice of Mr. Sun resounded in the midst of the fire. Since Mr. Chen had rescued me from prison, I will tell you all of the secret that I have concealed deep down in my heart. However, I wouldn't dare to stay in Xuanjing after I tell you this secret. Thus, I hope that Immortal can have my family. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the fire replayed the conversation Lu Ming had with Mr. Sun without fail. Then it stopped sounding after the fire dispersed. So that's how it is. If that's the case, then the retreat of the government cultivators and gold spirit guests would most likely be because of the non-human Xuanjing emperor. If that's the case, then most of the matters make sense. As for the scale that he talked about, Junior must have it. Can I look at it? Xuanjing muttered to herself before looking at Lu Ming with a shred of nervousness. Of course there is no problem. I wanted to borrow Senior's experience to judge what kind of monster this scale came from. Lu Ming naturally did not object, and after nodding, he brought out a small jade box. After opening it, the light green scale was quietly sitting there. Xuanjing took over the jade box and carefully took out the scale. With a glint in her eyes, she started to carefully look at it. After a couple of moments, the girl shook her head as placed the scale back into the jade box and replied to Lu Ming. I am extremely regretful and I can't recognize this scale. However, like what Junior said, Xuanjing definitely isn't human. However, this thing is extremely large, and if we just return the message back to the sect right now, it might not work out in our favor. I thought like that too. Therefore, I haven't told too many people about this, because if there are any mistakes, not only will we not have done good but rather have many misgivings. Lu Ming agreed. Junior is quite experienced. How about this? Let's not send the message back and first try to get some more evidence before sending a message back to the sect. That way there won't be another mistake. The young woman thought for a second before replying. Since this matter involves the current emperor and the government, it definitely isn't something that you or me as supervising disciples can individually take care of. Once we get enough evidence, we can just hand it all to the sect. Lu Ming nodded. All right. However, in order to receive evidence, we probably need to make contact with that Xuanjing emperor. Half a month later is the ceremony for honoring ancestors. The person that I am under will go inside the palace and will definitely bring me along. At that time, I'll see what I can do and find some evidence within the palace. The young woman suddenly thought of something as she replied. Senior, who is under? Lu Ming paused before suddenly realizing and asking back. It's the 7th prince. Arrogant and wild fellow. The young woman frowned. 7th prince, if it's the ceremony for honoring ancestors by the royal family, he will definitely enter the palace. However, under such situations the palace will be extremely guarded. Senior going in to collect evidence, wouldn't that be too dangerous? Lu Ming thought about this before still being worried. One will not get tiger cubs unless one enters the tiger cave. If Junior does not feel safe, why don't you try to get into the palace with me? If Junior accompanies me, then I would be at ease. The young woman gave a laugh. Then whatever. I am currently a guest in name for the 100 Spirit House. I fear that I won't be able to find my way into the palace. Lu Ming cracked his mouth open for a smile. Is Junior planning on making contact with the 3rd Marquis that has a relationship with the 100 Spirit House? Xuanjing smile disappeared as she asked. I do indeed have such plans. If I get close to that 3rd Marquis, me entering the palace shouldn't be too hard. What, is there something wrong with that? Lu Ming heard something from her tone as his brow creased. Although I don't have specific evidence, this 3rd Marquis is not simple. I believe that he might have some connections with the Black Spirit Group. The young woman paused for a second before speaking uncertainly. What, a connection with the Black Spirit Group? Lu Ming was known to be cool, but after hearing this he gave a huge jump in fright. Yes, the person that I bribed saw Black Spirit messengers walk into the 3rd Marquis house multiple times, and ever since the Black Spirit Group appeared in Xuanjing, the 3rd Marquis has stayed within his house and not shown himself in public much. In addition, I've heard rumors over the years that loose practitioners have entered the 3rd Marquis house, but a portion of them never appeared again. It's really quite suspicious. The young woman said seriously. Thank you for Senior's reminder. I know what to do. Lu Ming's face darkened for a while before letting out a long breath. I also believe with Junior Qian's intelligence, managing this issue won't be a problem. Xuanjing gave a light laugh. That's right. Does Senior who know the situation of the other 3 supervising disciples and whether we should first talk to them? Lu Ming thought of something else as he asked. Those 3 idiots? If Junior Qian doesn't want to one day be surrounded and killed by others like your senior, it's best if you forget that idea. When the young woman heard this, her face was full of mockery. Chapter 201, Divine Secret Goddess. Chapter 201, Divine Secret Goddess. What, are the people from the other 3 sects unreliable? Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. These 3 supervising disciples are not only unreliable, they might have even been bought off by certain factions. However, to be safe, I never made any contact with them. If Junior doesn't believe me, you can make contact, but if something happens, don't involve me in it. Xuanjing gave a sneer. I understand. Senior can tell me their identities and I will be careful. Lu Ming nodded and responded without a change in expression. Since Junior is like that, I'll gift you the information about the three for free. Xuanjing gave a laugh after hearing that. Afterwards, she fished out a paper and wrote a couple of lines on them with a glyph pen. Then she threw it at Lu Ming. Lu Ming grabbed it, and after lowering his head to look at it a couple of times, he memorized it deep into his head. He then rubbed his hands together. Pooh! A wisp of fire appeared between the palms. The paper became dust instantly under the fire. That's right, Senior said that you needed to buy the mechanical battle armor on the auction in order for the 7th prince to curry favor to someone. What does this mean? Lu Ming seemed to have thought of something. Oh, is Junior also interested? However, this isn't a huge secret and Junior doesn't know because you recently came to Xuanjing. Has Junior ever heard the name of Divine Secret Goddess? The young woman gave a small laugh. This girl is a loose cultivator that appeared in the Haiyu country. It is said that she has the divine will body and can communicate with the will of the heavens and earth since she was alive. And she can calculate out the life of a person even to the point of pointing out where the fortunes of someone's life are and also turn disaster into fortune. At the start, no one believed her, but after a couple of loose practitioners that she had predicted for had their predictions become true, the whole of Haiyu country became shocked. One of the most famous events was that a late perfection spirit apostle loose practitioner that was over 30 years old found a fortune under her guidance and successfully condensed symbol chi to actually become a spirit master. The young woman slowly said. Impossible, how could there be something like that? Lu Ming heard these words and became shocked. That's right. A lot of people heard this and had reactions similar to Junior. However, the loose practitioner that condensed the symbol chi was known by many within the Haiyu country and he had no chance to become a spirit master. In addition, this loose practitioner became a follower to the divine secret goddess as thanks. Many people witnessed this. In addition, when the girl first got her fame, the sects of the Haiyu country seemed to want to do something with her, but they quieted down for some reason. With this, the fame of the divine secret goddess became larger and larger to the point where loose practitioners from other countries went to Haiyu country to have her predict the future for them. It is said that her predictions are quite reliable. Thus, this girl's fame has spread more and more. Even quite a few loose practitioners in the Dishan country believe in this girl. No matter if this girl has true skill or is faking it, she is indeed a mysterious character. In addition, a couple of months ago, she gave word that she would conduct a divine secret meeting, and would help some lucky people to point them to their fortunes. However, the only method in entering this meeting is a mechanical object that satisfies it. Otherwise, you wouldn't even see her face. Xuanjing gave a laugh. So that's it. Looks like the 7th prince and the old devil sure both want to join this meeting and thus were so impatient on the auction to obtain mechanical objects. However, will Senior who also be in this divine secret meeting? Lu Ming said thoughtfully. If the 7th prince is attending, then I can't avoid it. In addition, I am also quite curious and I want to see what this divine secret goddess is like to see if her predictions are so reliable. The young woman said without emotion. After hearing Senior Hu's words, I am also quite interested. Lu Ming muttered. If Junior wants to join, then it won't be hard with the mechanical flying ship. However, if you want for the divine secret goddess to make a prediction for you, it is rumored that you must have another large gift. So would Junior Qian really afford such a large expense? Xuanjing gave a small laugh as she replied. Another large gift. Ahem, then I'll decide at that time. When Lu Ming heard this, he clenched his teeth. We have left long enough. If we don't go back, there might some discerning people who will notice it. You don't have to contact me in the near future, and if there are any matters, we can wait until the royal family's ceremony to honor their ancestors. Xuanjing first laughed before becoming serious. Relax, I know what to do. Lu Ming naturally knew the meaning behind her words and gave a smile. All right, then I'll leave first. The young woman nodded with satisfaction. With a single-handed technique, she created a gray cloud under her foot and actually left immediately. Lu Ming stayed in the same place as his face was full of thought. Obviously he was digesting the information that he got. After a while, his expression loosened as if he had thought through something. With a stomp, he also rose up into the sky. 3 days later. Lu Ming and Chen Ruping appeared on a path on the Immortal Dawn Mountain and walked towards the cave that he had rented. Not long later, he brought the young girl beside a small river that was slowly flowing. Although it was called a small river, it would be more accurate to be called a large, small stream. Besides the small river was a patch of emerald green bamboo forest. Lu Ming gave a slight smile and brought the young girl next to the bamboo forest. Then he found a green token and after pouring Fa Li into it, he waved it at the bamboo forest. Pooh! From the token flew out a chain of light white inscriptions and disappeared in the bamboo forest with a flash. In the next moment, the bamboo forest started buzzing. The space before him gave an abnormal fluctuation and the sight before him disappeared with dots of white light. After the bamboo forest disappeared, it was replaced by a large green rock wall in the distance. Underneath the rock wall, there was a rock door that had a few silver inscriptions on it. Repelling, this will be our new dwelling. In the next few years we might be living here. Seeing this, Lu Ming turned around to give the young girl behind him a laugh. That's great. From now on I can officially start training with Brother Ming. Repelling saw the sight before her as her eyes lit up and her face was full of excitement. Lu Ming gave a smile as he waved the token in his hand towards the rock door. Then, the silver inscriptions on the door lit up and the door slowly opened. Lu Ming brought the young girl as he walked forwards. 15 minutes later, he placed the young girl at the dwelling and placed a couple of things that he had by his side down. Then he appeared in a secret room of the cave by himself. With a motion of his body he sat down at the futon. Then, his eyes flashed as he thought about future plans. Not long ago he had just said goodbyes to Qian Chao and Elder Mian to officially leave the Qian house. Now that the auction had successfully met its end, the Gathering Wealth building had lost quite a bit with the previous battle. In the near term they couldn't do anything against the 100 Spirit House. Thus when he left, although Qian Chao felt quite disappointed, he did not actually block him. Of course at this time the poison on Qian Chao had also been completely removed. And when he left, unless something large happened to the 100 Spirit House, under normal circumstances, owner Qian would follow the agreement and not easily send people to bother his cultivation. Of course, part of the reason Lu Ming came rushing to the Immortal Dawn Mountain was because his future plans needed to be hidden away from the eyes and ears of the Qian house, but another part was because he planned to start learning alchemy from Fan Baizi quickly. The day before he had already gone to Fai Baizi to take the first class on the alchemy. However, at Fan Baizi's cave, this alchemy master didn't let him do anything. Rather, he talked about a bunch of the basics of alchemy along with his own experience in learning alchemy. Lu Ming had learned a small part of these things from books, but he had not heard a large portion of Fan Baizi's lecture. Thus he still benefited greatly. However, the next time, Fan Baizi would be personally instructing Lu Ming on the practical skills of alchemy. Of course, the cost of the materials for refining would be on Lu Ming. When Lu Ming thought about the problem of spirit stones, Lu Ming frowned. When he had auctioned off the 3 mechanical items, the spirit stones on him were lessened by more than half. In addition, he had to continually pay for the rent of the cave and alchemy material in the future. Thus, he would have to find methods to sell off the spirit materials that he wouldn't be using in order to gain a sum of spirit stones. After all, when he exited out of the secret realm, besides the scarlet dragon skin, he had also stored rare spirit material within the Sumeru conch. Of course, he had enough spirit stones to sustain him for a while and thus, he could delay on the selling of the spirit material. And if he really wanted to quietly train and learn alchemy in Xuanjing, he had to first solve the chaos in Xuanjing. Otherwise, if something large happened in Xuanjing, a single line of him not doing his job properly would make him regret it. Thus, he could only hope that Chunniang's journey into the palace would be successful. As long as they had enough evidence, the sects would use lightning-like force to sweep through Xuanjing and all of the trouble would solved. Chapter 202, Breaking into the Palace at Night. Chapter 202, Breaking into the Palace at Night. Lu Ming thought about the Black Spirit group in the 3rd Marquis house and felt a great headache. According to what Chunniang said, this 3rd Marquis might be the backing of the Black Spirit group. The entire 3rd Marquis house might be the base of the Black Spirit group. He had originally thought about sneaking into the house in order to investigate that secret, however, he could only put it on hold. Although his strength is much stronger than a normal late perfection spirit apostle, he didn't want to be discovered and be surrounded and attacked by over a dozen Black Spirit messengers. With this, he didn't need to rush in going to the 3rd Marquis house and instead had to first verify that the disappearance of the previous supervising disciple of the barbarian ghost sect. As long as he could find evidence, he could wait until the reinforcement of the sect and then borrow the strength to sweep up the Black Spirit group. At that time, without the Black Spirit group messing things up, he could easily enter the 3rd Marquis house. Although Lu Ming had a plan in his heart, he still gave it a close thought to make sure that the plan didn't have any major flaws. Then he let out a light breath and put it behind his mind. In the remaining time he made a twist at his wrist and a thin white book appeared in his hands. The cover of the book had the words, 13 Puppet Tricks. This was a basic puppet technique book that he had bought in the underground market. The knowledge within the book didn't involve too complex techniques and were basic and useful techniques to control puppets. Even people that had never practiced puppet techniques could easily start controlling puppets after reading the book. Of course, these controlling techniques were not able to compare to 9 enchantment sect disciples and didn't touch upon any other side of puppet techniques. Those 9 enchantment sect disciples didn't only need to learn how to control puppets but also had to know how to refine and strengthen their techniques. They even needed to know how to fix damaged puppets with the least amount of time. However, Lu Ming knew the limitations of the book. He had bought this book because the puppet techniques in the book were easy to learn and control puppet beasts. Lu Ming flipped through page after page of book and an expression of thought surfaced on his face. After an unknown amount of time he closed the book in his hands. Then he closed his eyes before shaking his sleeve to allow 2 light blue balls roll out. Lu Ming made a single-handed technique and opened his eyes to stare at the 2 balls. He then pointed towards the 2 balls. Pu. The 2 balls gave a tremble before it turned into a blur. With the blink of an eye, they turned into 2 blue wooden birds that each had 4 wings. These were the 2 puppets that he had gained after killing the guest for the 9th prince. Although these 2 wooden birds couldn't compare to the puppet beasts that the core disciples of the 9 enchantment sect, they were still rare items among loose cultivators. If he was able to control these with ease while fighting someone, he could add it as a flexible method to deal with enemies. Of course, the most important part was that getting familiar with the technique wouldn't take too many days. In the following time, Lu Ming muttered things as his 10 fingers lightly fluttered without stopping. The 2 blue wooden birds followed Lu Ming's fingers and started to rise up shakily. Then it started flying up and down in the sealed room. In the next half-month, Lu Ming learned alchemy under the guidance of Fan Baizi as he kept practicing and getting familiar with controlling techniques for the 2 wooden puppets. Unknowingly, it came to the day for the royal family to honor their ancestors that Chunniang talked about. Although this woman said that he only needed to wait for the news, when Lu Ming thought about it some more, he quietly left the Immortal Dawn Mountain at noon. For some reason he felt that Chunniang's journey wouldn't be successful and that he should prepare some methods to support her. When he appeared near a tea house near the palace, he had already turned into a large and sturdy man that had a fearsome face. Lu Ming drank a pot of tea as he waited in the tea house. Xuanjing's palace was placed quite cleverly. One side touched upon a large lake that was quite famous in Xianjing, another side was next to the barracks for the Xianjing inner guards, another side was the area where the various families of the royal family such as the princes lived, and the last side was the side with the palace doors that faced the center of Xianjing. Lu Ming's current place was on that side. The other 3 sides either had many restrictions or were guarded heavily. If Chunniang succeeded and needed to leave the palace, she would probably escape from this side. Time went by slowly. Lu Ming sat in the tea house and could even barely hear the commotion with the high walls of the palace. It seemed like the royal family ceremony had successfully started. At this time, near the palace appeared team after team of patrolling armored guards. Looks like because of the ceremony, the security of the entire palace had been beefed up. Lu Ming tasted the tea without changing his expression and he took 4 hours to drink a single pot of tea. When 3 pots of tea were drank up, the sky had completely darkened. Lu Ming felt out a silver and placed it on the table as he left the tea house without any expressions. After the time that it took to eat a meal, Lu Ming gave himself an invisibility glyph before appearing near an exit of a street not too far away from the tea house. He laid upon the wall as he watched the palace without moving. After the commotion in the day, the palace seemed extremely quiet at night. Besides the occasional bang-bang noise, there were no other noises. Lu Ming wasn't impatient after hearing this and stayed in the same place without saying anything. After an unknown amount of time, a huge noise that roared across the earth came from the palace. Then, a clear noise came out as a shocking wave of sword chi came out from the center of the palace. Immediately afterwards, the entire palace went into an uproar. Under bright lights and fires, countless guards surged out from various places in the palace. They all ran towards the place where the sword chi erupted. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed and didn't immediately act. As a result, after a couple moments and waves of explosion sounds, a sword chi rose into the sky again in the palace. It was quite close to the walls of the palace. Seeing this, Lu Ming moved without hesitation and moved towards the tall walls of the palace like a ghost. His body moved and soundlessly appeared atop the high wall. His two eyes looked at the most chaotic region and found a white shadow coming towards the wall with two cold sword cheese. Besides the white shadow were over a dozen of cultivators that were of different levels and were using practitioner weapons to wildly attack the white shadow. Although these attacks couldn't break the defense of the white shadow, they still made its movement speed much slower and did not allow it to break out of the encirclement. At this time, from far places, gold spirit guests were urging clouds to come. Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't have any hesitation and moved, turning into a black shadow that ran straight to the middle of the battle. At this time, all of the cultivators and guards were absorbed by the white shadow. They didn't even notice that an unfamiliar person appeared next to them. Seeing this, Lu Ming was quite surprised and made hand techniques without another word. Then, sparks started to form in front of him as a scarlet fireball appeared out of nowhere. With a single turn, it became as big as a water jug as a searing heat emanated from it. With this, the nearby cultivators all took notice. One of them quickly turned around and after seeing the huge fireball in Lu Ming's hands, he could not help but become shocked. "Who are you? Why have I not seen you before?" "Not good, this thief has a companion waiting." The person only asked 2 sentences before he realized the situation and started yelling. However, at this time, Lu Ming's wrist flicked as the large fireball made a humming sound to shoot towards the crowd of people. With the warning, the other cultivators saw what was happening and could not continue to surround and attack the white shadow. They all shouted as they jumped backwards. Hong! The fireball exploded within the crowd and turned into raging flames that spread out in all directions. In addition, a fire cloud that was shaped similar to a mushroom rose up into the sky. 2 gold spirit guests who moved slower than others were covered by the fire cloud, were instantly turned into dust after giving a blood-curdling scream. In addition, the dozen or so practitioner guards around them also did not avoid the same fate. The white shadow took this opportunity to combine the 2 swords and actually turned into a huge sword chi that escaped from within the fire cloud and arrived next to Lu Ming. "Junior Qian, go quickly. The palace has strong people of the sea race. I have been wounded by their ambush and must go to a quiet place to heal." The white shadow was a woman who had a white bone mask. After seeing Lu Ming's face clearly, she first paused before realizing something as she quickly said in a low voice. It was Xuanjing's voice. However, once this girl said these 2 sentences, she gave a muffled grunt as she opened her mouth and let out a mouthful of black blood which dyed most of her white dress red. Then she stumbled before falling down. Sea race. Lu Ming was shocked when he heard this, but with a twist of his sleeve, he caught Xuanjing by her waist and with a pull, he pulled her into his embrace. Xuanjing's body was quiet, soft, without any resistance. It was obvious that they did not know anything anymore. Lu Ming stomped without hesitation and flew outside of the walls of the palace like a bolt from a bow. At this time, the gold spirit guests that retreated quickly gave chase in anger. However, Lu Ming, who had already taken the levitation grass, had speed that was much quicker than the normal person's expectations. With a couple of blurs, he escaped out of the walls of the palace. By the time the other gold spirit guests chased to the palace walls, Lu Ming had already disappeared among the surrounding buildings. Their faces could not help but look at each other. Immediately blocked the 4 doors. That intruder has already been wounded and cannot leave Xuanjing in the short term. At this time, a cold voice sounded from behind them. These gold spirit guests were shocked, and when they looked back, they saw a large man with blue hair and a purple beard who was looking at them coldly. "Yes, Commander Chiu. We will immediately notify the guards of the 4 gates and lock them." A practitioner guard that seemed to have quite a high standing immediately took 1 step forward as he responded. Chapter 203, Seriously Wounded. Chapter 203, Seriously Wounded. When I came, I heard that the one who broke into the palace had even disturbed the emperor. First, form a couple of groups to capture the intruder and his companion. I will go back into the palace and make sure that no one takes advantage of someone doing harm to the emperor. The blue-haired and purple-bearded man was naturally the gold spirit guest Qiu Longji, who spoke with a low voice. "Yes, I'll do so immediately," the practitioner guard answered before giving out orders. At this time, the other gold spirit guests followed the orders and formed various teams as they chased out of the palace. Qiu Longji lowered his voice as he ordered someone else a couple of sentences before turning around and bringing a couple of his trusted cultivators to head towards the inner palace. After a while he passed through various sentries and finally arrived at a very exquisite small hall. Inside, the lights covered every shadow as 100 or so silver-armored guards stood outside. Each of them had knives and armor and blocked the entrance and toes without the slightest intention of giving way for Xuanjing. Xuanjing here to greet the emperor? Are you all right? Xuanjing stood before the armored guards as his eyes flashed and he yelled towards the hall. Commander Qiu, I am fine, only shocked by the intruder. A little rest will do. As for that intruder that has barged into the palace, have you caught her? A voice that was loud but without strength sounded within the hall. It's great that Emperor is fine. The intruder was originally going to be caught, but unfortunately, there was someone that reinforced the intruder. Thus they were able to escape. However, be at ease, I have already sent people to lock the 4 doors and sent extra men to chase them. I believe that we will get news soon. In addition, does Emperor know the true appearance of the intruder and the reason for entering the palace? Xuanjing replied unhurriedly. No, she was bumped into by me and kept her mask on, so how could I have seen her face? Are you suspecting me? The voice within the hall suddenly lowered. I would not dare to do so. I am only afraid that the intruder entered the palace with some evil intent and also had companions that are still hidden within the palace. Although Xuanjing said that he was wrong, the gaze that he shot at the hall had a trace of suspicion. If he didn't hear wrong, the voice in the hall seemed to be a bit weak. However, the Emperor Xuanjing was also a practitioner, and if he was just shocked, he would not be in this state. Obviously, this emperor was hiding something to him. Oh, so Commander Qiu was asking with loyal heart. Then I won't blame you. However, this intruder is quite bold and entered the palace to disturb me. You must catch this person dead or alive. Go do that. The male voice within the hall relaxed slightly before he clenched his teeth and ordered. Yes, I will do so. However, just in case, I'll leave a couple of my underlings here to reinforce the security. Xuanjing answered, but after his eyes looked around, he added an extra sentence. No need to so. I have already had Commander Wu gather the gold spirit guest's underlings. Commander Qiu, all you need to do is focus on catching the intruder. Emperor Xuanjing within the hall's voice lowered again. If that's the case, then I will be at ease. When Xuanjing heard this, he was first surprised before he showed an expression of obedience. Immediately afterwards, he brought his trusted cultivators to leave. Boss Qiu, something's wrong. I just went to scout it. Rumor is that a maid first heard the emperor give a scream before the intruder ran from the emperor with one of the swords full of blood. In addition, with the palace in such disarray, how could the commanders that have gone into a retreat not even attempt to come out? In addition, the emperor doesn't seem to have the intention of punishing them either. This is quite strange. An skinny old man with triangular eyes walked before Xuanjing as he said in a soft voice. I naturally saw what was wrong, but I can't forcefully enter the residence of the emperor. How about this? I'll go with people to find the intruders while you secretly have a couple men looking over the inner place. Let me know of any movements. Xuanjing said with a dark face. Boss Qiu can relax. I know what to do. The old man with triangular eyes nodded in understanding. Thus, moments later, the people had once again arrived before Taya Place walls. When Xuanjing's gaze saw a patch of black blood on the ground, he waved over a guard and asked him a couple of sentences. Then his face lit up with surprise. With a shake of his sleeve, a small golden dog the size of a fist flew out. Xuanjing then made a couple techniques and said a couple of words. With that, the small golden dog circled around the black blood a couple of times before jumping in a certain direction. Go follow the spirit hound. The blood stain was from the intruder, and as long as the intruder is within 100 miles, the intruder will not escape my 1,000-mile hound's tracking. Xuanjing said with a savage face as he followed the others behind the small hound. At the same time, in the hall surrounded by the silver-armored guards, the owner of Xuanjing was currently sitting on a large bed with a pale face. To his side, one of his arms were actually gone. Behind him, a pair of jade-like hands supported his back as a light blue Fa poured into his body. The owner of these hands was Queen Dong. As the blue light poured into Xuanjing's body increased, he showed an extremely painful expression. Suddenly, blue light flashed from his cut-off arm and countless blood vessels twisted together as they grew. It vaguely was in the shape of a brand new arm. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Xuanjing gave a low roar. Blue light flashed on his new arm as it restored as good as new. Besides being whiter than before, the arm was no different from the one before. All right. I have helped you dissolve the spirit pill's medicinal effects to make this new arm. This way, when you go to the imperial court in 2 days, you will not be suspected. However, how could you be so careless? To actually let that human cultivator see you when you were transforming and have lost an arm. Queen Dong retracted her hands as she spoke with a little annoyance. How would I know that there would be cultivators disguised as my maids to enter my dwelling? Usually, I kill the mortal maids that have seen my transformation. However, if not for the 2 sea race guards that mother had sent by my side, I'm afraid that I might have died this time. Xuanjing said with an extremely dark face. When I sent those 2 to protect you before, you were quite annoyed. Now you know their benefits. These 2 are servants that have served our Dong family for their lives. You are my son and they would obviously be loyal to you. Queen Dong glanced at Xuanjing before saying. Don't say any more, mother. I did not know much before and now I know that I am wrong. However, although the 2 guards are strong, the intruder also had a companion. Them running out alone would not have any problems, right? Xuanjing gave a bitter smile as he asked with worry. This you can be at ease. That intruder was struck by their exclusive secret technique and is probably almost dead now. Even with a companion, they will not be a match for the 2 guards. However, when the intruder escaped out, the method that the intruder used was quite strange. It seemed like mainstream sword cultivation and he does not seem like a normal loose cultivator. Could it be that the intruder is a woman cultivator of the Heavenly Moon sect? Queen Dong paused before she opened her mouth, guessing who Chunniang's true identity correctly. What, is it cultivators of the Heavenly Moon sect? Have the large sects found out our matter? Xuanjing was frightened as his face turned pale with a schwa sound. If the Heavenly Moon sect and the other 4 sects have gotten word, they would have sent spirit masters level existences to sweep through the entire Xuanjing. Why would they send a mere spirit apostle and risk alerting us? We cannot exclude the fact that this person accidentally received some kind of sword cultivation legacy and is thus able to perform techniques of sword cultivators. Queen Dong thought before shaking her head. That's most likely the case. However, mother, I still have not been able to find out who is the supervising disciple for the Heavenly Moon sect. Could it be her who invaded our palace tonight? Xuanjing gave a long sigh before thinking of something and saying seriously. The supervising disciple for the Heavenly Moon sect? Yes, there is that possibility. Whatever, no matter that woman's true identity, if she is dead, there won't be many problems. In half a year, our race's plans will start. At that time, even if the 5 sects hear word of us, they won't have time to deal with us. Queen Dong first nodded before giving a cold sneer. I hope that I can last for another half year. When Xuanjing heard this, his face changed before he finally gave a bitter laugh. Lu Ming carried the young woman as he flew between the silent alleys. Within a couple of moments he was far from the palace and he plunged into a bamboo forest between 2 alleys. The bamboo forest had a small stone pavilion within it and besides the 2 alleys, there were no other exits. This place was somewhere that he had chosen and not only was it extremely remote, there would definitely not be any people around this place. Once he entered the stone pavilion, he placed the young woman on the ground before removing her mask. Immediately, a face as white as jade and extremely pretty appeared before his eyes. However, the 2 cheeks were scarlet and her lips were jet black and cracking at various places. Lu Ming's heart sank as he pressed his hands on the girl's forehead. Chapter 204, First Fight with the Sea Race. Chapter 204, First Fight with the Sea Race. Her body temperature was also extremely high as she felt like a furnace. Lu Ming's brows furrowed and after looking at the jet-black lips of the woman, he suddenly took out his cyan short sword. Then he made a slight cut to one of the fingers to see that a drop of black blood that had a pungent rollout. With this, his face really changed. After thinking, he found a couple of medicinal bottles and shoved a couple of different pills into the mouth of the young woman. Then he moved her chin to have her swallow them even while she was unconscious. After doing all of this, Lu Ming put away the medicinal bottles and then found a glyph on him to press onto the young woman. With a pu, a white light barrier appeared on Chunniang and protected her within. At this time, he calmly turned around and emotionless spoke to a patch of bamboo forest to his side. You 2 could really keep your cool to have followed me here and still resisted from attacking me? Oh, you could actually see through our concealment techniques. Looks like we have underestimated you. Brother Wei, let's show ourselves. A hoarse male voice sounded from the bamboo forest as a blue light flashed to reveal 2 men with long gray robes. One of them was quite large and had a handsome face. The other was quite short with white freckles on his face, making him look extremely ugly. However, although these 2 were such polar opposites, when they stood in front of Lu Ming, there was a strange feeling of extreme harmony. You don't need to try to save this woman. She has already been poisoned with a special poison from our techniques. Besides our special cure, there are no other cures. Your pills will merely make her feel more pain. The handsome man looked at Chunniang before replying. Brother Wei is correct. If you don't want to end up like her, you should slit your own throat and save us the trouble. The shorter man opened his mouth to say extremely sharp and sarcastic words. This was also the hoarse voice from before. If that's the case, then there must be the cure in your hands. As long as I kill you too, I will be able to save my companion. When Lu Ming heard this, not only did his face not change, his eyes narrowed. What, kill us with only you? The short man heard this and let out an ear-piercing laugh while his face was full of sarcasm. Although the handsome man didn't speak, the ridicule in his eyes showed that he felt this situation hilarious. It's Xuanjing and I have to take care of 2 late spirit apostles at once. Looks like I can only make this a quick fight. Lu Ming disregarded those 2 as he tore off the 2 leather pouches at his waist before throwing it forward. Pu. The 2 leather pouches twisted in the air before a white and black shadow flew out. They separated and landed on the ground, transforming into a bone scorpion that was quite a few yards long and a loose-haired, green-horned male head. What is this? Watch out, this person seems too hard to fight. The 2 obviously didn't recognize the white bone scorpion or the flying head. Thus after seeing them they all paused. However, the handsome man immediately felt the strong aura of the 2 and after his face change, he warned his companion. I know without you saying. Looks like we won't be able to kill him if it's us alone. Old rules, we can only join forces. The short man looked at the white bone scorpion and the flying head before becoming serious and with a flick of his wrist, a silver shell appeared in his hand. As for the handsome man, both his wrists flicked as 2 short light green sticks appeared. However, at this time, a savage glint appeared in the flying head's eyes and he attacked first. The demon head's hair suddenly grew forward and turned into a large net that went to cover the short man. At the same time, the bone scorpion's tail hit the ground as it lunged towards the handsome man. Whether it was the flying head or the white bone scorpion, the power of the attacks was beyond their expectations. Use the combining technique. When the short man saw this, he gave a low roar and used the silver shell. A large amount of blue light flew out and with a blur, it turned into a thick water cover that covered the 2. At the same time, the handsome man took a deep breath and swung the 2 short sticks in his hand. Waves of green ripples came out and disappeared into the water cover. In the next moment, the water cover gained a crystal-like green light to it. At this time, the white bone scorpion was already near the water cover and it first opened its mouth to let out a huge puff of purple poisonous gas. Then, its tail hook spun and turned into dozens of black lines that shot out. Pooh! The purple gas landed on the water cover and corroded over half of the water cover's green luster. Then, the dozen of black lines hit the same spot. Voila! Not only did the green crystal light disappear, the water cover even started to shake crazily. Then, the 2 claws of the white bone scorpion raised up and crashed into the water cover with its whole body. With a blur, it actually passed through and neared the handsome man in a second. Impossible. The handsome man could not believe his eyes. The defensive barrier was released, combining their unique ability and special totems in their hands. Normally, even if it was 3 to 4 late perfection spirit apostles, they would be able to hold for at least 15 minutes. However, it couldn't even defend against a poisonous bug. Scared, the handsome man knew that it was too late to dodge. He could only put the 2 sticks before him in a cross and also roar out. The man's lower body also had a blue flash as it transformed into a green fish tail. At the same time, small scales appeared on the 2 sides of his face. The handsome young man that had transformed had his FA li add by half. With the crossing of the 2 sticks, the green light started to appear greatly. Ping! When the white bone scorpion and the 2 short green sticks hit each other, its body flew backwards and landed heavily on the water cover. The bone scorpion gave a strange cry as it made a roll and used the force from hitting the cover to lunge back. This time, the handsome man did not dare underestimate it. The short sticks in his hands turned into a ball of green light as he fought with the white bone scorpion. On the other side, the short man was furiously using his silver shell while silently cursing. The flying head's hair that made a net covered the water cover, and although it was held up for a while, the cover shone a crazy green light and the areas where the net made contact with the water cover made chi-chi sounds. Faintly, layers of green gas were spreading into the water cover and continuously weakening its defensive abilities. At the same time, the flying head neared water cover with a flash and opened its mouth. Its long tongue was like a whip that furiously shot around. The water cover gave a lot of shudders as it seemed to disappear at any time. The short man was shocked and also showed his fish parts as he used his silver shell. He didn't even have time to take out any other totems or use other techniques. Otherwise, if the FA lead to his silver shell was too little for just a second, the cover would break and he would die. However, at this time, the handsome man pushed back the white bone scorpion once again before finally being able to take a break. He quickly opened his mouth and spit out a small light blue flag. He quickly threw out his 2 short sticks and pushed the white bone scorpion back. Then he grabbed the small flag and showed a savage face before he was about to use it. However, at this time Lu Ming, who stood before the stone pavilion, emitted a large explosion sound. Then, the handsome man felt a green light flash before him as a huge wind blade that was over 10 yards long flew near him. Not good. The handsome man was extremely shocked and without another choice, he stuck the small blue flag within himself. At the same time, his waist shook as his entire body became somewhat translucent. Pooh! The huge wind blade cut the handsome man in two without any resistance. However, in the next moment, a strange scene occurred. The handsome man first showed a face of pain before giving a low roar. Then, his top and bottom half of the translucent body came together. As he gave a twist, the two halves miraculously connected back together. Then, blue light shone from the wound and the man returned back to normal. There wasn't even a trace of blood. The handsome man then let out a huge breath. He was about to open his mouth and spit out the small blue flag. However, at this time, a sound like a mosquito buzzing rang in his ears. Emerald green thin needle flashed, and in the moment that the man relaxed, it turned into a green streak that entered its ears and disappeared. Then with a flash, it exited out of the other ear. A blood-curdling scream. The handsome man fell dead with his face blackened. To the other side, the short man was extremely scared when he saw this. Biting his tongue, he spit out a couple mouthfuls of essence blood. But before he could cast any spells, the white bone scorpion moved and appeared before him like a ghost. Then it opened its mouth and a chunk of purple gas pushed onto his face. Ah! The short man suddenly used his silver shell to smack the bone scorpion. At the same time, he covered his face and his body became a blur as he turned into 7 or 8 shadows that escaped outwards. However, at this time, another shadow appeared before one of the shadows and Lu Ming had actually appeared like a ghost. The cyan sword in his hand shook before a cold flash appeared and cut the shadow from the middle. Blood poured from the shadow and it was the real body of the short man. However, at this moment he had turned into a corpse that couldn't move. Chapter 205, Escape. Chapter 205, Escape. These two sea-race late spirit apostles had extreme bad luck. Normally, those two not only had their special sea-race technique, they also had their combining techniques that would allow themselves to fight against cultivators that were far above them in terms of level. However, they met Lu Ming, who had the flying head and the white bone scorpion. The two pets had strange attacks while their strength was far above a normal late perfection spirit apostle. In addition, there was Lu Ming, who was watching from the side. This was equal to 3 extremely power late perfection spirit apostles attacking those two. In addition, the two underestimated Lu Ming. Besides the defensive technique that they casted together, they were not able to use combination techniques due to the fact that they were separated and suppressed by the flying head and the white bone scorpion. In this situation, Lu Ming found a time to use his emerald shadow needle to ambush them at the right time. With this, how could they have not been defeated? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the fish tails of the two before frowning and whispering to himself. They are of the sea race? This is messy. Although he said such things, he still moved to the two corpses and bent down to search them. Not only did he take the silver shell, small blue flag and the 2 short green sticks, he also found 2 leather pouches, a couple of medicinal bottles and a black bead that didn't have any specialties. Lu Ming picked out the medicinal bottles and opened them to take a sniff of each one. Immediately he put away 3 of the bottles and took the remaining 2 to Xuanjing. At this time she was still unconscious within the light cover. In addition, her breath had become weaker compared to before. Lu Ming's heart quickened as he moved into the light cover with no resistance. With a flick of his wrist, a cold flash appeared. The short sword made 2 wounds of about an inch each on Xuanjing's wrist. The black blood from within started to pour out. Lu Ming then poured out 1 yellow and 1 red pill from the 2 bottles and crushed them before placing them on the wound. Then he stared at the wound without blinking. Moments later, nothing changed with the wound that was covered by the yellow powder. However, the wound that the red powder covered started to bleed blood that was becoming more red while the strange smell also became faint. Seeing this, Lu Ming was extremely happy. Immediately, he found a glyph on him, and after pressing it on the young woman's wrist, the two wounds started to heal under a green light. At the same time, he poured out another red pill from the medicinal bottle and shoved it into the young woman's mouth. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Xuanjing's breathing steadied while her jet-black lips seemed to lighten slightly. With this, Lu Ming's heart became at ease. Then Lu Ming put away the medicinal bottles and walked out of the light cover. He raised his hand and a fireball shot out, turning the handsome man's corpse into dust. However, when he was about to use the same method to dispose of the short man's corpse, he suddenly thought of something. Lu Ming took out his short sword and with a cold flash, he cut off the tail of the short man. Then he fished out a one-time use storage glyph and waved it at the fish tail. The fishtail immediately turned into a white light that was sucked into the glyph. After doing all of that, Lu Ming's expression relaxed and his other hand raised up to turn the corpse into a fireball. However, when he turned around and was walking back to the stone pavilion, his face suddenly changed and he looked towards a certain direction in the bamboo forest. An expression of surprise crept onto his face. There's another group of people and they seem to be coming straight here. What is going on? Is it that there was something done to Chunniang? Lu Ming muttered as he did not hesitate anymore. With a blur, he appeared beside the young woman. At the same time he pointed outwards. Immediately, the light cover surrounding them disappeared. Lu Ming lowered himself to hug them and dug out another yellow glyph. After showing an expression of slight pain, he put the glyph onto himself. With a pu sound, the glyph exploded and countless yellow inscriptions flew out. In a mere instant, these inscriptions covered both Lu Ming and the young woman. Lu Ming made another hand sign and he and the young woman soundlessly sunk into the earth. This was the Earth Escape glyph. Although the effect of the glyph wasn't too long and one could not move too quickly underground along with a wealth of flaws, the glyph was a perfect method to escape and avoid enemy detection. As Lu Ming tunneled underground and was slowly walking under a yellow light cover with the young woman in his arms, a small golden hound appeared in the bamboo forest. After a couple of howls, 7 to 8 figures also flashed into the forest. They were Qiulongji and his trusted cultivators. At this time, the golden hound had reached the stone pavilion where Xuanjing had previously laid. After making a couple of circles, it pounced on the area where Lu Ming and the young woman had disappeared underground, and after using its paws to dig at the earth, it started barking at Qiulongji and his underlings. What's going on? Has the 1,000-mile hound lost them? One of the cultivators asked curiously as he saw this scene. The 1,000-mile hound has a great nose and won't lose its target under normal circumstances. Looking at the manner it's acting, the two seem to have stayed here for a while before their scent disappeared in the earth. It's very likely that the two ran underground. Qiulongji seemed extremely familiar with the manner of the golden hound, and after seeing its actions, he said with confidence. Going underground. These two are actually proficient in earth escape techniques. Another cultivator heard this and exclaimed out loud. Why must they be proficient in earth escape techniques? One earth escape glyph can achieve the same results. Looks like we will have to wait here. I don't believe that they will keep using the earth escape technique until he exits Xuanjing. As long as they come out, the 1,000-mile hound will discover them again. Qiulongji said confidently. Boss Zhou is correct. Then we'll wait here. Looking at this place, it seems that the two of them fought someone here, but it seems like the fight was extremely quick. A middle-aged man that was wearing a white robe first nodded before he looked around and observed. The others also looked and found that the ground was indeed quite messy with many holes. Some of the ones with strong mental strengths also used their conscience to sweep around the surroundings and felt a residue spirit power and nodded in agreement. Qiulongji looked around the surrounding ground and then grabbed the air. Immediately, something shot out from the ground, and after a flash, it was caught by Qiulongji. It was actually a light green scale. The commander of gold spirit guests looked at the scale before putting it under his nose to spell. Suddenly his face changed greatly. Boss Qiu, have you found something? One of the underlings who was observing Qiulongji asked after seeing this. Nothing, it is not of importance. I merely thought of something. The ones that fought with these two, were they the groups that we sent out earlier? Qiulongji seemingly carelessly placed the scale away and responded with a normal expression. I don't think so. If they were our men, they should have sent out an aid signal long ago. How could they do something where we can't even find their corpses or any survivors? Another cultivator smiled and replied. Yes, I hope so. These two intruders are not normal people. Otherwise, they would not have been able to escape the palace while being attacked by so many people. When we corner them, everyone must be alert and not underestimate them. Qiu Longji seriously warned his underlings. Boss can be at ease, we are different from those trash and definitely won't make the same mistake. That's right, Boss Qiu. When we see those two, we don't say anything useless and use the fallen spirit flag to first trap them within. Qiu Longji's trusted cultivators all started talking after hearing such words. Qiu Longji nodded and walked into the stone pavilion and sat on one of the stone benches. At this time, Lu Ming was already 7 to 8 miles away from the bamboo forest. As he used the glyph to slowly move forward, he also kept on searching for something on the young woman. A while later, he paused and said to himself, "That's strange, it doesn't seem like there's been a tracking mark on her. If that's the case, then those chasing should have a special method to lock onto Chunniang. That's going to be annoying." Lu Ming said this while his face showed that he was pondering something. After a while, he shook his head and muttered, "Whatever, I'll just do it regardless." Then Lu Ming took out a couple of medicinal bottles and opened the covers before pouring them on the young lady. As a result, white powder flew out of one bottle, a clear liquid out of another, and finally, the last bottle poured out a pungent black smoke. The three all disappeared into Lu Ming and the young woman's body. After doing all of those, Lu Ming's expression relaxed slightly. After he went forward another 10 or so miles, the yellow light cover started to dim and he made a hand technique without hesitation. Then, he hugged the young woman as he went up. The yellow light flashed and Lu Ming with the young woman appeared into a corner in an alley. At this time, the sky had turned extremely dark and entire alley was quiet without so much as a single human shadow. Lu Ming looked around and made sure that there weren't any ambushes before he took out 2 invisibility glyphs and placed them onto himself and the young woman. This made them two seem like transparent shadows as they ran toward the Immortal Dawn Mountain. Chapter 206, Real Appearance. Chapter 206, Real Appearance. When he was a couple of miles from Immortal Dawn Mountain, he did not immediately go up the mountain. Instead, he first hid himself into an alley that did not have anyone in it and waited there for almost an hour to make sure that there was no one tailing him. Only then did he bring the young woman with him back to his cave. Although there were practitioners that guarded the mountain for Immortal Dawn Mountain, for Lu Ming, avoiding them was an easy act. In the time it takes to eat a meal, Lu Ming brought Xuanjing back to his cave. However, to be safe, he left the white bone scorpion at the entrance of the cave, and if anyone approached, it would warn him. When he came back, Qian Ruping was already asleep in her room. Lu Ming naturally would not wake the girl. Instead, he brought the young woman to his own room and placed her on his bed. Then he carefully looked at the woman. At this time, the jet black color in Xuanjing's lips had disappeared, and at the same time, the red flush in her face was also gone. However, after Lu Ming looked for a while, he suddenly frowned and said, "Senior Hu, since you are already awake, there is no need for you to keep pretending." "Hehe, how did Junior find out that I was awake?" The young woman that seemed asleep suddenly twitched her eyelids, and with a small smile, she opened her eyes. "When I came, I needed to be careful of enemy tracking. Thus, I didn't pay too much attention to Senior's strangeness. However, at this point, if Senior Hu still wants to fake being unconscious, then how could you hide from my detection? However, when did Senior Hu wake up?" Lu Ming sighed as he asked. "When Junior's hands were going up and down me, I was obviously woken up." Xuanjing stared at Lu Ming's face as she rolled her eyes. "Ahem, I would hope that Senior doesn't blame me. I had no choice either. In order to prevent others from chasing us, I had to do that." Lu Ming heard this and gave a slight cough. At the same time, an awkwardness surfaced on his face. "I naturally understand the reason. Otherwise, once I woke up, I would have not been so respectful with you. However, no matter what, I was taken advantage of. Junior must give me in response." Xuanjing still stared at Lu Ming without blinking and said without smiling, "What kind of response does Senior Hu want?" Lu Ming heard this and paused slightly. "Junior true name is Lu Ming, right?" Xuanjing did not answer directly and changed the subject to ask something else. "Looks like Senior Hu has asked the sect about me." Hearing this, Lu Ming frowned. Besides the Earth's spiritual pulse disciple that is currently preparing to advance to the realm of Spirit Master and in retreat, there are no other newly advanced core disciples of the barbarian ghost sect that have safely returned from the secret realm. I really can't think of anyone else that has as strong of a strength as you. Xuanjing slightly smiled as she replied. "Since Senior has already recognized me, I don't have a reason to deny it. I am called Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed before he admitted it. Oh, if that's the case, junior appearance definitely isn't your original appearance. Could you let me see it? When Hu Chunniang heard Lu Ming agree, she said with a smile. My original appearance was not something secretive anyways. If senior would like to see it, there is no problem. This time Lu Ming paused before slowly nodding. Then he made a single hand sign and then rubbed his face. Immediately crisp gabbing sounds sounded. At the same time, his face blurred and he turned into a pale normal youth. He looked a whole 7 to 8 years younger than before. This is the original appearance of Junior Lu. It's quite ordinary. Hu Chunniang circled Lu Ming a couple of times before starting to appraise Lu Ming's appearance. Hearing this, Lu Ming didn't know how to respond, so he directly said, Since I have shown my true appearance, shouldn't senior also show her true face? Otherwise, I'd be the one who's at a disadvantage here. You also want to see my real face? That's all right. My appearance isn't something that other people can't see. Hu Chunniang heard this and gave a smile. Then she pulled out a 5-colored bead that was the size of one's thumb and waved it around her face. After a couple of flashes, a young girl that didn't seem older than 21 or 2 appeared before Lu Ming. Although this girl's hairstyle and clothing were the same as before, her brows were curled while her smile was like 100 flowers blooming. Her appearance was much better than before. Even Lu Ming paused after seeing such a beautiful face. At this time he found even more similarities with the woman and the female disciple that had the communication spirit body. However, Zhang Xuanjing had a more handsome appearance while Hu Chunniang's appearance was a bit more pretty. So that is the true face of senior. With such an incredible pretty face, no wonder you would want to hide your original appearance. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble you would get walking around Xuanjing like that. A moment later Lu Ming said slowly. Junior knowing this reason is good. I came to Xuanjing for quite a few years and Junior Lu is the first one that has seen my true appearance. Besides being able to change one's appearance, the 5-color bead can allow any changes in expression to be accurately reflected. My words before were merely a joke. My survival this time was due to Junior's help. Otherwise, I might have fallen within the palace. Hu Chunniang, who showed her true face, became serious. If it weren't for the special poison, how would you be scared of such loose cultivators? That's right, how did you get injured? Lu Ming asked curiously. Junior doesn't know that I had disguised myself as a maid to enter the palace and watched Xuanjing transform. At that time, something happened and not only was I exposed, I was wounded by the 2 guards. The cultivation methods of these 2 guards is quite strange. If I didn't immediately attack Xuanjing and distract them, I would have been seriously wounded and stuck in the palace. That's right, when I was poisoned by them I took a couple detoxification pills. However, they had no effect. What pill did Junior use to easily solve this poison? Hu Chunniang first gave a bitter laugh before asking with some confusion. The poison within your body is extremely strange and our barbarian ghost sex detoxification pills didn't have much effect either. Thankfully, those 2 fellows that wounded you caught up to us and I killed them to find the correct cure that took away Senior's poison. Lu Ming said lightly. What, Junior killed those 2? If that's the case, you know their true identities. Hu Chunniang heard this and was quite surprised. Lu Ming heard this and gave a smile. Suddenly he took out a storage glyph and a white flash appeared. Immediately afterwards, a fish tail appeared on the ground. As expected, those 2 are also of the sea race. Junior being able to kill them by yourself makes it true that you have impressive strength. I have something to show you. Hu Chunniang saw this scene and took in a cold breath. Her voice was quite strange as she took out something bamboo cylinder-like thing. After pointing it at the ground, something dropped out and turned into over a yard long. When Lu Ming carefully looked at it, his expression changed. It was surprisingly an arm that was filled with green scales. This is, Lu Ming asked. This is one of the arms after Xuanjing transformed. I cut it off in the confusion and put it away. Now, I can be sure that this emperor is not human but also isn't some monster. Rather, it's a sea race. The girl said calmly. Sea race? That's quite laughable. Our Daxian country would actually have another race be our mortal emperor. However, was it that this emperor was of another race at first or did it kill the true Xuanjing and replace him? Lu Ming sighed and asked in confusion. I'm not sure about that. However, is there a difference? With the fish tail and the arm, we have enough evidence to report back to the sect and have spirit masters come and clean up Xuanjing's government. Hu Chunniang said without care. Your words are correct, but after making such a mess, Senior has probably been exposed and can't return to your normal dwelling. Lu Ming first nodded before reminding her. That is natural. There are only so many late perfection cultivators in Xuanjing. Adding that to the fact that I didn't return after a whole month, as long as those people didn't have their head knocked around, they should be able to find me quite soon. With this, I can only stay here for now and find a time to report back to the sect. I also didn't think that I would be exposed, or else I wouldn't have left such a huge flaw. Chunniang heard this and frowned. Senior, who's staying here would naturally not be a big problem. Normally most people wouldn't look over here. However, I just feel that the sea race wouldn't stop so easily. Lu Ming's expression changed. Junior Lu's means. Chunniang heard this and could not help but think of something. It's simple. Those sea race took such a huge risk to infiltrate Xuanjing and even controlled the imperial family along with most of the government, so they must be planning something big. Now that the identity of Emperor Xuanji has been revealed, they would know that their identities have been exposed. Although they don't know that our identities are supervising disciples, they can still guess that we might send the message back to the 5 sections. Under these conditions, I don't believe that the sea race can still sit calmly and wait for the 5 sects to enter Xuanjing and capture them. Lu Ming slowly said. Chapter 207, Black Bead. Chapter 207, Black Bead. Junior is trying to say that we must be prepared for the Sea Clan's desperate actions. Chunniang was a brilliant person. The moment she heard those words, she came to quite a few realizations. That's right. Although I will find a chance to release the information to the sect tomorrow, even at the quickest possible speed, their support will still take over a month before they can reach Xuanjing. Such a long period of time will be enough for the sea race to do many things, Lu Ming said in a solemn tone. However, Xuanjing is under the control. Moreover, our 5 sects have laid down restrictions back then onto the entire city. The moment a person above the rank of spiritual master takes a single step into this place, it will immediately trigger that restriction and alarm every single person in the city. At most, the sea race will only send people roughly the same cultivation as us, late perfection spirit apostles. Even if they bear grudges, it's not as if they can turn the entire world upside down. Junior does not need to worry. Even if they try something, it'll only be a little harm against some mortals or loose cultivators. Chunniang shook her head and said without much care. Senior is right. However, the sea race does control the entire palace, so who knows who will win in a fight. They might do something. To be cautious, let's leak the information that there have been sea race sightings in the palace to a couple of powers within Xuanjing. With that, if the sea race still want to do something, it won't be easy. Lu Ming paused before talking again. Tell them about the sea race? Isn't this a little rash? If this causes a mess in Xuanjing with some other problem, our sects might be disappointed. Chunniang heard these words and couldn't help but hesitate. This shouldn't be a big problem. The loose cultivator fractions in Xuanjing have plenty of smart people. Even if they hear news, they won't easily believe it. They will first try everything they can to verify the information before taking action. As long as these factions stare closely at the sea race, they won't be able to move easily. We can then patiently wait for the sect to send people over. Lu Ming said seriously. Chunniang heard Lu Ming's words and was quite moved. After thinking about it a couple times, she said resolutely. Alright, after Junior analyzing it like that, I do indeed think it's a good idea. Let's do that. With the other faction in Xuanjing helping out, I think that the sea race won't have time to search for us. However, how does Junior plan on letting the news out? The sea race might search for the source and find us. Senior can rest at ease. Aren't there quite a few organizations that specialize in selling information? These loose cultivator factions aren't too structured, and as long as I sell a bit of half-true, half-false information, it will spread across Xuanjing in a couple of days. Lu Ming said with confidence. Looks like Junior has considered everything. Then I am at ease. Although the poison on me has been cured, it still cost me quite a bit of energy. It looks like I'll have to hide here for half a month. As for other things, I will have to ask that Junior take care of it. Chunniang nodded before saying with some regret. Senior, who doesn't need to be so respectful and stay here for now. I only moved here a while ago and basically no one knows this place. Normally no one will come to disturb us. That's right, I have a couple bottles of energy recovery pills. Does Senior need them? Lu Ming answered. Thank you, Junior. Us Heavenly Moon sect has a cultivation method that is different from most, and normal pills do not have much effect on me. In addition, I brought our sect's special medicinal, and my energy recovering is just a matter of time. Chunniang said with a beautiful smile. Lu Ming saw this and his heart suddenly beat faster. After moving away his gaze, he said a couple more words and left the room to Chunniang for resting. He then moved away. Moments later, Lu Ming appeared in a sealed room with some restrictions and started to look through the treasures from the 2C race males. Besides the medicinal bottles, the treasures were mostly medicinal objects that could recover Fa. However, the 2 short green sticks, silver shell and small blue flag were all totems. After pushing a bit of Fa through these items, he found out their values. The first 2 were low-level totems that had 6 to 7 restrictions. A 14-layer restriction appeared on the small blue flag to show that it was actually a middle-tier totem. This made him overjoyed. Although Lu Ming had experienced quite a few totems, most of them were low-tier totems and very few were of the middle tier. And for most spirit masters, a middle-tier totem was a respectable treasure and there were very few that owned a high-tier totem. With Lu Ming's cultivation, he could refine the first few restrictions of middle-tier totem. However, that was enough to give power much greater than normal low-tier totems. However, this small blue flag was only in supporting totem. When the C-race male put the totem within him, his body instantly became a half-transparent liquid. Lu Ming remembered this clearly. Lu Ming thought about it for a second before deciding something in his heart. The 2 short green sticks and silver clam were speciality totems of the C-race and were not compatible with his cultivation method, so he didn't need to keep them and instead could find a chance to convert them to spirit stones. As for the small blue flag as a middle-tier totem, it was a supporting totem so he could carefully research it and refine. As he thought about this, he put away the treasures in the Sumuru conch. However, when he flicked his wrist against, a black bead appeared in his hands again. This thing was something that Lu Ming had gotten from the handsome man's corpse. However, it was obviously not a totem and didn't look like much. Thus, he didn't pay much attention to it. However, when he looked at it closely, he could see the special aspect of it. Although the black bead seemed dim, when he looked more closely, the surface was quite clear while the inside was filled with a certain black smoke. In addition, the smoke started to slowly move. Lu Ming was quite curious and slightly shook it. The bead was quiet and the black smoke moved slightly. There seemed to be something within it. With this, Lu Ming became extremely interested. After he played at it for a while, he finally determined that the bead was something that was made to hold something. What was inside should have been the true treasure. Because of his carefulness, he would not destroy it without caution. After thinking of it for a while, he took out 7 to 8 formation flags. After throwing it to the surroundings, they stuck into the corners of the secret room. Moments later, a small formation was created. Lu Ming made a single-hand technique and used it. A layer of yellow light barrier appeared and securely covered the middle part of the secret room. Lu Ming placed the bead on the ground and took out another glyph to pat on himself. Immediately, a white light barrier was added onto himself. At this time, Lu Ming checked his dragon scale leather armor and after making sure that it was fitted perfectly, he relaxed slightly. It was no wonder he was so careful. There were many evil things in the cultivation world and there were many cultivators that had died by accident from these kind of things. He definitely did not want to be among those people. At this time, Lu Ming took a few steps back and raised his hand to shoot towards a green wind blade towards the bead. Ping! The wind blade slashed the bead and with a green flash, it was bounced aside. Lu Ming frowned. This bead looked quite normal but the surface seemed extremely hard. Then, in the next moment, his sleeve shook and the green cyan sword appeared in his hands. With a cold flash, the sword chi slashed out. Hong! The bead's surface trembled slightly and it also bounced the sword chi away. With this, Lu Ming took a deep breath. Looks like this bead couldn't be opened with brute strength. With this, he could only use other methods. Thinking like this, he took out a small white bottle and walked above the bead. Then he pulled out the cap and let a drop of purple liquid that had a nasty smell. Pooh! Once the purple liquid touched the bead, it slid to the side. As a result, after touching the floor, a green smoke rose up that corroded many holes in the ground. The purple liquid was actually extremely poisonous. Yet, the bead was still as smooth as before without any signs of damage. Lu Ming's brow creased and put away the small bottle. With a single wave, a scarlet fireball shot out and exploded to encompass the bead under a burning flame. Lu Ming used both hands to make hand techniques and continued to place Fa Li within the fire. This made the fire burn for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea before he put away the hand technique and let the fire die. However, the black bead was the same as before but it became slightly red. This time, Lu Ming opened his mouth in frustration. He circled around the bead a couple of times and with a flash of his eyes, he raised his arm and pointed at the bead. With a pu sound, a ball of clear water dropped from the sky to drench the bead completely. The action which was done in frustration actually gave him a great surprise. The bead that wasn't moving suddenly had a black flash and sucked in all of the clear water. At the crisp sound, a white marking appeared on the bead. Lu Ming excitedly made quite a few hand signs and made dozens of balls of clear water. They all crashed into the bead. The bead sucked into most of the clear water after flashing many times before breaking apart in a muffled sound after many white markings appeared on it. However, at this time, a giant Hong sound reverberated at the center of the sealed room. It made the entire room shake. Lu Ming was extremely shocked and took half a step back. He quickly focused his attention at the damaged part of the bead. Chapter 208, First Yuan Heavy Water. Chapter 208, First Yuan Heavy Water. He could see that around the area where the bead broke, there was a glob of black mist. The black mist seemed quite wet and it only covered an area of about 1 square foot. In addition, it seemed as if it wouldn't disperse. Seeing this, Lu Ming was intrigued. He suddenly waved his sleeves and a wild gust came rushing out and went straight to the black mist. With a pew, the wild wind ended up going to the left and right of the black mist without blowing the mist at all. With this, Lu Ming was intrigued. He raised his hand and a fireball flew out. In the end, with a muffled sound, the moment that the fireball touched the black mist, it was extinguished immediately. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face became curious. He paused for a moment before his sleeve shook. With a ding sound, a silver chain shot out from his sleeve and was aimed towards the black mist. Ping! The front part of the silver chain barely stuck into the black mist before it was stopped by some strange force. Right when Lu Ming winced his eyes and was about to use more force when the strange force disappeared. The silver chain cut through the mist and the inside of it was completely empty without anything within. Lu Ming's wrist flicked and pulled back the silver chain before he was about to go closer to look at the mist. However, at this time, the black mist bubbled as it disappeared at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, the mist disappeared and the ground where the mist was left with a large hole. Seeing this, Lu Ming thought about the large noise from before and thoughtfully walked up. His eyes made a glint as he looked into the hole and a strange expression appeared on his face. "What is this? It looks quite strange." Lu Ming muttered as his arm raised up and 5 fingers on a single hand spread out as his hand pointed to the bottom of the hole. He used a hand technique and suddenly, a black mist swirled out and followed his arm to form a black tentacle. Then the tentacle went deep into the hole. Then his wrist flicked and the black tentacle suddenly pulled back. It seemed as if he was about to pull something out of the hole. However, even though the black tentacle became as straight as a pencil and tightened, the thing within the hole stayed solidly at the bottom of the large hole without moving at all. Lu Ming saw this scene and he frowned. His arm suddenly moved and an invisible strength followed the tentacle down. Then his 5 fingers slightly curled. A strength that was many times larger than before pulled up. Hong. With Lu Ming's strength, the rock ground under his feet became shattered. However, the object within the hole stayed firm. With this, Lu Ming's face truly changed. The amount of strength that he used was enough to easily pick up an object of at least a couple 100 pounds. However, even that couldn't touch the object below. This would mean that the object was over 1,000 pounds. It was no wonder that as soon as this object rolled out of the bead, it immediately crushed the ground and sunk so deep. Lu Ming's mind thought like that and did not try to underestimate the object. He first made a couple of techniques to add quite a few techniques to himself. Then he extended his other arm. The black tentacle suddenly retracted back within Lu Ming and ding-dang sounds rang in Lu Ming's sleeve. The silver chain shot out and entered within the hole. A large sound appeared. Lu Ming's 2 hands shook as he grabbed onto the silver chain and pulled. Hong long long. An incredible aura exploded from Lu Ming. The secret room shook slightly and the object within the hole was slowly pulled up. However, his 2 arms were bulging with exerted muscle while a green vein was popping on his forehead. It was obvious that he was using a lot of strength. Moments later, as Lu Ming kept pulling up with both hands, he finally pulled out the other end of the silver chain from the hole. At the end of the chain was a ball of black light that was stuck to the chain. At the middle of the light ball was a drop of jet black liquid that was the size of a bean. In addition, there were a couple wisps of black air near this liquid. Lu Ming did not dare underestimate the black liquid. With a shake of his sleeve, a light silver small cauldron flew out and with a blur, it was a couple feet tall and landed solidly under the black liquid. Then he made a single-handed techniques and the formation flags flashed a couple of times before a light cover that was around the room disappeared into the ground with a flash. The originally normal stone ground started to shine a crystal hue. At this time Lu Ming stopped his Fa Li. The black liquid on the end of the chain gave a blur and dropped down accurately into the cauldron. Then in the next moment, a large sound resonated. The cauldron gave quite a few flashes as it shook crazily. The 3 foot of the cauldron sunk over half a feet into the ground amidst the shaking. This scene made Lu Ming speechless. This was after he had used the formation to strengthen the secret room's ground. Otherwise, the cauldron might have been like before and sunk into the ground without sight. However, this was to be expected. Lu Ming had used all of his strength and could barely raise the black liquid. It was estimated to be at least 3,000 to 4,000 pounds. Otherwise, it wouldn't have appeared so incredible. Without question, this thing was an impressive treasure. Lu Ming thought quickly and did not remember hearing anything about this. However, now that he had extra time, he could slowly research the liquid. Lu Ming put away the silver chain and came close to the cauldron to peer at the black liquid. At the same time, from an island far away, within a large hall over 200 feet tall, a sea-race elder in purple robes had a face full of fury while he was criticizing a white armored guard before him. Useless. A bunch of useless people. How can you guys let a guard of the treasure warehouse take away my first Yuan heavy water that I've spent over 100 years agglomerating? Do you know that without the first Yuan heavy water, my item will lose over half of its power? Has anything else been lost in the warehouse? Elder, please calm down. Besides this first Yuan heavy water, no other treasure within the warehouse has been lost. In addition, we have found out the guard who has stolen the first Yuan heavy water and has left our clan not long ago to go to the human race in Dishen country to protect the 13th princess. The white armored sea race guard was an incredibly sturdy build young male and was currently drenched in sweat as he replied. Going to protect the 13th? Looks like she has been planning this for a while, otherwise how could there be something so coincidental? If it weren't for the fact that the first Yuan heavy water was so special and naturally could not trigger the warnings for the warehouse. Otherwise it wouldn't only be this missing. Immediately send someone to give word to the 13th and immediately have her arrest the guard that stole this treasure before she sends this thief back immediately. The purple-robed elder gave a cold and said with more anger on his face. Yes, I will give word to the 13th. That's right, clan leader gave word a while ago to have elder go over and discuss something with the other 2 clans. The guard quickly replied before saying something else hastily. The other 2 clans have sent people over again. With their increase in communication frequency, it seems like it's quite close to something large happening. The purple-robed sea race elder heard this news and calmed down before thinking thoughtfully. Not long after, a white light rushed up from the giant island. With a couple of flashes, it disappeared into the sky. Lu Ming sighed and with a flick of his wrist, he put away his cyan moon sword in his hands. In the past hour he had used various methods to test the black liquid. In the end, not only did he find that the object was incredibly heavy and emanated a thick water-attributed energy. In addition, within it seemed to have a scary amount of compressed energy. Although he didn't know what energy this was, the amount of power behind this was incredible. If it was released, it was enough to blow a small portion of the immortal Dawn Mountain flat. And when sharp knives cut into the black liquid, it could not go anywhere within it and would be bounced away by the energy. In addition, this thing had incredible effects that could push away fire and split water. As soon as fire was about half a feet away the black liquid, it would be affected and disperse. As for the clear water, as soon as it neared the black liquid, it would turn into mist and go around the black liquid. The mysterious points of this thing was the most incredible that Lu Ming saw in his entire life. Although he didn't know the origin of this object, since he found it on a member of the sea race, it was most likely related somewhat to the sea race and he couldn't just display it and ask others. When he finished the matter with the sea race, he could go to the market to read up on books regarding spirit items and strange treasures to see if he could find any related resources. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's hand flipped and a conch that was the size of a fist appeared in his hand. As he waved the conch before him, a ray of color shot out and the cauldron along with the black liquid that within disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming then slightly sighed. Thankfully he had the Sumeru conch which would disregard the weight of an object when placed within. Otherwise, although normal storage glyphs would be able to collect this liquid, with its incredible weight, Lu Ming would not be able to carry it around with him. If that was the case, it would be quite troublesome to keep it safe. In the remaining time he took out the small blue flag and started to slowly refine and understand this middle-tier totem. In the morning of the second day, Lu Ming left the cave soundlessly. In addition, he became disguised as an indistinguishable middle-aged man and immediately went down the mountain. When night came he returned his original appearance and returned how his cave. Walking in he saw Qin Ruping and Xuanjing closely talking together. This made Lu Ming pause for a while. Qin Ruping had been extremely wary of strangers due to her experience in younger years. However, Xuanjing was really impressive in being able to be this close with Qin Ruping in just half a day. Chapter 209, Big Zheng. Chapter 209, Big Zheng. Junior Bai, you finally come back. Me and Sister Ruping were just talking. I checked and she also has spiritual pulses, which means she can start cultivating. In addition, she seems that she really enjoys the path of formations. Coincidentally, I am quite good friends with a formation master in our Heavenly Moon sect. How about I recommend her to come learn under her? In another 3 months, my time as a supervising disciple will have come to an end and I can bring her with me. As soon as Xuanjing saw Lu Ming, she spoke. Senior, who has a method to let her join the Heavenly Moon sect? Hearing this, Lu Ming was surprised. With my face, I can easily have her join as an outer sect disciple. However, as for her becoming an inner sect disciple, it'll be decided if she can open her spiritual pulses to become a spirit apostle. However, female disciples have a higher standing in the Heavenly Moon sect compared to male disciples. If she really would like to learn the path of formations, she will be treated with special care. If she joins the sect, she definitely won't be bullied. I just talked to her about the situation of the Heavenly Moon sect and she was extremely interested. However, the final decision will rest in the hands of Junior. Xuanjing replied with a smile. If that's the case, then it will be a good thing for her. However, I must first ask, Ruping, do you want to go to the Heavenly Moon sect to walk down the path of formations? You must think clearly, and whether you become a formation master or a true cultivator, it will be a very hard matter. However, if you stay as a normal person with my ability, I can make sure that you live lavishly for the rest of your life. Lu Ming paused before seriously talking to Qin Ruping. Brother Ming, I have already thought about it. I don't want to be a normal person and want to be a cultivator like you while becoming a formation master to not become Brother Ming's burden. Qin Ruping moved forward and said seriously. Since you have decided, then I won't stop you. Senior Hu, when this all ends, try to bring her to the Heavenly Moon sect. If possible, I would hope that Senior Hu can take care of her. Lu Ming said decisively before cupping his hands towards Xuanjing. That is only a small matter. If that's the case, I will be able to repay part of the debt of Junior helping out. That's right, how was it? Xuanjing smiled as she asked back. Ruping, can you first go back to your room to cultivate? I have to talk about something serious with your sister Hu. Lu Ming heard this and first told Qin Ruping to go back to her room. The girl was originally full of excitement about Lu Ming allowing her to enter the Heavenly Moon sect, but when she heard this, she pouted her lips while obediently leaving the hall. This girl really does listen to you. However, you two don't have a blood relationship. Xuanjing saw this and said with a hint of playfulness in her eyes. Her father did me a great favor, and when I found this girl, she was being kicked out by her so-called clansmen and was about to be living on the streets. Thus, her being reliant on me is a natural matter. Lu Ming replied as such. So that's the case, the girl's experience is quite rugged. However, with Junior's easygoing manner, it looks like the trip out has been successful. Xuanjing sighed before smiling and saying. It was indeed successful. I have already sent word back to the sect and given word to one of the loose cultivator groups that sell information. I believe that such a powerful piece of information will make its way into the hands of various large and small factions within Xuanjing. Lu Ming laughed. Good, before Junior comes back, I have also used special channels to return the sea race information back to the sect. I believe that the upper echelons of both our sects should know the information and are probably holding meetings to even starting to gather people. Xuanjing heard this and responded with satisfaction. Special channel? Senior being able to return information even here is truly amazing. That's right, when I came I saw quite a few government detectives and most of them had your portrait. In addition, the 4 gates have been sealed with many gold spirit guests guarding. Looks like Senior's identity has been compromised. Lu Ming was shocked but knew not to ask more about the channel. Rather, he fished out a drawing and handed it to the young woman. Xuanjing took the drawing and after looking at it for a bit, she happily said, It's pretty close to what I looked before. It might be that the 7th prince drew it himself. This host of mine must have gotten caught up in this pretty bad. Lu Ming heard this and rolled his eyes without saying anything. A certain hall within the palace. Queen Dong sat on a chair as she coldly looked at a young man that looked quite similar to Xuanjing. He was currently being held by the head by a large man that was over 2 meters high. At the same time, the large man was quietly casting a spell while Xuanjing, the emperor, sat behind Queen Dong and had an expression of unwillingness. Peng. The fingers of the large man loosened and the young man fell to the floor as if he did not have any bones. With his eyes rolled back, he did not move again. Miss, I have already searched, and Xuanjing met with the 7th prince 4 years ago. Not long after she became a guest. In his mind, besides the fact that Xuanjing had impressive strength and could do any job, he doesn't have any other clue about her origin. The large man cupped his hands towards the queen as he said. No clue? Isn't the fact that it was 4 years ago a good clue? Jier, if I remember correctly, wasn't 4 years ago the time for the previous supervising disciple of the Heavenly Moon sect to go back? When Queen Dong heard this, her eyes shrunk slightly. Mother's meaning is that this girl is really the supervising disciple of the Heavenly Moon sect? When Xuanjing heard this, his expression changed. Yes, from what it seems, there's a high chance of it being so. Of course, there's the chance that this girl appearing was a coincidence. Queen Dong said with a dark face. However, my palace guard said that the cultivator that saved this girl was a powerful cultivator. Could that person be a supervising disciple of the other sects? Xuanjing asked. I sent someone to look into it. The other 3 supervising disciples were under our control that night. Unless they had a method to make a clone, it definitely can't be one of them. However, the new barbarian ghost disciple is a powerful one. After giving our black spirit group a vicious slap outside the small clear temple, he hasn't shown himself. Big Zheng, has any suspicious cultivators entered Xuanjing in the near 2 months? Queen Dong muttered before asking the giant man sharply. Miss, recently, the larger factions have been moving their men around quite frequently. In the past 2 months, most of the cultivators that have entered Xuanjing are secretive and worthy of suspicion. The giant man paused before responding with a bitter smile. Wasn't the human cultivator that saved Xuanjing a powerful late spirit apostle? With that condition, there shouldn't be too many that are left. Queen Dong heard this and responded without hesitation. If only late spirit apostles, we can naturally eliminate most people. However, some people might be faking their cultivation, and if I were the new supervising disciple for the barbarian ghost sect, I would stay low and not fight with others to reveal my cultivation, and without that, most people won't be able to notice me. The giant man frowned. Yes, that is true and makes it extremely worrisome. However, this is still a clue, and you need to organize men to test the new strong figures in Xuanjing to see if any of them are worthy of suspicion. Queen Dong paused before saying resolutely. Yes, I will send men to do that immediately. In addition, the 7th prince is completely useless. Should I dispose of him? The giant man bowed before answering. When his gaze reached the young man lying on the floor, he asked another question. Mother, this child is my offspring and should have the bloodline of the sea race. How about we first leave his life? Xuanjing heard this and his face immediately changed. What, are you going soft? Before you can transform, the bloodline of the sea race stay hidden. Even if you have offspring, they only have pure human bloodline without any relation with the sea race. Big Zheng, take care of this 7th prince. Say that he made a grave offense and is currently being imprisoned in the inner palace. Queen Dong coldly glanced at Xuanjing before saying coldly. Hearing this, the giant man agreed with a savage face and picked up the 7th prince before leaving the hall without another sound. In this process, Xuanjing looked at the giant man and his mouth trembled slightly. But he ultimately wasn't able to say anything. Mother, the 4 gates have been locked and will not be open to anyone in the short term. However, the 2 sea race guards that you sent to chase last time have not come back and they have most likely fallen victim. Under the current circumstances, should we add some extra men on it? After Xuanjing resumed his calm, he said seriously to Queen Dong. Send extra men? That won't do. First sealing the 4 gates and then sending people to search for Xuanjing has already raised suspicion. If we add extra men, who is it come out? Queen Dong shook her head as her gaze colded and yelled towards the door. Miss, it's me. A shadow flashed at the door and a middle-aged woman came in with a smile. Chapter 210 4 Seas Overturning Skies Formation. Chapter 210 4 Seas Overturning Skies Formation. Aunt Lin, it's you? Didn't I tell you to look after the place of their retreat and not easily leave? When Queen Dong saw the middle-aged woman, her face darkened. Miss, it's information from Master. When the middle-aged woman heard this, she didn't appear surprised. Rather, she lowered her head as she replied. Then she took out a gold shell and walked to hand it over. My father giving information at this time is quite strange. Did something happen in the clan? Queen Dong was quite surprised and received to the golden shell before placing it on his forehead. Moments later, Queen Dong's face became steel green. After moving the shell aside, she cursed, "Wei Yu, you thief! How dare you steal the first Yuan heavy water from the warehouse? If he really died, then he'll have it easy, otherwise I'll skin him alive." "What, Wei Yu died? When was this?" The middle-aged woman's smile disappeared from her face. "It was just yesterday night. 2 human cultivators invaded the palace and saw Xuanjing's transformation before then escaping. Thus, I sent Wei Yu and another to go chase them, but they haven't returned yet. Most likely they have met their demise," Queen Dong said bitterly. "If that's the case, the first Yuan heavy water might be in the hands of a human cultivator. It'd be a messy situation. If Miss isn't able to recover the treasure, then even if you complete the Xuanjing mission, you will still get reprimanded by Master." The woman gave a sigh. "Of course I know the importance of the first Yuan heavy water to Father. However, the act has already happened, and unless we catch the 2 intruders, we have nothing to do. However, I need to stay in the palace for the mission and can't leave. After all, if I can't find the first Yuan heavy water, I'll at most get reprimanded by Father. However, if I mess up the Xuanjing matter, I will probably have to stay in the Black Freezing Valley for at least 10 years. Queen Dong said helplessly. "If that's the case, how about Miss give this matter to me? I have a strange treasure given by Master and can sense the first Yuan heavy water from a certain distance. I'll move around Xuanjing and hopefully find some clues." The middle-aged woman paused before saying, If that's the case, it's a pretty good idea. However..." Hearing this, Queen Dong showed some hesitation before wanting to say something. However, suddenly, footstep sounds sounded from outside the hall, and it was the giant man that left a while ago that entered back in. Queen Dong frowned as she stopped talking and looked over. "Miss, not good. I just heard news that someone is spreading half-true, half-false information. They are saying that there has been sightings of a sea race in the palace and said that the current emperor has been hurt. Now the emperor is a transformed monster. In addition, they said that a sea race have partnered with these monsters and are looking to hurt the humans in Xuanjing, to even killing all of the loose practitioners in the city," the giant man said with surprise as soon as he got back. "What, there's something like that? Have you found where the news came from?" After hearing those words, Queen Dong's face changed drastically. Xuanjing beside her turned entirely pale with a schwa sound. "I checked. The news was from a small loose practitioner group that specialized in selling information," the giant man quickly replied. "Miss, let me go and take out everyone in this group." When the middle-aged woman heard this, she immediately stiffened. "Aunt Lin, it's too late. The small group has already sold the information to 7 to 8 different people. I believe that not long later, everyone within Xuanjing will hear about it," the giant man said with a bitter smile. "It goes without saying that it's the work of those 2 intruders. They are really brave. Aunt Lin, when can those human cultivators that have gone into a retreat finish practicing the cultivation method that I gave?" At this point, Queen Dong actually calmed down. "Miss, it should take about 2 months according to plans. However, if we don't care about pills or even their life force, we can cut the time by almost half." Hearing this, Aunt Lin quickly replied, "If that's the case, you can go ahead and do so. If the plan is unsuccessful, there is no point to these people anyways. Big Zheng, go bring a couple of men to the Gold Spirit guests and take down Qiu Longji. If he doesn't want to come, kill him, and before the news spreads to the palace, take over the Gold Spirit guests and use God's fall to bring the human cultivators unconscious. Then place restrictions on them," Queen Dong said with resolution. The middle-aged woman answered. However, the giant man first paused before saying with killing intent, "Placing restrictions is too troublesome. How about I kill all of the Gold Spirit guests?" "No need. I need the human cultivators for something, so they must be alive." Queen Dong shook her head. "I understand," the giant man said with realization. "Ji Heir, make a decree that all of the important government officials need to come to the palace. In addition, say that those that don't come will be charged with rebellion." Queen Dong turned her head and ordered the overwhelmed Xuanjing. "Mother, are you planning on fighting now?" The emperor of Dishan country finally recovered and said with a shiver. "I had originally wanted to wait 2 months, but I can't help but move the plan up. However, it doesn't matter, we prepared this day for dozens of years. The entire underground of Xuanjing has been placed with our sea race's famous 4 seas overturning skies formation, and once we use it, if people didn't know, even spirit masters couldn't enter easily. In addition, this formation is effective to the inside and the outside. It will be able to cut off all communication and secret techniques. If we are lucky, the two intruders are not the supervising disciples of the two sects or haven't given the information back yet. We can then control everything within Xuanjing. When the 5 sects hear about the change in Xuanjing and come investigate, we can pause it for a while. When our clan starts to act, the 5 sects won't be able to care about us. Queen Dong said slowly. I understand. I'll go make the decree. As the emperor of a country, Xuanji was no ordinary person and decided quickly. Good, you finally realize that you are a sea race and not one of the lowly human race. As long as you call those officials inside the palace, I will immediately activate the entire formation as well as the inner formation to split up the palace and the rest of Xuanjing. With the ability of these loose cultivators in Xuanjing, breaking this formation is impossible. Alright, let's move. Queen Dong first praised with a sentence before saying coldly. The giant man and the rest naturally agreed and went to start working. In half a day, when all of the various factions within Xuanjing were quite turbulent because of that one piece of information, the entire ground of the family shook. Then, countless small formations appeared in the corners of each street as they flashed away. Then, the entire ground gave a ring as numerous faint blue light columns flew up from the ground and went into the sky. This surprising scene made all of the citizens and loose cultivators shocked. At the same time, at the middle of the palace, and jade platform that was originally used for ceremonies was surrounding with many palace guards. There were over 200 of them and each of them held a colorful formation flag as they were in 4 groups while in a square formation. And on the jade platform, Queen Dong had changed into a light blue dress as she was half kneeled on the platform. Her features were the same but she looked younger by a lot and seemed like a young woman. In addition, she was holding a dark blue bronze mirror and currently chanting something. She then threw the bronze mirror into the sky and with a buzz, the bronze mirror spit out a light blue inscription. It started only the size of a couple inches but as Queen Dong kept using Fa Li, it turned into the size of a washing bowl. Then it started flying towards the sky. However, when the inscription was 300 to 400 up in the sky, it started to slow and no matter how much Queen Dong used her mirror, it would only tremble. Do it. Seeing this, Queen Dong clenched her teeth as she said. Then, blue light appeared on the girl as her hair waved in the wind. Then she turned into a sea race person with an even prettier appearance. The 200 palace guards around the jade platform also had their body shine as they turned into a half-human, half-fish appearance. They were actually all transformed from the sea race and once they showed their true appearance, they started saying strange words and waved their flags. Immediately, the square formation gave a huge light and countless colorful inscriptions faded in and out from the ground. At the same time, strands of colorful lights flew out of the flags and poured into the bronze mirror of Queen Dong. In the blink of an eye, the bronze mirror became extremely bright. Queen Dong opened his mouth and a ball of essence blood turned into a blood mist as she used the Fa Li. However, the huge inscription flew towards the sky and disappeared into the sky. In the next moment, the sky split with a lightning strike and rolling black clouds with silver lightning snakes appeared. At the same time, a restriction wave that almost suffocated everyone spread out from the center of the palace. Chapter 211, Disappearance. Chapter 211, Disappearance. Then dots of blue light started to appear in the black cloud and after a muffled sound, they combined together to form an extremely thick blue light barrier that covered the entire Xuanjing. From afar, it seemed as if a huge blue bowl had trapped the city. At the same time, a blue light flashed as a blue light barrier appeared outside of the palace walls within Xuanjing and separated the entire palace from the rest of Xuanjing. Seeing such a surprising scene, the large loose cultivator factions were all shocked. Not good, we've been trapped by a formation. Break it open and escape. Someone gave a shout and immediately figures started flying out from every street and pounced towards the nearest light barrier to them. In the next moment, various attacks exploded from these loose cultivators as they attacked the light barrier. In moments, large bangs rang across Xuanjing. However, when all of the explosions died away, the large barrier was still solid and silently standing above Xuanjing. In addition, there was not even the slightest ripple. This surprising scene made all of the loose cultivators that attacked have faces that were extremely ugly. Suddenly, a couple of loose cultivators made hand techniques to the ground or took out various glyphs and totems to use. Then with a yellow light they drilled into the ground. The loose cultivators that had quick reactions actually wanted to escape Xuanjing from the underground. Moments later, these people cursed as they came flying out of the ground. Apparently, there was a blue barrier hundreds of feet under Xuanjing and no one could escape. When the others saw this, they all felt their heart go cold. However, a couple loose cultivators that belonged to various factions all went back to report their findings. In only 4 to 6 hours, the factions within Xuanjing started to recall all of their men, and at the same time, the upper echelons gathered to discuss the situation. Without saying, this was definitely done by the sea race and monsters. Otherwise, how could this happen as soon as their identities were exposed? In addition, the entire palace became protected by the formation, so they are obviously afraid of us finding trouble with them. An upper echelon of some faction said with anger while in one of the meetings. Similar curses and yells were naturally happening in other factions. With much discussion, the various forces started to move their forces around. Not long later, groups of cultivators flew out from secretive places within Xuanjing. The cultivators that appeared this time were obviously more well-trained than the loose cultivators before, and they found an apparent weak spot in the light barrier as they started another round of attacks. Although these cultivators were much stronger than those from before and were equipped with some powerful totems, they were only able to make the barrier slightly shake without actually doing much damage to the formation. This result made the factions extremely shocked and angry. Helpless, they retreated back and after another round of discussions, started to send people out to join hands with other factions. Perhaps it became the danger in Xuanjing making the factions feel a life or death pressure, but within half a day, they were able to form an alliance with surprising efficiency. Then, part of the cultivators within the alliance started to research how to break the blue barrier while the other part started to gather around the palace. Obviously, these factions knew clearly that it was the doing of the other races in the palace. As long as they were able to penetrate the palace, the outside barrier would be broken. At the same time, the ordinary citizens were also shocked, but after seeing that there was no difference behind a light barrier above their heads, they went back to the street and started gossiping. Citizens that had connections or family as cultivators heard part of the truth of the matter, and after muttering among themselves, countless strange versions of the story spread out. Inside a secret room in the third Marquis house, a couple of black figures sneakily gathered together, but after talking and arguing for a while, they strangely all left. Junior Bai, your method seemed to have backfired. These sea race were actually forced to use such a large thing because of you. On a nameless peak on Immortal Dawn Mountain, Lu Ming and Chunniang were standing shoulder to shoulder as they looked at the blue barrier before them. Suddenly, the girl smiled and started talking. I indeed did not expect that the sea race would place such a shocking formation under Xuanjing. Looks like I have underestimated the craziness of these sea race. As for backfiring, that's a little harsh. Although the power of the formation is quite large, it obviously only has the power to trap people without any attacking power. Otherwise, all of the cultivators within Xuanjing would have already been killed. Under the current circumstances, we are extremely safe and only need to wait for the sect to send people over. Lu Ming's shock dimmed a little before replying slowly. Junior's words do make sense. Right now, those sea race have turtled within the palace and naturally cannot find trouble with us. However, I have already tested with the barrier up, I can't send information back to the sect. I think that Junior Bai's communication methods will be useless. Thankfully we moved fast and passed the important information back to the sect. Otherwise, if we were slow, we might have failed sending information back because of these sea race and would have messed things up. Xuanjing said with a smile. The sea race using these methods do seem rushed, but they should already know that even if we didn't send information back, the sects would still notice the change. However, they still choose to do such a harsh tactic. That's indeed quite strange. Lu Ming first nodded before muttered with confusion. It doesn't matter what plan the sea race have. However, the news has already sent back to the sects, which means that they will not succeed. After all, the entire Deshen country is our 5 sects and we have already done all that we can. The rest is in the hands of the elders back at the sect. Junior Bai is thinking too much. Chunniang laughed. Maybe I'm worrying about too much. Like what Senior said, we only need to wait for now. Someone seems to be coming towards my cave. It's him, that's why. Senior, I'll be going back to my cave, and now that you've changed your appearance, help me send him away. In the remaining time, I plan on being in a retreat and not involve myself in anything. Lu Ming said quickly as he flew towards his cave. So it's that person. No wonder you don't want to meet him. Chunniang first paused before realizing who it was and muttered to herself. However, her heart was still a little confused. As another late perfection spirit apostles, Lu Ming was able to discover the person much earlier than she did. If it wasn't for the fact that he was holding some kind of treasure, it was because he had a stronger mental strength. The girl's face changed for a while before she sighed and flew from the peak. A short while later, a colorful robed old man with a friendly face appeared on the mountain path as he came straight to Lu Ming's cave. It was Elder Mian from the 100 Spirit House. He seemed to be thinking something and walked quite slowly. However, even like this, not long later the old man appeared before the front of Lu Ming's cave and knocked twice. Moments later, the door was opened and Xuanjing appeared before the old man with a smile. "Ha, this fellow is Brother Chen living here?" Elder Mian paused before asking with some surprise. "This is the living place of Senior Chen. You are?" Xuanjing's true appearance was much younger than Lu Ming's fake identity of Mr. Chen. Thus, she could only call Lu Ming Senior for now. "So fellow is Mr. Chen's junior. My surname is Mian, and if fellow could give word, fellow Chen will know who I am." Elder Mian said respectfully. "That might not do. My senior took a retreat a couple of days ago and is practicing a secret technique and cannot be interrupted halfway. Elder Mian should wait a month before coming back." Xuanjing shook her head as she replied. "What, taking a retreat now? Can fellow help me out? You should have seen the restrictions in the sky. This time, Owner Qin has received news from the 3rd Marquis and told all of the 100 Spirit House's cultivators to go to the 3rd Marquis house. Mr. Qin is a late perfection spirit apostle. The 3rd Marquis personally named him to be there. It seems that the 3rd Marquis has found a solution for this." Elder Mian said hurriedly. "3rd Marquis? Sorry, even if it was a prince, my senior can't come out right now." Xuanjing's expression changed, but her words were still firm. "If that's the case, I can only tell my owner and the 3rd Marquis that." Elder Mian talked for a while but didn't see Xuanjing backing down, so he could only cup his hands and leave. However, when the colorful robed old man walked a couple of steps away, a fluctuation appeared beside his ear and Lu Ming's voice sounded. "Brother Mian, if I were you, I would not go to the 3rd Marquis house now. I can only tell you so much and won't say more." Lu Ming's voice only talked for 2 sentences but still made Elder Mian's heart move. He turned around and cupped his hands to Lu Ming's cave before leaving without another word. In the next few days, almost 1,000 loose cultivators appeared outside of the palace and placed various large and small formations to completely trap the palace. Then all of the factions didn't move again. It was as if the upper echelons were all thinking about a method to break into the palace. After all, the barrier that encompassed the palace wasn't as strong as the one that encompassed Xuanjing but was still emitting a shocking aura. It was obviously not something that could be broken easily. Chapter 212, The Start of Changes. Chapter 212, The Start of Changes. And within this time period, another strange matter happened within Xuanjing. Some of the factions had suspicions that the imperial family might not be human and thus sent groups of cultivators to the houses of the Marquis and Princess to verify their identity. However, the result made them shocked. Their houses had been completely emptied out since an unknown time ago. No matter it was the owner or the servants, no one remained behind. This included the 3rd Marquis house. Among the cultivators that rushed into the 3rd Marquis house was Elder Mian from the 100 Spirit House. However, after he brought a couple of underlings and searched the entire 3rd Marquis house without discovering anyone, his face turned ugly. 2 days ago, Sun Yin and late perfection spirit apostles that were his friends entered within the 3rd Marquis house and sent word that they needed to stay the night to discuss something. However, after a day and night, no other information came out. Now, he could not wait any longer and joined among the factions to break into the 3rd Marquis house. However, he saw a strange scene that made him both shocked and angry. If he didn't listen to Lu Ming's words and found an excuse to not enter in the 3rd Marquis house, he might have ended up like the other guests and disappeared. Although he did not know what happened to those disappeared, under the chaotic situation, he could imagine that the disappeared people weren't in a good position. However, at this point the old man had nothing that he could do and could only go back to discuss future developments with Chen Chao. Right when Elder Mian was going back to the Chen house, in an area near the borders of the Deshen country and Haiyu country, a 100-foot flying ship that was covered in white light was flying high in the air. In an exquisite cabin within the ship, a woman wearing a white dress was currently playing on a light silver ancient zither with her head down. The sound of the zither was soothing to one's ears. It was as quick as a waterfall at times, while at other times, it was crisp like pearls falling onto a jade plate. At times, it was even like a small whisper that absorbed one into the world created by the zither music. Suddenly, the woman in the dress paused. The zither music immediately stopped. She raised her head and showed an extremely simple and pretty face. She lightly asked, "What, you still can't communicate with 13th Miss from the Green Scale clan?" Master, the communication totem seemed to have been covered by something. The other end has not responded. Hearing the woman's question, a handsome young man walked from outside the cabin and bowed respectfully. What is this 13th miss thinking? Although we were asked by their clan to help them in Xuanjing, now that we can't communicate with them, we have no idea what the situation is in Xuanjing. The lady in the dress frowned as she said. Please be at ease. We have already let them know that we are heading to Xuanjing, and although we're slightly ahead of schedule, it shouldn't change too many things. The young man gave a smile and responded. Maybe so. Although I'm some divine secret goddess, with a divine secret body to those human loose cultivators, you know that we merely bought those humans and played a trick. Although we used our clan to make the sects within Heiyu country ignore us, our clan's cultivators rarely communicate with the Shen country cultivators. If we meet a spirit master of those sects, this divine secret goddess title won't be of much use. The lady said coldly. With master's identity of the Red Scale clan Holy Maiden, even if you meet the Shen country's cultivators, they wouldn't dare slight you. After all, our three clans haven't started our plans yet and haven't torn all face apart with the sects on this Yunzhou island. The young man said with confidence. Hopefully so. However, for Xuanjing to have lost communication so suddenly, I felt a bit worried. Go send word to the clan and let third uncle come over. Even if he starts traveling later than us with his speed, he should get to Xuanjing at about the same time. The lady in the dress paused before saying with conviction. Yes, I'll go give word to third master. The young man's expression became serious as he agreed and walked out. Moments later, the sound of the zither once again rang in the ship. However, this time the zither music was more high-pitched with sounds of metal clashing, making anyone who heard it feel their blood boil. At the same time, above a plane, a white-boned ship that was over 300 feet long was shooting forward while surrounded by countless strands of black gas. At the forefront of the bone ship was a large man wearing a silver robe. He looked out without expression. Suddenly, footsteps sounded behind him and a pretty woman walked over. She quietly asked, Senior Lei, although we found sea race in Xuanjing, it didn't require our sect to send out for spirit masters, including 2 faction leaders, you and me. Junior Mei didn't hear the whole story. Our sect got wind that the sea race were planning something big recently and were targeted towards the countries along the sea and countries that are close to the sea. This time, Sect Master Senior wants us to use lightning-like methods to handle the sea race in Xuanjing and give the sea race a strong warning, telling them to not extend their hand too far. In addition, the Heavenly Moon sect seems to have similar thoughts and sent out quite a few spirit masters. This time, with our 2 sects moving simultaneously, even if the sea race in Xuanjing have support, we will keep everyone within the Deshen country and not let anyone escape. The large man said calmly. To be doing this isn't too hard. However, would it enrage the sea race? With how large the sea race is, there must be quite a few spirit masters within them, and their strength isn't something that our couple of countries can defend against. Junior Lin's words are incorrect. Towards these other races, we humans cannot show weakness. Otherwise, it will only let those sea race push further and further. Look at the Heiyu countries. Because they were afraid of the sea race, they ignored the actions of the sea race within their borders, and the result was those sea race becoming less and less cautious. Some of their actively are even half public, not even bothering to perform them secretly. Sect Leader Senior has also asked Martial Uncle Yen before making the order. The large man said with a sneer. So Martial Uncle Yen actually agreed. If that's the case, then it shouldn't be much of a problem. However, from here to Xuanjing will take about a whole month. Hopefully nothing big happens in Xuanjing. The woman heard Martial Uncle Yan's name and expression stiffened. Relax. With Bai Chongqian's intelligence and strength, even if there are any mishaps, he should be able to take care of them. However, I never thought that he would find out that the entire government had been overtaken by the sea race after getting to Xuanjing in just a couple of months. Compared to him, the other supervising disciples were all useless. After so many years, they heard nothing about the sea race. The large man said with anger. Our martial nephew Bai is indeed quite the person. Unfortunately, he only has 3 spiritual pulses. If he just had 1 more spiritual pulse, he would have a large chance of becoming a spirit master. The woman said with pity. That might not be the case. The chances of a 3 spiritual apostle becoming a spirit master are just low, not actually impossible. The large man was quiet for a moment before replying as such. What, Senior Lei looks favorably on him? The woman said with surprise. It doesn't count as looking favorable. I only think that martial nephew Bai won't be stopping at this point. That's right, I heard that when we left, Gao Chong had prepared everything to start trying to go for the Spirit Master realm. The large man said expressionlessly before he asked. Yeah, he has indeed started to break through. However, we will only know whether or not he is successful after a whole year. However, our martial nephew Bai is pretty intelligent. Apparently, as soon as he got back to the Bai clan, he returned the marriage with Mu clan. With this, even if Gao Chong becomes a Spirit Master, he can't easily find trouble with martial nephew Bai. The woman said without much emotion. Return the marriage? What's the use of that? Since Gao Chong has already tried to break through to the Spirit Master, he obviously has another human cauldron in mind. Even if that Bai kid didn't return the marriage, he has already offended the other party. It's just a matter of time before he receives backlash. The large man said with a cold. At least there's a period of pause. There might be some change within this time period. However, this matter does not really involve us, and those that really do care would be Senior Gue and Junior Zhou. The woman said with a smile. That is true. However, this time, successfully attacking the sea race is in large part due to martial nephew Bai. We'll have to reward him. In addition, besides the sea race, we'll need to go through the other various factions in Xuanjing. Otherwise, those loose cultivators might think that Xuanjing is theirs. The large man said with anger. I agree. Those loose cultivators in Xuanjing have become a little outrageous, and we need to remind them who's really in charge. The woman agreed after hearing what was said. Lu Ming sat in the middle of a secret room and was holding onto the blue flag. Black smoke came out of his mouth and circled around the blue flag, and it seemed like he was in a crucial moment of refining. Suddenly, he gave a low roar and the small flag in his hand trembled. It gave a large shine and 3 layers of blue restriction formations appeared on it. With a flash they then disappeared. It's done. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face was quite excited, and he grabbed onto the blue flag before urging his Fa Li to pour into the flag. Chapter 213, Battle Formation. Chapter 213, Battle Formation. Immediately the blue small flag gave a buzz, and after a wave, dots of blue light flew out. In addition, these dots vaguely formed the shape of waves that surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming was surprised as he started to wave the flag, and the waves also started moving as if they were real. Suddenly, the flag in his hand pointed a couple of times forward. Then the waves curled and 7 to 8 thick white lines shot out and smashed into the wall. The fortified wall was now covered in trembling light. Several holes, each differing in size, had appeared out of nowhere on the wall's stone surface. Seeing what had happened, Lu Ming frowned. This was not particularly powerful for a mid-tier totem. As he was consumed by this thought, he inhaled deeply. The small blue flag blurred before he stuck the flag into his stomach and starting rapidly making hand signs. Lu Ming's body became obscured, then gradually became transparent before finally dissolving into the wave, vanishing without the slightest trace. The wave thrashed to and fro in the center of the room, then shot skyward and stuck to the roof layer by layer. It then morphed into a vortex, whirling violently in the air. A muffled sound came forth from the wave. Suddenly it split into 2 blobs, and after another burst of blue light, from each of the centers of the blobs unexpectedly emerged a shadowy figure of a half-translucent man. Incredibly, the 2 figures were identical to Lu Ming both in face and in dress. The 2 gazed at each other from a distance and could not tell real from fake. Amazing! I never thought that this little treasure could change in such an astonishing way. How fortunate that on the day I faced my enemy, that member of the sea race, I did not give him cause to unleash the full strength of this totem. One of the shadowy figures morphed into a wave and crashed down as the other materialized into Lu Ming in his original form. Now though, his face was flush with surprise. And like this, a few days later, Lu Ming and Chunniang had ensconced themselves in the dwelling. One was quietly healing, recovering Yuan Qi, the other was intensely concentrating on familiarizing himself with his recently acquired mid-tier totem. However, during this time period, all of the factions of Xuanjing had sent people to probe the barrier surrounding the palace and try to break through it, or at least to try to find its weak points. The light barrier constantly changed accordingly, bearing with ease any sort of attack thrown at it. It seemed to have no weak points whatsoever. Probably the only result to have emerged from these few days of probing was that the factions understood that no single faction would be able to breach this barrier alone. Another 2 days later, the factions of Xuanjing seemed to have finally found the means to break through the palace barrier. On this day, at exactly midday, thousands of cultivators who had been sitting outside the palace suddenly rose on command and started to form into ranks. In an instant, 3 enormous ranks of various compositions had formed at the palace's main entrance. In one rank each cultivator had a misty white sword. In another rank each cultivator brandished a long jet black knife. In the final rank the cultivators donned light silver snares. Some loose practitioners nearby saw this and were quite shaken. Some of the more experienced among them were even more taken aback, and several quietly uttered the two words, battle formation. At the same time, several strong people with odd auras flew out from among the thousands of allied cultivators. From among them, an old man walked out and pulled a disc-shaped 8-trigram from his chest, slowly raising it high and pointing it towards the palace. Well, if it isn't the great Master Rong, Xuanjing's number 1 formation master. Looks like this time we might have a hope of breaking through the barrier. One of the loose cultivators watching from the sidelines called out with delight upon recognizing the old man. The other cultivators, who either recognized the great Master Rong, or had heard his name before, also joined in the call, pleasantly surprised. It was just at this moment that this great Master Rong took the 8-trigram and suddenly hurled it high in the air, shooting out a one-handed hand sign at the same time. A crisp sound rang out. The 8-trigram plates flashed and a huge illusory formation faintly flashed out for the fraction of a second. "What are you fellows waiting for? Help me out here!" Master Rong shouted out loudly. Immediately, the other cultivators who had flown out broke into 2 ranks and stood at the ready as if prearranged. Each placed both of his arms on the shoulders of the one in front of him, and the 2 who stood at the front placed their palms on the old man's back. 2 waves full of pure Fa-Li violently surged towards Master Rong's body. The old man could only feel his body exploding with Fa-Li, his spiritual pulses completely filling and surging with pure Fa-Li, seemingly about to make his body burst open in the next moment. The old man dared not hesitate, and his 10 fingers shot out at the light formation in succession like a wheel, each hand sign falling on all sides of the light formation with unmatched precision. Each time he pointed, the light formation swelled, and in an instant, it had expanded to 7 to 8 meters in diameter large. At just this moment, with a wung-wung sound, countless multicolored symbols danced out from the center of the colossal light formation. After the formation quivered for a moment, a thick white light beam shot from its center and, after a flash, slammed violently into the light barrier in front of the palace. Upon the smash of the light beam, a ripple started to appear on the surface of the once thick light barrier, and for the first time the barrier began to flash slightly. At this moment, from among the thousands of cultivators grouped into the 3 battle formations in front of the palace, an unidentified voice called out, "Let's go!" The hundreds of cultivators holding swords moved their weapons as one, the aura from their swords slicing through the air with one chop. The swords instantly combined to form one enormous sword of light, 10-odd meters in length, before it ferociously descended into the light barrier in front of the palace in one fell swoop. An earth-shaking boom resounded. The blue light barrier suddenly bent inward, and the light started to flash intensely. Precisely at the moment in which the sword of light vanished, the hundreds of other cultivators who were holding blades similarly thrust their blades into the air in a single slash. The dense light from the blades flew up with a twirl. The light then combined, becoming an enormous black knife of light 10-odd meters in length, and gave off an astounding aura as it fell. Another boom. The black knife of light cut into the same place on the light barrier, instantly producing a ci-la sound. A pale white mark appeared on the light barrier. Witnessing this scene, the other loose cultivators let out a sound of surprise, their faces full of delight. Now the last several hundred cultivators wearing silver snares positioned themselves and threw up their snare-covered fists. A thickly dotted silhouette of a fist shot up, whirled itself into an enormous fist of light, and then slammed down on the light barrier's white mark. Given the astonishing strength of the fist of light's attack, no one had any doubt that it would spell the light barrier's downfall. However, just at this moment there was suddenly a blood-colored light in the center of the palace. A blood-colored sword of light several meters long shot skyward, and in a flash, pierced through the light barrier, resting violently upon the silver fist of light. With a loud bang, the blood-colored and silver lights mixed together, and finally disappeared simultaneously in a flash. Seeing this, the 10-odd high-ranking cultivators of the various factions who had been transmitting Fa-Li into Master Rong's body uninterruptedly were all shocked, and their gazes were unwittingly drawn to the center of the palace. They saw gray clouds rising to the sky. Above, more than 10 human cultivators in various dress stood tall. These cultivators were all old and gray, though each of them brandished a sword where a pale blood-colored light emitted from the top. They were expressionless. Gong Sunlong Shendu Feng Tianhua, you guys. Do you realize that the current master of the palace is not one of us humans? Surely you wouldn't defy us all to help the enemy? A high-ranking cultivator of one of the factions with a head full of gray hair and an appearance likewise advanced in age, after discerning the 10-odd cultivators' appearances clearly, shouted at them in shock. Others were up in arms as well. These so-called Gong Sunlong, Xiandu, and Feng Tianhua were the three leading commanders among the gold spirit guests other than Qiulongzi. At this point, others recognized some of the other human cultivators and cried out, "Imperial cultivators." The other old men were spirit apostles that the imperial family had painstakingly trained during these years, and outstanding ones at that. They were all at the rank of late perfection spirit apostles. But these imperial cultivators and the three gold spirit guests were not paying attention to what was happening outside the light barrier, rather they were just holding their swords and gazing outward, coldly and silently. The strangeness of the scene caused the high-ranking cultivators of Xuanjing's allied factions to look at one another in concern. Don't delude yourselves thinking that they will listen to you. Since they have learned my cultivation method, it is up to me if they live or die. How could they possibly risk their little lives for you? At this moment, a slow drawn-out voice rang out from the center of the palace. Thickly dotted silhouette of human figure, an impressive array of palace guards clad in armor, 200 or 300 in the group, flew out. However, on top of the foremost cloud stood a lady adorned in jewelry and clad in blue imperial robes. It was Empress Dong. It's you, Empress Dong. You are a member of the sea race after all. One of the high-ranking allied cultivators had evidently seen Empress Dong before, and upon seeing her perform technique, angrily yelled out. However, as his gaze passed over the hundreds of guards, a sense of terror grew unwittingly in his heart. These guards exuded a very strong aura, and the weakest of them was at least a middle spirit apostles. There were even a few among them who were carelessly releasing spiritual pressure that made him, a late perfection spirit apostle, feel afraid. Oh, it's the master of the wind and cloud tower, but does my current status really matter now? I only came out to tell you one thing. Don't fool yourselves into thinking that you will be able to break through this barrier. This barrier of mine is connected to the entire formation. As long as I support it, even if you were to exert more than 10 times as much force, it wouldn't nearly be enough. If you know what's good for you, you'll listen to me and fall back. In 2 months' time, the formation will have exhausted its energy and all will be well. Otherwise, given that I have prepared for this many years, do you really think I do not have the proper techniques to deal with you? Chapter 214, Breaking the Formation. Chapter 214, Breaking the Formation. Empress Dong said lightly as she moved her arm and pointed towards the light curtain in front of her. Then, with a wung sound, the white scar that appeared in the light curtain instantly disappeared after a flash of blue light. After finishing this, the woman ignored those outside the light barrier and returned under the protection of many guards. The three commanders for gold spirit guests and imperial cultivators stayed behind and watched those outside of the barrier. The upper echelons all looked at each other in confusion. How is it, mother? These human cultivators really will stop attacking the palace? Empress Dong had just gotten back to the center of the palace before Xianji, who had been waiting impatiently around, immediately walked up and asked with worry. Next to him was a large man and a middle-aged woman that had an ordinary appearance. It was Big Zheng and Aunt Lin. Relax, although these humans have joined together right now, they are after all from different factions. After I showed my large strength and then gave them another specific time frame for their escape, they won't have any thoughts of fighting till the end. In addition, even if they want to keep on attacking, I will personally man the formation and give them a harsh punishment and make them realize how difficult it is. However, we need to take care of the ministers. Although they are all weak, they have large amounts of influence among the normal people in the county, and as long as we are able to have them work for us, there will be a lot of good when we want to conquer the mortals of Deshen country. Empress Dong said lightly. Relax, mother, the ministers all have been put under with 100-day sleep, and as long as they don't get the antidote, they won't be able to wake up. When Xianji heard this, his heart relaxed as he replied. That's good. Aunt Lin, Gong Sun Long and them leaving their cultivation early has been all due to you. Once we return to the clan, I will personally request a reward for you from my father. Empress Dong turned around and talked to the middle-aged woman. I do not dare claim credit. I only used some small techniques to have them leave a few days earlier. Now they are all stronger by quite a bit due to Miss Demonic cultivation method. However, their lives are in your hands. As time passes, their own mind will also become muddled and they will become blood aura puppets that follow every order. Aunt Lin said with a smile. This was due to a bottle of blood aura that father gave me. Otherwise, even if they successfully cultivated the method, we would not see progress so soon. In the remaining time we can only wait. That's right, because we activated the 4 Seas Overturning Skies formation, our communication with the outside world has been cut off. I remember in the original plan, the Red Scale Clan's princess would meet up with us in 2 months. If I'm not wrong, she should have left from the Haiyu country. Empress Dong suddenly thought of something as she said. That is indeed the case. However, the Red Scale Clan and our Green Scale Clan has never had good relationships. Why would they arrange for that girl to come to Xuanjing? Aunt Lin asked respectfully. Simply, according to the agreement between our 3 clans, half of the Dexian country will be under the Red Scale Clan's rule. To balance things out, the princess of the Red Scale naturally needs to come to Xuanjing. Alright, let's not worry about the matter with the Red Scale Clan. Father and them will argue for the profits for our clan. In addition, once she arrives at Xuanjing, everything will be settled. All I hope for is that the date for the start of the plan hasn't changed, otherwise, we will be in a very bad spot. Empress Dong sneered before talking seriously. Miss, be at ease. Our 3 sea clans have been planning for this dozens of years ago, and the date for the start of the plan is something vital. There is no way that it would get changed easily. The large man replied. Hopefully so. I will be holding down the fort at the middle of the palace in the remaining days. All other matters will be your and Big Zheng's hands. That's right, Big Zheng. Qiu Longji escaped from your hands last time. If there's another mistake, don't blame me for executing the clan's laws. Empress Dong said with a cold voice towards Big Zheng. Yes, I definitely won't make another mistake. Last time, it was because I didn't think that Qiu Longji had the mythical clone bug which helped him escape from the palace. It won't happen again. When the large man heard this, his heart began beating hard. Empress Dong nodded without saying anything. In the next few days, the Xuanjing alliance organized another few attempts to attack the restrictions on the palace, but anyone could see that although the number of people attacking didn't change, the actual effort lowered each time the attack was organized. In the last attack, over half of the cultivators gave a feeling that they were there because they had to and had no intention of actually using force. With this, the upper echelons of each faction started blaming each other and left on unhappy terms. The alliance, although still existing in name, had no weight behind it. Of course, no one said anything about dissolving the alliance. After all, if in 2 months the restrictions on Xuanjing still existed, they would have to join hands again and fight with their lives on the line. Immediately, the entire Xuanjing went from boiling to calm. Half a month later, a large bone boat that had black gas circling around it appeared 7 to 8 miles from Xuanjing. At the front of the boat was the Master Lei and Lin Kalen standing together. As they looked at the large blue light barrier, their faces became serious. With such a shocking amount of water attributed spirit power, it definitely is the sea race that has done something. I wonder how the situation in Xuanjing is. Master Lei said slowly. Since these sea race young ones are using the restriction, they obviously couldn't go against the loose cultivators in the city with their own strength. Thus nothing big should happen. However, this restriction is obviously not something that a normal sea race formation could form. Even if we want to break it, it probably won't be an easy task. Lin Sayu's brows were furrowed. Since Senior Lei and Lin both think that the restriction is hard to break, why don't we wait for the Heavenly Moon sect to get here before we move as one? A clear voice sounded from behind the two of them. The person speaking was a dark man that looked around 30 years old. The moment he opened his mouth, he showed a mouth full of white teeth. Next to the man was an old man that had a face full of wrinkles. He was wearing a crane robe and held a skull-headed staff. However, he looked like he would fall over with a slight breeze. Junior Wei doesn't know that when we came here, sect leader ordered that we must take care of things as quickly as possible. If we wait too long, it'll leave the impression that our sect is weak. Lin Sayu explained with a smile. That's why. Otherwise, why would there need to be 4 spirit masters to take care of some young sea race members? The man with the dark skin said with some realization. Junior Deng, you have quite a bit of experience with formations. We might have to bother you in a bit. Master Lei said towards the crane-robed old man. Senior Lei, please be at ease. I will use my utmost strength. In addition, even the strongest formation can't do too much damage if there isn't someone who has a strength that matches it manning it. The crane-robed old man coughed and said confidently. Master Lei and everyone relaxed after hearing this. They then urged the boat to shoot towards the blue light barrier and stopped about a mile away, levitating. At this time, the crane-robed elder took out a plate-shaped totem and started to chant. Master Lei and the rest quietly waited on the bone boat. Time slowly went by. After 6 to 8 hours, the crane-robed elder let out a long breath and stopped his chant. I know what formation this is. It's the famous 4C Overturning Sky Formation. 4C Overturning Sky Formation. I heard of this formation. It is regarded as one of the largest formations of the sea race, with it being known for its defense. Junior Deng, do you have? Senior can relax. If there was a spirit master sea race managing the formation, it would indeed be extremely hard. However, there are only spirit apostles. I will break the formations within 5 days. The crane-robed elder said confidently. 5 days? It's a little long. Even if we have to make some sacrifices, we need to be able to break the formation in 3 days. When Master Lei heard this, he shook his head. It's not impossible to break the formation within 3 days. However, I will have to borrow Senior Lei's life totem. The old man paused before speaking with sincerity. My life totem. That's no problem. When the large man heard this, he agreed without hesitation. Great. Then I hope that Junior Wei and Senior Lin can help in the following actions. I'll start putting down some tactics to help with breaking the formation. The crane-robed man said seriously. Of course, no one had any objections. In the following time, they landed the bone boat within a dense forest. For the next few days, they moved the bone boat around and under the crane-robed elder's instructions, placed various counteracting formations. On the third day, a huge stone stage that had been erected overnight appeared before the west gate of Xuanjing. Under the protection of the 3 other spirit masters, the crane-robed elder appeared on the stage. With a shake of the elder's sleeve, countless crimson-red formation flags shot out and after a flash, stuck themselves around the stone stage, forming a strange formation. The crane-robed elder stood at the middle of the formation, and after making a single-handed technique, the surrounding crimson formation flags all started buzzing. Waves of heat rolled out and in mere seconds, formed a light red cloud above the stone stage. This fire cloud started to turn and toss under the elder's actions, and after the time it takes to eat a meal, it was about an acre large and almost covered the entire stone stage under it. Chapter 215, Zhou Tianhe. Chapter 215, Zhou Tianhe. The crane-robed elder suddenly raised his staff and waved it at the fire cloud with lightning speed. This caused a huge symbol to fly out from the center of the fire cloud a moment later. After a twirl, it shot up to the sky without leaving a trace behind. Moments later, the formations set around the periphery of Xuanjing were ignited simultaneously. A crimson light formation appeared over the blue light barrier, vaguely forming an even larger superformation. With a single turn of this formation, fire clouds started forming in its center. It was dense, filling more than half of the air above Xuanjing. The combination of its red hue with the blue of the light barrier below created a beautiful vision able to move anyone. Upon seeing what had happened, many commoners and loose practitioners in Xuanjing stared in shock, mouths agape. A thunderclap sounded out of the blue and a silver lightning bolt flashed inside the fire cloud and writhed violently. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a lightning python hundreds of meters long, eyes icy cold and silver lightning covering its body. It moved its colossal mouth towards the large barrier below, shooting out a thick lightning bolt. Lightning bolts flew out in all directions. There was a quiver on the surface of the blue light barrier and a blue ripple passed along it. At the same time, the fire cloud once again turned about. Many crimson symbols gushed out and then fell like raindrops. Each symbol fell on the blue light barrier, none making a sound. However, somehow they significantly decreased the barrier's power. With a nod of its head and a flick of its tail, the python shot down from the sky, viciously driving its head into the light barrier. There was an earth-shaking boom. A sudden tremor was felt throughout Xuanjing, even causing many unstable buildings to collapse under the shock and injure an unknown number of civilians. All of Xuanjing was plunged immediately into chaos. An indiscernible number of cultivators flew from their dwellings into the air, faces flush with shock as they looked upon the strange red and blue phenomenon in the sky. Meanwhile, Empress Dong sat in a secret room within the palace. A ball of blood shot from her mouth as she screamed out in shock. Impossible. A spirit master level master is attacking the formation, and is using the calculations of a formation master, specifically attacking the formation's weakest points. This won't do. If things continue as is, the entire formation will be unable to support itself in no time. The barrier around Xuanjing must be abandoned. As soon as her words fell, Empress Dong abruptly grabbed the formation plate in front of her, spat a ball of blood at it and crazily made hand signs. Meanwhile, the blue light barrier which had covered Xuanjing endured several more attacks from the lightning python. In a violent flash, it suddenly became sparks of spiritual light and then disappeared. However, the light barrier covering the palace expanded more than 4 or 5 times in thickness. A 5-colored symbol simultaneously sprung forth strangely from the light barrier center, and it flew across every inch of the light barrier. The barrier around the palace instantly became stranger. The moment the barrier around Xuanjing had disappeared, the crane-robed elder, standing on the platform and exercising techniques, was shocked and said with a quiet smile, "I never thought this member of the sea race supporting the formation would be so resolute." After realizing that I was able to calculate this formation's weak points and use the opposite type of formation to counteract that barrier, they willingly took down the outer barrier and put all of their energy into defending the inner barrier. What Junior Deng means is that this formation has not been completely penetrated, but rather that these members of the sea race have purposely abandoned the outer barrier. If this is true, won't the inner barrier be even harder to break? Brows furrowed, Master Lei wondered aloud as he flicked his hand at the sky, causing the python to turn with a flash into a silver blade and fall. Unclear, I would need to see the inner barrier for myself to be able to say for sure, the crane-robed elder responded. In that case, let's go over to see it. Junior Wei, please call on Nephew Bai and tell him to come see us. There are some things I would like to go over with him personally, Master Lei said as something else occurred to him. No problem, I will inform Nephew Bai, the dark man responded nonchalantly. With that, he took out a round technique plate on his person and made several rapid motions in the air with one hand, before then replacing the technique plate as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Lu Ming sat in a secret room with his eyes closed. All of a sudden, a wung-wung sound came from his body. His eyes shot open. He rolled up his sleeves and a technique plate appeared in his hands. As he watched it vibrating gently, several silver symbols appeared on its surface. With only a couple glances, a look of joy formed on Lu Ming's face. He immediately stood up, picked up the technique plate, pushed open the door and left the secret room. But as he entered the dwelling, he immediately caught sight of Chunniang coming from the bedroom, the girl's face also full of delight. Junior Bai, the elders of our Heavenly Moon sect have arrived in Xuanjing. I'm about to go and welcome them, the girl said unhesitatingly as she saw Lu Ming. What a coincidence, I have just received word as well. The support from our barbarian ghost sect have also arrived. If both you and I are able to receive this information, could it be that the sea race's barrier has already been destroyed? Lu Ming was somewhat surprised, though after some thought, suddenly understood. It could only be thus. As it is so, let us go together. Hearing these words, Chunniang was somewhat uncertain, though a hint of a smile also showed on her face. And so, with a few words of urging, Lu Ming left the dwelling with Chunniang, one wearing a light green cloak, the other's face covered with a scarf. Outside the palace, in front of the blue light barrier, was a white bone boat with black gas swirling around it and a light bronze flying chariot, facing each other in the distance. In front of the bone boat, Master Lei and the 4 others were standing shoulder to shoulder. Opposite it, on the light bronze flying chariot, stood 2 women and 1 man. One of the women was 27 years old and the other in her 30s, both with elegant facial features. Each of them carried 2 swords on their backs, one yellow and one light green. By contrast, the man seemed to be 40-something in age. A white robe over his body, a jade belt around his waist and a smile on his face, he elicited in others a feeling of comfort not easily described. Zhou Tianhe, you arrived on time after all. We've tried everything to break through the sea race's formation. You and your Heavenly Moon sect have arrived just in time. Master Lei directed his words towards those opposite him. Under the awe-inspiring gazes of those within Xuanjing, the 4 had moved to the palace's exterior. As they were planning to break open the inner barrier in one go, 3 spirit masters from the Heavenly Moon sect flew swiftly over to them in the flying chariot. Their leader was none other than the most famous spirit master-level male sword cultivator in the Heavenly Moon sect, Zhou Tianhe. This naturally caused Master Lei and the others to proceed with caution. I did not think that Senior Lei would get here so quickly. I assumed that the 2 younger female juniors and I would get here one step ahead of you and your sect. How about this, Senior Lei? Since you and your people have already worked hard on the outer barrier, how about us Heavenly Moon sect break through this barrier we see before us? I have even brought along a 9-star child mother lightning, which presumably will be more than enough to deal with this barrier, the white-robed man from the Heavenly Moon sect said with a grin. 9-star child mother lightning. Master Lei gasped when he heard this. Lin Xiyu and the three others were even more shocked. Alright. I have heard of the fame of this lightning and it is claimed to be equal to a crystal-level spirit master's power. I'll wait and see what happens. Master Lei's complexion changed by several shades, and he slowly nodded his head. Hehe, then I'll go ahead, Zhou Tianhe said with a smile. He then pulled from his sleeve a light black jade box with 3 to 4 gold glyphs on its surface. Just as he was about to open the box, in the distance there was a ripple in the air, and 2 clouds, one black and one white, flew over. It looks like the supervising disciples from our 2 sects have arrived. How about we hear what they have to say before we proceed? Seeing this, the white-robed man stopped what he was doing with his hands and spoke, smiling. It is entirely up to fellow Zhou, I have no opinions on the matter. After similarly scanning the silhouettes standing on the clouds which had flown over, Master Lei spoke non-committally. The 2 people who had arrived were none other than Lu Ming and Xuanjing. Once Lu Ming had positioned his cloud behind the bone boat with a few jerks, he bowed before Master Lei and the others, saying, I, disciple by Tian, salute you 4 martial uncles. Nephew Bai, you have been of great service to the sect. However, some of the details in the communications you sent were vague. Tell us how you came to find out about these matters of the sea race and be very specific. If what you say is in fact correct, I will bestow you with a great honor on behalf of the sect. After glancing at Lu Ming, Master Lei spoke, expressionless. Yes. The day I arrived in Xuanjing, I first went to 100 Spirit House as a guest, and shortly after, Lu Ming uttered these words, launching into his narration without hesitation. Finally, I beheaded 2 post-transformation members of the sea race, and left behind one of their arms. It was only then that I confirmed with Senior Hu that the palace had already been taken over by the sea race, and sent word to the sect as fast as I could. Regarding that light green scale and that arm, I have kept them by my side the entire time. Here they are. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he pulled from his chest a deformed simple storage glyph. He held it up between his fingers in the wind and it broke apart. In a flash of white light, a light green scale and a severed arm covered in light green scales and slightly withered where it had been cut fell to the ground. Master Lei's gaze instantly diverted, and with a scoop of his hand through the air, picked up the 2 items. After a moment of careful examination, without a trace of an expression on his face, he took the 2 items and gave one to Lin Xiyu and the other to the crane-robed elder, who were standing beside him. Very good. This is in fact a genuine sea race arm, and it appears to have been severed about a month ago. Though the aura around this scale is weak, it still carries a trace of sea race aura. After a moment, Lin Xiyu and the crane-robed elder nodded their heads in agreement. Wonderful. Take out your nameplate. As a reward for the service you have rendered, the sect will bestow upon you 5,000 contribution points, as well as a life-saving glyph. Master Lei pulled from his sleeve a short pale gold staff, speaking calmly. Chapter 216, 3rd Read. Chapter 216, 3rd Read. Life-saving glyph? Lu Ming was stunned. However, he reacted immediately by taking out his nameplate, handing it over with both hands. Master Lei only poked the nameplate softly before pulling the golden stick back, replacing it with a golden glyph. He handed it to Lu Ming. This is a golden light glyph, an extremely rare golden attribute aerial escape glyph. Should you meet an opponent too strong, all that's needed is for you to pull this out, you'll be able to get away with astounding speed. Even regular spirit masters won't be able to pursue you. Master Lei's voice sounded beside his ear at the same time. Many thanks, uncle. Naturally, Lu Ming was overjoyed upon hearing this. He put away the golden glyph with care before stepping to the side respectfully. On the other hand, after answering the questions from Zhou Tianhe and his group, Xuanjing took out a rather shriveled arm. Upon examining the arm, Zhou Tianhe nodded with a solemn face, and that 30-year-old woman tapped the arm with one finger. A ball of red flame surfaced. The severed arm then started to burn up in the fire. A moment later, however, something strange happened. What seemed to be a severed arm almost burning to ashes suddenly went puff, and the color of the flame changed into a dull green. Fellow Lei, it seems that this person from the sea race isn't just any sea race. Royal blood rests in this arm. If sea race royalty inhabit this land, we might have to change the original plan of our 2 sects. Zhou Tianhe said to Master Lei, his face slightly changed from witnessing the scene. Royal blood. This is indeed unexpected. To have been sent to a place like Xuanjing on such a high-risk mission, however, it would seem that this royalty isn't someone too important back in Sea Race home. Master Lei responded after hearing Zhou Tianhe's words. That remains a possibility. This matter is of great importance. We can't take risks too easily. Here's a proposal. Our two sects had planned to massacre all sea race upon sight, but how about sparing the leaders instead? The regular sea race die as planned, and we can try interrogating these leaders after capturing them. The white-robed man spoke up after some thought. That's fine. Seeming to show some hesitation, Master Lei slowly nodded. Good. Let's continue after Zhou Mao lifts this ban with the 9-star child mother lightning. Relaxing a bit, Zhou Tianhe lifted the jade box, opening his mouth and blowing at it. In a gust of wind, the golden glyph on the jade box turned into sprinkles of golden light, collapsing and disappearing. The box opened, revealing a silver pearl the size of a thumb. The pearl was very rounded, enveloped in a layer of light. Upon closer inspection, countless silver markings invisible to the naked eye could be seen. It was tightly packed together, layer upon layer. Zhou Tianhe exhaled softly before taking the pearl out of the jade box, holding it up. In an instant, the silver pearl started spinning slowly in his palm. A hazy layer of silver light gradually rose as an astounding presence started forming above. The loose practitioners who were secretly watching from afar immediately backed off upon sensing such powerful a presence. As the silver light on the pearl expanded into the size of the mouth of a bowl, Zhou Tianhe shook his wrist. In response, the pearl turned into a silver ball, shooting up towards the curtain of blue light. Be it Lu Ming, Master Lei or any other spirit master, all of them had their eyes peeled, completely focused on the scene before them. The silver ball flashed, and just when it was about to hit the curtain of light, the space before the curtain rippled. Like a black line, a human form twisted into sight. With a movement of his arm, a giant crimson palm grabbed the ball. A rumble sounded in the sky. Silver strikes exploded within the giant hand, and circles of narrow silver light spread out in all directions. Not only did it shake the boat of bones and the bronze flyer, it affected even the nearby curtain of light. It seemed as if it would collapse into ashes any second. Who is this? Master Lei and the barbarian ghost sect spirit masters took on a cautious pose upon witnessing this sight, and so did Zhou Tianhe and his group. The two nuns even pulled their long swords out from their backs. Ha, mere humans dare wave their weapons before me? You must not value life. As the crimson palm dissipated, the form twisted. From a hazy blur, a skinny middle-aged man appeared, his eyebrows burnt yellow. The man was dressed in blue leather armor, and he wore a black bracelet on each hand. A crimson crystal the size of a bean was embedded halfway between his eyebrows. He laughed coldly as he gazed down at the people beneath him. Crystal-level sea race. Lin Xiu cried out upon seeing the crimson crystal between the skinny man's eyebrows. He immediately pinched his fingers and the black air on the surface of the boat rolled around, surfacing a curtain of black light that enveloped the entire boat. Seeing this, Zhou Tianhe inhaled deeply. He then opened his mouth wide abruptly, shooting out a dull green crystal blade. Twirling around his body, it transformed into a streak many meters long. Wrapping around Chunniang and the two girls beside her, the streak boomed into the far distance. Sword technique. Human, you expect to escape from Third Master with just this? Disdain showed on the skinny man. With a movement of his arm, he shot one palm forward into the air. A puff could be heard. A red light flashed in the sky above the streak and the giant crimson palm appeared with a flash once more. It swooped downwards. The green streak dodged like mad but the crimson palm had a shapeless gravity pressed on it. A few flashes later, the streak ceased all movement. The streak collapsed and Zhou Tianhe reappeared with his group, their faces shocked. Seeing this, the skinny man's face grew savage. Bending the fingers on his outstretched palm, he was about to crush everyone in the streak to dust. At that moment, a crisp sound came from the air nearby, and a ray of blinding silver light came flying. With a twirl around the crimson palm, it cut off 3 fingers with one strike. With a blur, the giant palm dissipated. The skinny man let out a cold snort. 3 of his own fingers dropped off from his outstretched palm as well, yet not one drop of blood could be seen. In an instant, green light condensed and 3 new fingers grew out. Who is it? Show yourself. The skinny man was bursting with rage as he shot out at the air with silver light from his other hand. With a rumble, an invisible force shot out violently, as if to tear everything in the air to shreds. With another crisp sound, a silver blade flashed out from the other side. With a spin, near 100 silver blade lights flew out, swirling a violent dance. It seemed that the overwhelming force was about to fall into nothing before the crazed assault of the blade lights. At the same time, the many blade lights converged, forming the silver blade once more. The air behind the sword rippled, and a girl in palace clothing emerged. She had eyes like crystals, her face emotionless. Martial Aunt Yi. Seeing the true form of the girl in palace clothing, Zhou Tianhe let out his voice by accident as the other two moon sect girls with him bowed joyfully. This girl was the one who cut down the rat demon in front of the barbarian ghost sect before, crystal-level Yi Tianmei. Crystal-level sword practitioner. The skinny man's pupils shrunk the instant he felt her presence, which Yi Tianmei had no intention of concealing at all. His status allowed him to look down on regular crystal-level human practitioners, but the rarity of crystal-level sword practitioners deemed their formidability, even if it was a human. I am Yi Tianmei of the Heavenly Moon Sect. Looking at your cultivation level, you should be quite the existence in the sea race. Can I have your name? Yi Tianmei asked coldly as he eyed the skinny man, her face emotionless. Yi Tianmei. You're the one who reached crystal level in just 100 years, that elder of the Heavenly Moon Sect. I am the third ranked of the Red Scale clan, you may address me as Third Red. The skinny man answered after a moment of silence. A fellow of the Red Scale clan. What brings you here to Dishan country, and why are you bullying our younger sect members? Yi Tianmei asked, her eyebrows raised. That, the skinny man paused, not sure what to say. The plot the sea race had them carry out on the Yuan country's royalty wasn't something to be shared publicly after all. At that moment, a light laughter sounded from the far distance. Elder, the reason for me and my third uncle's visit is but to pick up some of our clan members that got left in this country a few years back. My third uncle's attack just now was a simple joke, there was no actual intent behind it. Just when the voice reached them, a white light flashed from the far distance, followed by the sudden arrival of a white jade ship. It covered the distance in a blurry burst, reaching the air above the palace in no time at all. On the front of the ship stood a girl in white palace clothes. Some distance behind her stood a gentle man about 20 years old and an elderly one, tall and tough. Who are you to think that one of a younger generation could interrupt us like this? Yi Tianmei's eye flashed upon hearing his words, charging towards the white ship with her overwhelming energy. Chapter 217 Arranging a Battle. Chapter 217 Arranging a Battle. Seeing this, the Third Red's complexion changed dramatically. He wanted once again to help, but it was already too late. Just at this moment, a ray of blue light flew from the girl dressed in white imperial robes. After a twirl in the air, it transformed into an elderly figure, half human and half fish. A crimson crown of coral laid on its head and a jade-green robe wrapped around its body. With a blink of its eyes and a tug of its sleeve, a powerful aura billowed forth from it. There was a piu sound. The two auras crashed together and filled the surrounding air with a wung-wung sound and produced seismic waves of shocking strength, blowing the jade boat backwards quite a bit. Though the complexions of the girl dressed in white imperial robes and the two others with her changed dramatically, they had not suffered any injuries. Resorting to your other crystal-level spirit glyphs. Looks like you're not a typical descendant of the Red Scale clan. Yi Tianmei observed that her careless attack was unsuccessful but did not have the urge to strike again. As she gazed towards the girl in white imperial robes, however, she subconsciously felt slightly more imposing. It's lucky that the divine secret niece was not injured in this attack, otherwise your Heavenly Moon Sect and my Red Scale clan would be at war. After seeing that the divine secret goddess was unharmed, Third Red let out a deep breath as he spoke. Like a ghost, his body evaporated into a haze and appeared on the jade boat, clearly on guard against any further attacks from Yi Tianmei on the divine secret goddess. The girl in white imperial robes and the two others with her hastily bowed towards the skinny man. Divine secret? Could it be that she is that saint maiden of your Red Scale clan? Hearing this, Yi Tianmei seemed to be quite taken aback. I am indeed the divine secret. I never imagined that Elder Yi knew of my name. I'm truly flattered. The divine secret goddess had been taken aback by Yi Tianmei's sudden attack. When the Third Red appeared on the jade boat, however, her heart was once again toughened. I remember. I don't care that you deceived those loose cultivators in Haiwei country, but if you try those same techniques in our Dishan country, even if you're the Red Scale clan Saint Maiden, I'll kill you at once. Hearing these words, Yi Tianmei snorted coldly. Fellow Ye's words are a threat right in front of me. Though the Third Red was deeply afraid of Yi Tianmei, he couldn't help but to express his anger upon hearing her words. It is not a threat, but your Red Scale clan had better not do in our Deshen country what you did in Haiyue country. Also, what is this saint maiden of yours saying about taking back those of your race remaining in Xuanjing? Are we the 5 sects blind? She dares to speak these words that could only fool a child before me? Now that I'm here, do you really think you will be allowed to take your people back with a few pleasantries? Yi Tianmei responded, her eyebrows slowly raising. Hearing the rudeness in Yi Tianmei's speech, there was a slight change in both the Third Red's and the Divine Secret's complexions. They glanced at each other and the skinny man said with an amused tone, "If fellow Yi really wishes to be so impolite, then let me ask, how can I be allowed to remove those of my clan? Fellow Yi shouldn't be mistaken that since this land belongs to your race, you can make excessive demands. If I choose to engage in any method I can still wreak havoc in your Deshen county." Third Red said sinisterly. I never thought that this was the true face of a famed C-race crystal-level cultivator. As you said, unless any other crystal-level cultivators present themselves, the two of us indeed fear one another and neither wishes to wage war here to spark a full-on war between our two races. Don't say that I haven't shown you respect, fellow Red. We will have a competition to determine whether or not you will be able to remove 3 people of your race from the palace. The others must sacrifice themselves before me. After all, this matter was your C-race making trouble in my Deshen country. Our 5 sects must make an example. Yi Tianmei was silent for a moment before lightly speaking. What? These fellow intend for me to tell members of my clan to sacrifice themselves? Hearing these words, the Third Red's face was full of rage. If this fellow does not assent, then Yi Tianmei will have no choice but to engage you in a battle of life or death. If you chooses not to fight and retaliates against the juniors, Yi Tianmei warns you, for every junior member of our 5 sects which you kill, I will travel to the depths of the sea to kill 10 members of the sea race of the same rank. Yi Tianmei's crystal eyes radiated a cold light, and she spoke without a trace of an expression. The utter determination in her voice was apparent to all. Hearing this, Third Red's complexion changed drastically. If there were truly to be a crystal-level sword cultivator in the sea killing ordinary members of the sea race left and right, the utter horror of this carnage was too much for him to bear. There is no need for Elder Yi to get angry. My third uncle has not said definitively that he will not accept your proposition. But what do you mean when you say that a competition will determine the people who are to be removed? The Divine Secret Goddess, eyebrows raised, suddenly asked with a hint of a smile. Simple. In a moment, you will choose the 3 members of your race who you would like to remove from the palace. They will then face off against members of equal rank from our 2 sections. If they win, they can go with you. If they lose, they will remain here forever. Yi Tianmei responded stoically. 3 is not enough. It must be 10. A contemplative expression showed on the Divine Secret Goddess' face before she spoke without hesitation. I will not allow 10. The most I will allow is 5, not 1 more. Brows furrowed, Yi Tianmei spoke coldly. Then 5 it is. However, there is no need for them to fight one by one. How about they all fight together? After a moment of consideration, the Divine Secret Goddess responded in one breath. Battle together? Seems as though you would like all of them to perish or all of them to leave as one. Alright, I accept. Divine Secret Niece, how can you agree to this? What if they? Alright, as we have already settled on a group battle, let it be. Third Red's face darkened. He had wanted to say something, but after the Divine Secret Goddess suddenly said something to him, his expression changed as he agreed and changed course. Now then, you can send someone into the palace to have those juniors remove the barrier. Then, after the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they will battle outside the palace. Though Yi Tianmei thought it was strange that Third Red changed his mind, at this point there was nothing that could be negotiated further. Besides, she was very confident about the outcome of this battle. Therefore, in the next moment, the Divine Secret Goddess flew towards the palace herself, and pulled out a token. After waving it at the light barrier, she passed through the barrier in a flash. Within the light barrier, the large group of sea race guards who had been there all along were waiting respectfully and flew along to guide her into the depths of the palace. At the same time, Yi Tianmei descended towards the bronze flying chariot. The 3 Heavenly Moon Sect spirit masters, Zhou, Tianhe and the others, immediately followed suit and flew back to the chariot, and once again bowed before this great crystal-level elder. On the other side, Master Lei barked out the command to move the bone boat over to them. Auntie, if you had not been here to save us, I fear that we would have been greatly harmed by that crystal-level cultivator of the sea race. Master Lei bowed towards Yi Tianmei from a distance as he spoke. One could say that Yi Tianmei was a legend of Deshen country for nearly thousands of years. In not even 100 years she had reached the crystal level, and her cultivation method, Path of the Sword, was much more difficult to make advances in than the other cultivation paths. Therefore, though on the one hand Master Lei was usually obstinate, on the other hand, in the presence of a girl who appeared to be in her 20s, he was very respectful. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had joined Master Lei in saluting the girl dressed in silver imperial robes. Though after a moment of astonishment, he realized that this girl was none other than the one who had killed the green-haired demon rat. The mysterious girl who had given him a tremendous opportunity. However, his face remained expressionless. Nephew Lei, no need for such reverence. After communicating with Senior Leng Yu and fellow Yen, I came here just in case. But I never thought that the sea race would have sent a crystal-level cultivator. Yi Tianmei spoke light-heartedly and glanced over Master Lei and the others, her gaze momentarily fixated on Lu Ming. So this was Uncle Yen and Elder Leng Yu's plan all along. But for these members of the sea race, even a crystal-level cultivator has been mobilized. It seems that those of the sea race trapped have a very important status in their race. However, the suggestion of a 5-person group battle might be some kind of a conspiracy. Lin Xiyu spoke very cautiously. As this was their suggestion for the battle, of course they are conspiring. However, I naturally had my own reasons for suggesting this battle in the first place. Xuanjing, show yourself. Yi Tianmei flashed a smile. With a wave of her hand, there was a flash of white sparks and from its center emerged a young girl carrying a snowy white sword, face flush with a determined aura. It was none other than the sword communication spirit body of Zhang Xuanjing. This girl had been kept concealed under a spell by Yi Tianmei, and only now was released. Xuanjing greets martial uncles. Upon revealing herself, the girl bowed towards the spirit masters. Niece Zhang is actually here. Now we will surely win this battle without a doubt. After all, was niece Zhang not preparing to undergo a training retreat to push for the spirit master's realm, right? Why has Auntie brought her here? That female cultivator in her 30s of the Heavenly Moon sect was at first quite delighted at what she saw before slight tinges of doubt showed on her face. I brought Xuanjing because I heard that there was recently a Heavenly Star Aura Chi in Xuanjing. I will see whether or not it's real and if Xuanjing's physique is suitable. If it is indeed possible, can use this pure Aura Chi to create her symbol Chi. Yi Tianmei spoke in an unwavering tone. I see. How about we let niece who take care of the Heavenly Star Aura Chi? She is the supervising disciple of Xuanjing. Finding pure Aura Chi will be easy for her. Zhou Tianhe listened before respectfully responding. Was it you who discovered that there were members of the sea race in Xuanjing? Oh, you and Xuanjing are cousins. Great. If you are able to find the fall of the Heavenly Star Aura Chi for me, I can take you on as my sword cultivation disciple for 2 years. Additionally, why don't you serve as one of the 5 in the battle? After secretly saying these 2 sentences to Zhang Xuanjing, she glanced to the side at Chunniang, and her face showed a hint of affability for the first time. Chapter 218, The Battle, Part 1. Chapter 218, The Battle, Part 1. Many thanks for Elder Ye's recognition. I will absolutely give it my all. Chunniang knew that Zhang Xuanjing had praised her with Elder Yi in secret and bowed, speaking with great delight. If she were able to serve as Elder Ye's sword cultivation disciple, the benefits would be endless. For this competition, other than the 2 from my sect, Chunniang and Xuanjing, how about we choose the remaining 3 disciples from your barbarian ghost sect? After all, Tianhe hasn't brought too many spirit apostle level disciples with them this time. Yi Tianmei turned and said to Master Lei. Do not worry, Elder Yi. In addition to the 4 spirit masters, we have also brought more than 10 spirit apostle disciples from my sect, all of great strength. Master Lei trembled slightly before answering respectfully. Very good. In that case, choose the best 3 among them, and in a moment they will join the other 2, Xuanjing and the other, in facing the enemy. Yi Tianmei spoke without much additional thought. Master Lei naturally voiced his agreement in response, then turned around and barked the order. A moment later, the 10-odd inner circle disciples standing behind the bone boat stepped forward and lined up side by side. These disciples were all of different ages. The youngest was just in his 20s while the oldest was 40 or 50, but their auras were all extraordinary. With a glance, Lu Ming realized that he recognized one of them. It was none other than Du Hai. Of course Du Hai saw Lu Ming as well, but only gave a slight nod in his direction, and showed no further emotion. As you have heard, the continuation of our two sects rests upon this competition. I must choose the strongest among you to go to battle. Feng Long Du Hai Bai Tsong Tian, the three of you will go to battle. Master Lei gazed over the disciples before speaking with a sense of finality. Lu Ming and the two others with him immediately bowed forward in response. The disciple called Feng Long was a large man of 40 years of age. Seeing that he was unfazed by these words, one could tell that he was not an ordinary disciple. Lu Ming let out a sigh secretly in his mind. Originally he had planned for the support from the sect to arrive, as this would then cease to be a problem for him to tackle on his own, but he never imagined that as those ranking as high as crystal-level spirit masters would be involved, and two at that. It meant that he would inevitably need to take further action. The three of you listen up. Put your best foot forward in this competition against the sea race, and the sect will reward you handsomely. But if you put your own lives before our cause and bring dishonor to the sect, I will have no mercy in punishing you. Master Lei spoke, face darkened. Lu Ming and the two others, scared, voiced their assent immediately. Master Lei flew the three of them onto the bronze flying chariot. These are the three disciples you have chosen from your barbarian ghost sect. Aha, all late spirit apostles, not too shabby. You lot have one job, and it's simple. Tie up the enemies for as long as possible and let Chunniang take care of them one by one, the members of the sea race. Tianhe gazed over Lu Ming and the two others as he spoke lightly. Though Du Hai and Feng Long did not know who this so-called Zhang Xuanjing was, under the gaze of a crystal-level spirit master like Tianhe, even if they had wanted to say no, they wouldn't have even made it to N. Lu Ming also nodded silently. Okay, good. It's almost time. You all get your auras ready, the battle is about to begin. With one last line, Tianhe turned from the five combatants to face the skinny man, who was hovering in the air elsewhere. She saw this crystal-level master of the sea race, sitting cross-legged at the front of the white jade boat, eyes closed in a state of repose, looking downwards and appearing to have a clearly thought-out plan for the battle. Seeing this, Tianhe let out a cold laugh. At this moment, the thick blue light barrier enveloping the palace suddenly became hazy, transforming into spiritual sparks which dispersed and disappeared. In a flash, 6 figures on clouds shot up from among the figures inside and shot through the air toward the jade boat. Squinting, Lu Ming was able to make out the silhouettes clearly. One of them was that divine secret goddess. Among the other 5 were a beautiful woman with a head adorned with pearls and jade, a middle-aged servant with an ordinary face, a giant 2 meters tall, and a middle-aged man clad in yellow robes. The last of the 5 was a hazy figure shrouded from head to toe in blood-colored light. Seeing this, Lu Ming felt a slight wave of apprehension in his heart. While he couldn't place the others, he identified Empress Dong and the Emperor Xuanjing with one look. As they were the most prominent people in Xuanjing, he had seen their images in relevant materials long ago. Hail, third uncle. Empress Dong dropped onto the deck of the jade boat in one swoop, immediately bowing before Third Red. Silly girl of the Dong house, you have completely failed this time. If you hadn't sent word of Xuanjing's trace of royal bloodline, my Red Scale clan wouldn't have gotten involved with your Green Scale clan. But if what you say is true, could royal blood really run in this child's veins? Third Red first spoke lightly before fixing his eyes on Xuanjing and asking slowly. Don't worry, Uncle Third Red, I am one of the sea race. How could I dare to make false claims in a situation like this? Xuanjing, extend your arm. Empress Dong first answered respectfully before directing her voice towards Xuanjing. Though Xuanjing's face was somewhat pale, upon hearing these words he immediately raised an arm. With a flash, Empress Dong cut a small hole in Xuanjing's arm with a sparkling, translucent dagger. With another thrust of her hand, a small ball of blood flew out from the wound. Using Fa Li, she turned it into pearl and guided it into her hand. She then stepped forward and offered it to the skinny man with 2 hands. Expressionless, Third Red took the ball of blood, stuck out his tongue and gave it a lick. Impressive. There is a strain of royal blood within it. Though it is not especially pure since he is a mixed blood, it was still worth it for me to make the journey here. Regarding the competition, Divine Secret has already filled you in, correct? Third Red's expression gradually relaxed as he asked. Divine Secret Sister has already filled us in, about how we will compete with human cultivators in order to be able to leave here. She has also instructed us on the methods we will use to win. As such, I have no further opinions on the matter and will defer completely to Uncle Third Red's commands. I simply have pity for those common folk who came with me. Empress Dong nodded her head, though she spoke with some hesitation. There is nothing to be done there. After all, your plot was exposed and you were trapped here by the enemy. Still, these folks' sacrifice was not made in vain. Bringing back a member of our race with a royal bloodline certainly counts as atonement for your sins. Alright, it's time for you and the others to battle. But you must ensure that Xuanjing remains safe. Third Red spoke lightly. Yes, I know what to do. Hearing these words, Empress Dong bowed once again before rising. Then, after another quick discussion, the 5 of them and the divine secret goddess flew to the front of the main gate of the palace. At the same time, Lu Ming, Zhang Xuanyang and the others flew up into the air and then descended in succession. The others stayed put. Too many competition rules will bore us all. In the amount of time allowed, neither side can leave the square in front of the main palace gate. All techniques and talismans are allowed. As long as you vanquish or kill all of your opponents, you win. Fellow Yi has nothing further to add, I take it? Seeing the members of both parties standing in the square in front of the main palace gate, the skinny man asked Yi Tianmei. Sounds good, I have no further comments. Eyebrows arched at the tip, Yi Tianmei answered without further thought. In that case, let the battle begin, said the skinny man quietly. Though he spoke softly, his voice rang through to Lu Ming and the others perfectly clearly, as if he was standing next to them and speaking directly into their ears. Whether it was Master Lei or the sea race on the jade boat, they all shot their gaze downwards with a schwa. There Lu Ming, Zhang Xuanyang and the rest were spread out in a line and observed their opponents across from them. That guy looks to be the most dangerous. Let me take care of him first. Speaking lightly, Zhang Xuanyang glanced over Empress Dong and the others, her gaze finally fixating on that hazy silhouette completely covered in blood-colored light. As soon as she pulled out the snowy white sword hanging from her back, she took a large step towards the bloody figure. Seeing this, Lu Ming and the others had nothing more to say, and each approached the enemy closest to them. Across from and not too far from Lu Ming was none other than the giant 2 meters tall. Seeing Lu Ming approaching, a ferocious expression appeared on the giant's face. He immediately tugged on his sleeve and pulled out a pill, which he immediately put in his mouth. Blood-igniting pill. Though he was still a distance away, Lu Ming was nonetheless able to see the pill's form clearly and was somewhat surprised. You know this pill's name, I guess I don't need to say much else. Die. The giant swallowed the pill and his veins started to throb intensely. An astonishing aura explosively flared up around his body simultaneously. With a mere turn of his hand, the giant impressively produced a long crimson club out of thin air, and a simple motion of his 2 arms turned it into a violent gust of wind. Brows raised, Lu Ming contorted his body and flew along with the wind like willow leaves. On the other side, Xuanyang and Du Hai were sparring with Empress Dong and the middle-aged servant, respectively. Xuanyang clutched a sparkling, translucent dagger in each hand. With a single wave, they transformed into several dagger silhouettes which flew at the enemy, hacking through the air as they went. Empress Dong carried a yellow shield, neither gold nor wood, in one hand, and an immaculate piece of white jade in the other. She used one of them to create a deep yellow light barrier, and with a wave of the other, several white flower silhouettes appeared. Both were defense totems, and using them in succession, she was able to block all of the dagger silhouettes. After pulling out the sword he was carrying on his back, Du Hai's entire body transformed into 4 or 5 light silhouettes, encircling the middle-aged servant and hacking at her wildly. The middle-aged servant clutched a light green tortoise shell. Out of thin air she conjured a thick light barrier to shield herself, causing the daggers of light all around to stand stock still. As for the middle-aged disciple named Feng Long, he was battling Xuanjing, the former emperor of Dexian country. But before Feng Long had raised his hand and released 3 identical black bone awls, across from him Xuanjing hurled a flashing silver glyph in his direction. With a boom, the glyph became hazy and turned into silvery white shark figure, violently chomping in Feng Long's direction as it zoomed towards him. Terrified, all Feng Long could do was to hastily employ one of the awls, which transformed into a sphere of black light and surrounded him, temporarily fending off this extremely ferocious white shark figure. Chapter 219, The Battle, Part 2. Chapter 219, The Battle, Part 2. The hollow figure of the sharks danced in the air, many times more agile than a real shark, and its head hit the bone all as the black light from the awl's surface flashed in a frenzy. Feng Long panicked and crazily pushed his body's fa. He pointed 10 fingers in the air and grew the 3 bone awls by quite a few multiples before they barely blocked the white shark's attack. Although there were 4 battles happening, both Ye Tianmei and Third Red did not even give them a single look. They were all staring at the woman who was walking towards the blood-colored shadow figure. Ye Tianmei was feeling very confident about her disciple's potential and strength. Even though it was the first time the skinny man met Zhang Xuanyang, with his crystal-level master's scary amount of mental strength, he detected the sword energy waiting to be released from the woman, and in shock he stopped paying attention to other people after this discovery. The two of them very clearly knew that the key of victory depended on this woman. Zhang Xuanyang held her sword on one hand and she walked to 7 to 8 feet away from the bloody shadow figure. Just as she stopped walking, the snow-white long sword on her hand released a terrifying chilliness to the surrounding along with a buzzing sound coming from the sword. Silently a thin layer of crystal-clear frost formed on the green stone ground around her. When Third Red saw this, his face was a little ugly. He then suddenly raised his head and said coldly to Yi Tianmei, "This ice attribute totem specially restrains us of the sea race. Seeing this girl's body's full of sword energy, she is definitely a core disciple from your sect. Looks like you must have deliberately planned this. Otherwise why would a core disciple like her doing instead of training in your sect's secret ground?" "Not deliberately. I only brought this younger generation to gain new experiences, and didn't know that we would see you here. And since when did your race start practicing demonic cultivation methods? I wonder what kind of demonic technique is it with this much amount of demonic aura?" Ye Tianmei stared at the figure in the blood-colored light with her eyes showing a hint of uncertainty. Third Red's eyes glowed slightly and said, "There is no need for me to tell you what cultivation method it is, you will see very shortly." Ye Tianmei's eyes squinted and stopped talking after he looked at the situation. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyang's wrist shook and created a loud bang. With no forewarning, more than a dozen dense sword light threads were formed and slashed towards the bloody figure. The figure in the blood-colored light did not dodge this fierce attack but rushed towards the dense sword light threads while letting out a strange whistle sound. His movement was so fast that within a blink the distance between him and the girl was shortened by almost half. The opponent's peculiar move surprised even a genius with the sword communication spirit body such as Zhang Xuanyang. However, she was not ordinary, and she subconsciously slid a few steps backwards and at the same time made a slash forward with the sword in her hand. The more than a dozen dense sword light threads condensed and formed a sword net under the influence of the snow-white longsword, and covered the rushing bloody figure. In a flash, the sword net sliced the bloody figure into a dozen parts, and revealed the appearance of the person. He was a normal-looking man around the age of 20-something, but the lower half of his body was not transformed into a fishtail while the upper half of his body was covered in green scales, and his eyes were as red as blood. Zhang Xuanyang was surprised to have defeated a strong foe so easily. But then all of a sudden, a ball of blood bounced out of the broken corpse and after a blur it changed into a cluster of blood threads that charged towards the woman. In shock, Zhang Xuanyang moved her wrist and made circles in front of her with the snow-white longsword in an attempt to block the attack from the cluster of blood threads. But all of a sudden the cluster of blood threads broke off into tiny pieces in the air and formed countless number of blood-red inscriptions which fluttered in the air. When Zhang Xuanyang finally realized what was going on, a giant formation of inscriptions had formed and trapped her in the center. She was stunned and the sword in her hand trembled, as she tried to escape by becoming one with the sword. But it was too late. The moment the bloody inscriptions were formed, layers of blood-colored light formed along with a humming sound and trapped her within the layers of light walls. At the same time, Zhang Xuanyang felt a heaviness on her body. An invisible restraint was put upon her and made her movements a dozen times slower than before, and seemed as if she was struggling to even move her fingers. Naturally her face changed dramatically and immediately transformed the sword on her hand to half a dozen feet long with her body's fa. She slashed the blood-colored light screen without hesitation. Boom! The blood-colored light screen vibrated a few times and took the attack without receiving any damage. Ye Tianmei's eyes squinted after seeing this and asked Hong San with a cold voice, "This is a blood symbol formation. That was just a zombie, he isn't a normal sea race. I think you should give me an explanation, fellow Third." Third Red felt joyous after seeing Zhang Xuanyang being trapped in the blood symbol formation, but did not show any emotion on his face and answered, "Just then Nephew Divine Secret asked for 5 people to battle, but didn't say that they have to all be of the sea race. We are only letting 4 people to fight in this battle. This zombie is only a spirit pet controlled by one of them. So how is there anything wrong with this?" After hearing such an answer, Yi Tianmei frowned her eyebrows but instantly restored her calm after she glanced at the shadow inside the blood symbol formation. "If I am correct, this zombie has not finished refining. Otherwise not even a spirit master could escape from it. But now, as a half-finished product, it can't even use a third of its powers. Do you really think a formation of this level can trap my disciple? Really? I reckon a formation of this level is more than enough to trap your disciple, unless she has finished cultivating the Imperial Sword technique or another technique of similar strength. Otherwise, the skinny man spoke with disbelief, but just before he finished his sentence, a loud bang came from the blood formation below. Xuanjing started mumbling before jumping upwards, transforming into a white flash and smashing against the blood-colored light screen, creating a thin crack on it. Imperial Sword technique. The skinny man saw this scene and his expression instantly became quite cloudy. But when he saw Xuanjing stop attacking and start to rest after a flip in the air, he laughed and said, "I am very impressed that your disciple is so talented that she successfully trained in the Imperial Sword technique while at the Spirit Apostle level. But it is going to take a while to break out of the formation with her amount of FA. And the other matches will end before she can break out." The skinny man glanced at the other matches after speaking. Tianhe glanced at the others as well and said nothing else. In a short while the other matches were almost finished. Both Chunniang and Feng Long were at a disadvantage against Queen Dong and the middle-aged servant's attack. Queen Dong had put away her yellow shield some time ago and was holding the jade slip with both of her hands. As she waved the jade slip around, white light started to emit out of it and formed a flower the size of a bowl. This defensive tool became a fierce weapon as it hurled towards Xuanjing. Although Xuanjing was sweatily waving her two short swords into two piercing lights and layered barrier after barrier in front of her, under the white flower's attacks, she still shook from the attacks. It was as if every white flower was incredibly heavy and Xuanjing was barely holding on. Feng Long was facing a new giant blue shrimp a few dozen feet long as well as the white hollow shark. He as well could only maintain his current status under the wild attacks from the giant's beasts. Even though Du Hai seemed to be at an advantage attacking the green light screen with his blades lightning quick slashes, his face seemed terrible. This was because the middle-aged servant was holding a turtle shell up high as her eyes were tightly shut, chanting something silently. From beginning to end she did not counterattack at all. One could discover the cracks on the blood-colored light screen which surrounded Xuanjing slowly recovering as the middle-aged servant's chanting continued. The zombie was actually secretly controlled by this middle-aged servant. This was why she was only defending herself with the light screen made from the totem in her hands and did nothing else against Du Hai. The last battle looked even weirder. The giant man's cultivation increased almost by half its original after consuming the blood pill. The heavy weapon seemed like a toothpick in his hands and white foggy whirlwinds were formed where the giant club passed. However, Lu Ming was only holding a short green sword with a yellow light shield on his forearm. Then he dodged every attack effortlessly as if he was extremely light and being carried by the whirlwinds. In addition, for the layer after layer of club attacks that seemed impossible to dodge, Lu Ming only had to twist his waist and dodged away like a feather. In this short time, the giant man was so frustrated that he almost spat blood. He swung his club with more force, and hoped to hit Lu Ming and turn him into a squashed pile of meat. Both Third Red and Tianhe changed expressions after glancing at the situation beneath them. The skinny man was happy seeing the other battles but turned gloomy after seeing Lu Ming's battle. Tianhe was surprised after seeing Lu Ming's performance. Chapter 220, The Battle, Part 3. Chapter 220, The Battle, Part 3. But in this situation the battle groups suddenly changed. All of a sudden Queen Dong with one wave of her jade slip, released a large amount of white light flowers which knocked Xuanjing back many steps. Then she left behind an aftershadow and appeared at Xuanji's side. "Jier, it seems like we have no choice but to resort to that attack. Quickly cast it. If you don't hurry, I'm afraid Aunt Lin won't be able to hold on much longer." Queen Dong anxiously told Xuanji this. "Mother, do we really have to use this secret technique? It doesn't seem to be necessary yet. If I use it, the consequence will be drastic." Xuanji, while managing the two sea beast shadows surrounding Feng Long, heard the remark. With this he could not help but be startled and was hesitant. "Idiot! Can't you see that their most power girl will not take long before breaking through the blood formation? The opponent of Big Zheng is no ordinary person either and he won't be able to end the battle anytime soon. If we miss the current opportunity, us mother and child will have no place to rest after we die. You also won't have to worry about the damage dealt to your life. After I return I will report to your grandfather and we will naturally use spiritual medicine to help you recover." Queen Dong responded after hearing Xianji's complaints. After hearing this, Xianji was startled, then looked towards the blood-colored formation and Lu Ming. He noticed that Queen Dong's words were not exaggerating and gnashed his teeth as he agreed. Fine, then I shall use the secret art. Right after, Xianji drew a dagger that was emitting a chilling aura. He then cut a gash on both sides of his face as blood then gushed out of the wound. Very good, son. I will aid you. Queen Dong said as she took out multiple glyphs of different colors before placing them all onto Xianji's body. Then a spectrum of light were emitted from Xianji's body. Impressively, all of the glyphs were geared towards defense. The former owner of Xuanjing sheathed the dagger, then with all of his fingers dipped in blood, he drew a odd symbol on his forehead. At the same time he was chanting an ancient and nameless scripture. In text instant, between Xianji's brows an imprint of blood sudden flashed, and at the same time all of his muscles bulged, making his entire body red. Pooh! Within the bloodlight Xianji suddenly morphed into a sea wraith who was half man half fish. At the same time, a dense web of blood veins suddenly burst out of his body and doused the surrounding in a rain of blood. In addition, an unexplainable explosion of savage aura emerged from the blood imprint between his brows, impressing the feeling of majesty. At this time Xianji raised his arm, pointing a finger with great difficulty at Queen Dong. Immediately that aura began to stir, rushing towards Queen Dong as if it was a wild horse without a leash. Queen Dong's beautiful mature body was doused in blood, and the instant that the aura touched her body, she gave a sharp cry. Dropping to the ground, she also turned half man half fish. It revealed Queen Dong's original face. However, under the influence of the aura, her body expanded rapidly without signs of stopping. In the blind of an eye, she turned into a giant over 3 meters tall, and with a single movement of her tail, she stood up once again. At this point, the beautiful middle-aged lady, although had a face that still looked like Queen Dong, her entire body was covered in silvery fish scales. At the same time, a bloody red eye has emerged between her brows. Haha, this is the transformation of the Sea Jia, really is as powerful as legend says. I am far more powerful than I was. Queen Dong said after turning into a giant sea wraith, looked at her hands, suddenly laughing like a maniac. Xuanjing, after breaking through the white light flower, originally wanted to rush Queen Dong, but after seeing this scene, suddenly faltered a step. And at the same instant Xianji completed the spell. The 2 sea animal shadows, without anyone's control, were ripped apart by countless stabs from Feng Long using his 3 bone awls. Finally the sea animals both dissipated. But after he saw clearly Queen Dong's enormous body, his face changed. With a flash he dashed backwards, appearing next to Xuanjing. The two of them spared each other a glance and gained the idea of fighting the enemy together, before then cautiously looking at the monstrosity. Mother, the rest will be up to you. I will no longer be able to keep up. At the same time Xianji, after casting the spell, looked at the queen, smiling bitterly. Then it was followed by a ku-tong sound. Xianji collapsed onto the floor and sat there. At the same time the rain of blood shooting out suddenly stopped. Also the remaining savage aura completely dissipated. Rest assured, I already completed the legendary Sea Jia transformation. These humans, even together, are no match for me. Queen Dong said with confidence, then suddenly clapped her 2 hands. Hong! A dark blue wave rose from her 2 hands and in an instant, changed into a gigantic dark blue trident. Queen Dong grabbed the shaft of the trident and with a slight movement, blue light appeared in the space around her before instantly changing into balls of sea water. These balls then surrounded Queen Dong and levitated around her. Xuanjing and Feng Long, after seeing this, was shocked before attacking at the same time. Xuanjing threw her 2 swords up as she pointed quickly at them. Then 2 swords turned in a blur before slipping into 2, then 4 before forming over a couple dozen sword shadows. Then Xuanjing gave a command, making all of the sword shadows shoot out violently. On the other side Feng Long spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The 3 bone awls moved into the blood together, forming a single massive awl. The surface of this awl was covered in blood runes, leaking out a dense blood aura. But after Queen Dong saw this, with a sinister laugh and a wave of the trident, she brought the rolling sea forward in a charge. 3 people, after displaying their techniques, entered into a battle royale together. Queen Dong's frightening transformation not only let Yi Tianmei, who was only a spectator, feel shock and let a trace of contemplation on her face, it also made Lu Ming, who was currently tangling with the large man, shocked when he glanced over. According to his original wishes, He didn't want to expose too much in this battle in order to avoid the attention of the experts from the sea race. However, Zhang Xuanyang was trapped in a blood formation, and the sea race also turned Queen Dong into a terrifying monstrosity. From this point, if he doesn't use some of his true trump cards, perhaps they would lose this battle. And if it ended like that, according to barbarian ghost sex rules, Master Lei would definitely make them suffer. Lu Ming, after reaching this point, had a slight drop in attention. While turning, he hesitated for a moment and left a weakness which was exploited by the enraged giant. With a flash in his eyes, suddenly the giant's stick trembled, turning into a transparent sea snake. With a gaping mouth, it tried to bite Lu Ming's neck. Then with Big Zheng himself opened his mouth as a stream of whitish liquid sprayed out before in a flash, it turned into a bunch of water arrows and shot out, covering Lu Ming's every direction. Lu Ming did not mind these water arrows, but the quarterstaff suddenly turned into a living creature surprised him greatly. After realizing this, with a snort, suddenly a blue light flashed from within his sleeves. A small blue flag appeared in his hands, and with a wave forward, an enormous amount of blue light emerged. No matter if it was the water snake or the water arrows, they all entered into the light and disappeared without a sound. Big Zheng, after seeing this, suddenly yelled, "Essence Water Flag! You were the one that killed Wei Yu and stole the totem. So you were one of the two bastards that ruined our plans." After Big Zheng's outburst, his face became even more twisted with rage and he suddenly made hand signs with hands. Blue light emerged from his body before revealing that he turned into his original sea race appearance as half fish, half man. He then withdrew a pouch, pelting it ferociously at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed again, and with a wave, he suddenly was holding an azure sword. With a single movement, a sword chi of several feet bursted out, smashing into the pouch. Hong! The pouch was obliterated, but from the center, a flash of silver light appeared that flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's brows jumped and did not even try to dodge it. Instead, with a wave of his sword, a new several feet long azure light flew towards the silver light. Dang! A sharp sound rang. The silver light was directly reflected, but from within the silver light came a massive force, forcing Lu Ming back. At this moment, the reflected silver light suddenly turned back towards Lu Ming and flew towards Lu Ming even faster than before. This time its target was at his chest. Lu Ming was frightened greatly. Before he steadied himself, he hurriedly did a sword dance, forming wave after wave of azure sword shadows. A wave of noises later, the silver light penetrated the layers of sword shadows and then was deflected by the azure sword. At this time Lu Ming finally saw what the silver light was. It actually was a half-feet long and thin flying fish. But this fish was shining silver, its mouth and head was also sharp like a sword, almost taking up the whole fish. Its back body had a small transparent fin which flapped like a bee's wings, and it suddenly turned around and charged towards Lu Ming again. What kind of demon fish is this? It's so powerful. Lu Ming, after seeing his azure sword was unable to harm the fish and the fish still charging towards him, was extremely surprised. At this time Big Zheng suddenly slapped the ground with his tail, flying forward. Then he stretched his hands out before they actually turned into a pair of golden pincers as he charged murderously at Lu Ming. Chapter 221 Battle of the Sea Jia, Part 1. Chapter 221 Battle of the Sea Jia, Part 1. Facing such a fierce attack, Lu Ming smacked the leather pouch around his waist without any hesitation. Then a black gas shooted out from the bag and confronted the silver flash charging towards him. At the same time, the azure moon sword in his hand spun before it released azure sword shadows towards the giant. After some explosions, Big Zheng staggered and was forced to move backwards under the crisscross attack of the azure sword shadows. At the same time, the weird silver fish clashed with the white bone scorpion who jumped out of the black gas, and they ended up brawling on the ground. The white bone scorpion casually lifted its enormous claws and fiercely charged towards the weird silver fish. Even though the weird fish did not have any limbs, the front half of its body was like a sharp blade and stopped more than half of the bone scorpion's attacks by crazily shaking its head. Even when the occasional attacks did land on its body, the attack just glided off the silver scales. But even so, the weird fish's resistance only lasted for a short while. The weird fish could not dodge any more attacks as the scorpion's tail turned into a few dozen black lines and several bloody holes were formed on the fish's body and black blood was squirting out from the wounds. Under the grave injury and poison, the only thing the weird fish could do was to evade by crazily flopping its wings. But at the time, the giant could not do anything about the weird fish's situation. This was because Lu Ming slashed green sword shadows with one hand and casted green wind blades without regards to his Fa Li, with his other hand. At the start, Lu Ming's wind blades were shooting one at a time, but after a while 2 to 3 or 3 to 4 times were shooting for every attack. Although the giant's golden pincers were strong enough to resist the sword chi, under such a dense attack, he could only desperately swing his arms, forming a golden barrier. Even so, his shoulders were still cut deeply by some of the wind blades and a light green blood was flowing out from the wounds. Big Zheng was scared and shocked at the same time while was not willing to be unable to fight back. Suddenly, his enormous fishtail swung towards the space near him. Dots of blue lights appeared and instantaneously turned into sea water. Even though it was not comparable to the amount of sea water accumulated by Queen Dong after her transformation, it was enough to protect him by covering his body. More than half of the wind blade's power was neutralized by the layer of seawater and the remaining power could only leave a light white mark on his green scales. But at this moment, Lu Ming's green sword shadows and wind blades both disappeared in front of him. Instead, a bright red fireball was formed behind him and it was getting bigger and bigger under Lu Ming's chantings. Go! With a deep exclamation and a shake from both hands, a giant fireball sped towards the giant. Seeing this, Big Zheng was not willing to take such an attack and he tried to dodge to the sides. But at this moment, Lu Ming kicked off from the ground and charged towards the giant like an arrow. As the giant barely dodged the enormous fireball, Lu Ming appeared closer than 2 meters away from him and pointed a dark red steel tube towards him. No! The giant shouted, but it was too late for him to dodge. After a ping sound, a net of thin crystal threads shot from the steel tube, completely covering him. The giant felt a chill and the seawater barrier around him froze to ice the moment the net touched it. Big Zheng growled and moved his golden pincers violently, breaking the layer of ice broke into pieces. But at this time, Lu Ming's face showed a hint of mystery and silently moved backwards. Big Zheng was startled and unable to understand what Lu Ming was doing. However, he suddenly felt a hot sensation from behind and then a light of fire shone from his body. The enormous fireball which he thought he had dodged had turned back and hit him. A sky-shaking bang roared out. After the terrifying cries from the giant, his body was drowned completely under layers of fire. His body only twitched twice before turning into dust in the mushroom-shaped dark red fire cloud. Almost at the same time, because the silver monster fish was connected with the giant by mind, at the same time his master died, its body also twitched. The bone scorpion saw this opportunity and pushed it against the ground with its 2 giant claws before the sting on its tail attacked in dense black lines. Even though the monster fish was of a rare species, its body was penetrated thousands of times. At the same time, the poison in its body was no longer suppressed and turned the silver body into pitch black color as its flesh started decomposing at a high speed. After such an intense battle, Lu Ming finally defeated the giant. But his face was slightly pale, the color of face only returned after he quickly poked the 2 sides of his head. He was only like this because he used a large amount of mental energy controlling the enormous fireball to turn back. He has tried this controlling technique before but only with normal-size fireballs and wind blades, and it was only to change the direction of the attack slightly. This was the first time for him to control a giant fireball completely. The result made him happy, but the large amount of mental energy expended was out of his expectation. But at this point he could not care less. This was because the battles on the other side had finished as well. After a loud laugh, a smaller shadow flew out of the swirling sea water. It was Xuanjing. After flying out a few dozen meters, she staggered and fell on the ground unconscious. Her body was full of dense wounds as if she had been cut by countless sharp blades. One of the 2 diggers in her hands were full of cracks in different sizes and the other one had snapped right in the middle. Queen Dong's gigantic body after her transformation appeared after the swirling sea water broke apart. Her face showed ferociousness, and on the trident she was holding was the body of Feng Long, the disciple from the barbarian ghost sect. The middle-aged man's vitals had been pierced through by the sharp trident. His body was also full of wounds and lifelessly hung from the trident. Seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The Xi Jia, transformed from Queen Dong, suddenly trembled as if she wanted to rush towards the unconscious Xuanjing. However, in the next moment she seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned her head. Her eyes collided with Lu Ming's and her pupils dilated. At this time she obviously saw that besides the fact that the ground around Lu Ming being torn apart, his opponent, the giant man, was nowhere to be seen. In addition, there was a monster fish corpse that was slowly decomposing near Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't waste any words, raised his leg and rushed over to his giant opponent. At the same time, the white-boned scorpion seemed to have received some hidden signal from Lu Ming, and with a move of its body, it disappeared within the ground. The Si Jia from Queen Dong gave a cold and breathed towards Feng Long on her trident. A freezing gust flew over and turned the corpse into a block of ice. She slightly shook her weapon and the ice block shattered with a crisp sound. This sea race woman who transformed into a Si Jia had a dark face. It was obvious that she could sense Lu Ming was not normal and faced him as if he was a great opponent. At the other side, Du Hai was still hacking at the middle-aged maid's light barrier. However, at this time the light barrier was less than half of its original size. Within it, the middle-aged maid did not have her original composure. Her forehead was rolling with sweat while a heat rose from her back. She was like this partially because of Du Hai's attacks, partially because Zhang Xuanyang was using the imperial sword technique attacking the blood formation multiple times. Although she poured an extreme amount of Fa Li, she still could not mend the new cracks on the blood formation. At the moment, the blood formation had dozens of cracks with each one larger than the previous one. Up in the air, the originally smiling man became more serious. His gaze looked between Queen Dong and Lu Ming without pause and seemed to be judging the strengths of the two. Yi Tianmei on the bronze chariot kept the same expression. No matter it was Feng Long being pierced by the trident of the Si Jia from Queen Dong or Lu Ming controlling the huge fireball to turn the giant into dust, it seemed like nothing could make her change her expression. However, at this time, Zhou Tianhe or Master Lei were surprised by the situation. Brother Lei, who is this disciple? To actually be able to use his mind in controlling spells as a spirit apostle, this disciple's mental strength must be among the top 10 within the 5 sections. Zhou Tianhe could not help but turn his head to look towards Master Lei and asked. This disciple is one of the top among the core disciples. In addition, he did the sect a great service with an impressive strength. As for his name, you don't need to ask him. Just go back to your sect and ask around to know. Master Lei's eyes flashed before he gave a vague answer. So this is a disciple with some fame. However, for such a core disciple, why isn't he in your sect's sacred areas, preparing to become a spirit master and instead in the supervising disciple role in Xuanjing? Isn't this wasting his talent? Zhou Tianhe heard this and suddenly smiled. Chapter 222 Battle of the Si Jia, Part 2. Chapter 222, Battle of the Si Jia, Part 2. If our sect is going to proceed in this way, we naturally have our reasons for doing so. There is no need for fellow Zhou to question this. As Master Lei thought to himself, Lin Xiyu, standing to his side, spoke sweetly. I see. It is my fault for overstepping our boundaries. I still think this is quite a waste of talent. Zhou Tianhe nodded his head and responded in an unwavering tone. Hearing this, Master Lei's brows raised. Just as he was thinking of what to say, an ear-splitting sound came from the battle below, causing gusts of wind to billow all around. Startled, everyone forgot about the conversation and immediately looked downward. They saw Lu Ming sparring with the Si Jia transformed from Queen Dong. The former was gripping a light green light sword several meters long and clashing it with the enormous trident the latter held in her hand. This propelled one of them backward 7 or 8 steps, and the other, shaken, was similarly pushed backwards about 2 meters through the air. The two were clearly matched in strength. Lu Ming, regaining his composure, once again waved the enormous light sword he was holding without the slightest change of expression. Queen Dong propelled herself upwards in a wave of seawater, face full of surprise. One must understand that while she was not notably strong, her post-transformation body was especially durable, far more so than one could otherwise imagine. Otherwise, during the close combat match she had had with Feng Long, she wouldn't have been able to defeat her opponent so easily with the trident in her hands. However, at this moment Lu Ming made his body hazy and transformed into 5 or 6 unique shadowy figures. With a flash, the figures hurled themselves at Queen Dong. While Queen Dong was puzzled by Lu Ming's strength, seeing what was happening she let out a cold snort and swiped the trident through the air in front of her. With a whistle, the seawater below her rose, forming a gigantic wave which rolled forward. There was a pew sound. The gigantic wave passed ferociously, taking out most of the shadowy figures in one go. One of the figures, hazy, was able to withstand the wave, and with one motion of its light green light sword, a sword chi of several meters long emerged. Queen Dong raised the tips of her brows, and without a moment's delay waved the trident in front of her, violently attacking the sword chi. With a boom, the giant sword chi was dispersed. At this moment, Lu Ming contorted his body and, as if weightless, appeared not more than a few meters from Queen Dong. He raised a hand and 3 knives of wind shot through the air with a chi-chi sound. With his other hand he waved a dagger, and 2 sword chis fired off one after the other, each producing a schwa sound as it launched. At the same time the area below the sea jia became dark and the white-boned scorpion flew up from the ground. The 2 enormous pincers shot for the sea jia's legs and with a flick of its tails turned into 10-odd black beams followed closely behind. Lu Ming and the white-boned scorpion could not have been more perfectly matched. In a match among spirit apostles, this attack was inevitable. Facing an attack of this intensity, Queen Dong nonetheless remained calm and collected. After she let out a clear yell, the trident in her hand suddenly became hazy and transformed into black flag 4 meters tall. Moreover, imprinted on the flag were countless blurred silver glyphs. Queen Dong gave the flag just one violent wave and round ripples undulated out from its center. What happened next was inconceivable. Everything the black ripple passed over, no matter if it was seawater or the wind knives, swords of spiritual energy, or any of the other attacking objects, splintered apart. The white-boned scorpion let out a screech of pain as the black ripple pushed it back. Seeing this, Lu Ming was shocked. With a shake, he charged forward at an astonishing speed. But Queen Dong, with a yell, placed the black flag in front of her body and shot backwards through the air towards Lu Ming. The next thing he knew, Lu Ming felt a tension in the air around him, an invisible power ensnaring him, and he fled away. With a harsh expression on her face, Queen Dong grabbed at the air before her. The seawater below her rolled forward, turning into a huge blue hand several meters tall which grabbed violently at Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's expression changed. There was a flash of blue light in his sleeve, and the essence water flag shot out and entered his body, disappearing without a trace. There was a thunderous boom. The big blue hand grabbed Lu Ming and squeezed him with full force, trying to crush him to pieces. But Lu Ming's body turned hazy and transformed into a half-translucent liquid form. With a twist, it slid out of the big hand's grasp, seemingly effortlessly. With a few flashes he reappeared 10-odd meters away. He opened his mouth and spit forth the small blue flag, and his body returned to its original form in the next moment. Essence water flag. Was it you who killed Wei Yu? Seeing what had unfolded, Queen Dong let out a yell before speaking in a tone half surprised and half delighted. Lu Ming, seeing what had happened, was at first terrified, but then his face darkened and he suddenly threw the light green dagger in his hand through the air. With one hand he made signs with lightning speed, tapping his fingers in the air in the direction of the dagger. At the same time he slowly raised the other hand, causing blue sparks to appear as he recited the spell. A faint blue icicle several feet long formed as he did so. Seeing this, Queen Dong felt a pang of fear, immediately waved the flag she was holding, tapping it towards Lu Ming in the distance. However, after she did so, Lu Ming, like a ghost, reappeared in a different location with a shake of his body. After tapping the flag several times to no avail, Queen Dong's face turned ugly. With a low growl, she sent the churning seawater towards Lu Ming. At this moment, however, the area below once again darkened and the white-boned scorpion coiled upwards in a dark purple haze before launching at Queen Dong again. Be gone. Queen Dong was furious. She brandished the black flag in her hand and a black cloud billowed forth. But the scorpion's eyes flashed green. It suddenly opened its mouth and produced a purple flame. There was a "piu" sound. The purple flame caused the black cloud to ignite instantly upon contact. With a shake of its body, the white-boned scorpion passed through the purple flame, and at the same time, the dark purple haze on its body billowed outward, violently smashing into the seawater in front of it. What happened next was shocking. As soon as a small bit of the seawater came into contact with the dark purple fog, it instantly turned black as ink, simultaneously emitting a strong fishy odor before spreading out with astonishing speed. Having hoped to have been able to drive the bone scorpion away with a casual wave of the black flag, Queen Dong was stunned at seeing what had unfolded, and without a moment's delay sliced the flag towards the seawater below. There was a bang. A minor portion of the seawater broke off from the rest and dropped from the sky. However, the white-boned scorpion launched itself at Queen Dong's body once again, with a flick of its tail turning into 10-odd hazy black lines which broke through the seawater. After recognizing the white-boned scorpion's poison, Queen Dong would not allow some of it to stick to even a small part of her body. She unfurled the black flag and held it before her, and countless silver glyphs gushed from its center. With a whirl they formed a silver glyph shield. The black tail hit the glyph shield, causing a thunderclap. Several enormous silver lightning arced out of the shield in a flash, turning and attacking the white-boned scorpion. With a pitiful shake and a burnt odor, the monster fell from the sky. With the temporary cover the scorpion had provided, Lu Ming had been able to complete his technique. Eyes wide open, he let out a low yell and tapped a finger in the air. Upon his doing so, a light green full moon several meters in diameter rotated violently before becoming hazy and then disappearing. With a movement of his other arm, the huge icicle several feet long which had formed fired off in a flash. The next moment, there was a ripple above Queen Dong's head. The light green full moon appeared without a sound and began to fall. At the same time, the blue icicle, creating bursts of remarkable cold along its path, appeared not more than a few meters from the Xijia. Queen Dong's heart pounded at seeing all of this. She violently flung the black flag high in the air and it turned into a cloud of black vapor which protected the top of her head. At the same time, there was a roar from within it, and countless silver bolts coiled their way out of it. With her other hand, Queen Dong grabbed at the air in front of her and the seawater near her soared upward, once again forming a gigantic blue hand which proceeded to grab at the icicle. The sound of a crash rang out. Upon falling into the middle of the black vapor and still spinning violently, the light green moon came into contact with the coiling web of the silver bolts. After a short time, it became hard to see what exactly was going on. In the instant at which the enormous blue hand grabbed the icicle, Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. He made signs with one of his hands and barked out, "Explode." After a muffled sound, the huge icicle exploded, releasing a wave of extreme freeze which immediately caused the seawater hand to turn to ice. At this precise moment, a jade-green streak shot out from the ice and fired towards the forehead of the sea monster into which Queen Dong had transformed. Even though Queen Dong was of formidable strength, she had never imagined a scenario in which Lu Ming would be able to handle another totem when already using one. With no time to avoid what was coming, all she could do was to let out a violent yell and concentrate all of her fa li in her forehead. This caused a thick silver scale to appear on her face, and she shook her head as if her life depended on it. There was a piu sound. The streak hit Queen Dong's forehead but was slowed by the firm silver scale. Though it was able to pierce through the scale, it only cut through a small bit of Queen Dong's head before being blocked completely. It did not cut all the way through her head. But one could imagine how painful it was. Queen Dong let out a shriek of pain but then swiped violently at her head with one of her hands. With lightning speed, she struck the wound with the center of her palm, trapping the fine jade-green needle. The needle rose and fell continuously in her hand but was shrouded in a blue hue which soon became impossible to get rid of. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face darkened slightly. The tenacity of this enemy across from him had truly exceeded his expectations in certain respects, though he was doubtful that she would be able to withstand the green needle's poison for long. As this thought passed, he once again tapped in the air towards the light green full moon in the distance without hesitation. Chapter 223 Purging Xuanjing of the Remaining Enemies. Chapter 223 Purging Xuanjing of the Remaining Enemies. The light green moon, having been tangled up in the black haze, gave off a clear sound before exploding in a violent flash. More than 100 sword cheese gushed outward virtually simultaneously, tearing through all of the resistance around in one go and rolling downward with a thick cold light. Queen Dong lifted her head and saw this. Though her head was still in excruciating pain, she knew that if she did not fight for her life at this moment, she would truly fall. Therefore, she sent the seawater flying backwards with a flick of her tail, simultaneously opening her mouth once again and releasing from it a pale smoke of a fresh, blood-like red hue. It appeared to be only a thin layer at first, but after it flew out of her mouth, it immediately grew to be several meters in size. In a short moment, it caused the falling swords of light to tremble slightly before falling to the ground instantly afterwards. Queen Dong seized this opportunity, making 2 small leaps twice in succession to escape out of the area covered by the swords of light. Seeing this, Lu Ming breathed in deeply, planning to use all of his fa li to speed up the green shadow needle. This would help him to regain control and once again vitally attack Queen Dong. Right at this moment, the ear-splitting sound of a crash was heard from somewhere not too far away. The light coming from the blood formation was suddenly pierced by a snowy white sword streak. Then with a twirl, this sword streak flew more than 10 meters through the air and in a flash pierced through Queen Dong's back. It then flew in a quick orbit around the Xijia's enormous body, chopping it in two. But the snowy white sword streak didn't stop there. With a crisp sound, it turned into a thick cluster of sword streaks which densely covered the two pieces of the body in cold light, quickly transforming them into a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Once the snowy white sword streak, with a shake, had retreated to a place nearby, a young girl appeared with no expression on her face appeared where the sword once was. It was none other than Zhang Xuanjing of the Heavenly Moon sect. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes widened and mouth fell agape in shock. But after a few blinks he nonetheless waved a hand at the corpse. With a piu sound, a jade-green streak shot out from the corpse's flesh and returned to Lu Ming's sleeve, disappearing inside it. With a quick look at Lu Ming, Zhang Xuanjing raised her hand in a different direction and the snowy white sword streak unfurled. It caused several bursts of fresh blood to spout violently from the one who had trapped her before cutting the person. The middle-aged servant woman who was spitting blood after Xuanjing broke the formation, in two. The layer of light surrounding the woman had become thin like no other and in the next moment, she was pierced by the sword streak, utterly unable to block anything at all. Originally overjoyed at the woman's serious injuries, Du Hai was shocked after seeing what had just happened. However, after seeing that it was Zhang Xuanjing who had inflicted the damage, all he could do was to rub his nose and let out a long, forced laugh. And so it was thus. With the exception of Xuanjing, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, unable to move and without a trace of color on his face, all of the sea race contestants had been slaughtered. The curtains had truly closed on the competition. High in the air, the skinny man sitting cross-legged on the jade boat had a thoroughly unmatched dark look surface on his face. However, with a few rapid changes of his glance, in a flash, he raised an arm and pointed a finger at the area below. There was a piu sound. Xuanjing, sitting cross-legged on the ground, let out a wretched cry and a shapeless, powerful wind passed through his head. At the same time, a violent blood flame appeared and turned his dead body into ashes. Fellow Red, what is the meaning of this? After watching the disciples of the two sects achieve victory below, a trace of amusement had finally showed on Tianhe's face. But seeing what had just happened, her aura instantly became bone-chillingly cold. It's nothing. As this child has a royal bloodline, there is no way he can be left to live in the hands of another race. Our deal was clear. Had they been able to achieve victory, I could bring a few back with me. As we have lost, they have naturally lost the rights of the living. The way I have conducted myself has been completely fair and reasonable. While the skinny man spoke with a chuckle, his eyes were fixed on the place where Xuanjing had lost his life, and one could make out a trace of pity on his face. Though Xuanjing was only a mixed blood, it was simply too rare for the sea race to be born with royal bloodlines. Taking of his life in this manner was truly a tragedy. But then again, had it been a pure royal bloodline of the sea race below, he would not have been willing to kill him so ruthlessly. After he spoke, the skinny man stomped on the flying chariot below him with one of his feet and, with the divine secret goddess and the others lost in looks of complex thought, turned around and retreated into the far sky. Tianhe, gaze sharp as a knife, watched the flying chariot in the distance. A slight trace of hesitation flashed across her face before it became once again free of all obstructions. Marshal Anchi, why don't I go into the palace and check to see if there are any surviving sea race there? At that moment, Zhou Tianhe took a step forward and spoke. Seeing Third Red's unequivocal departure, anyone would assume that all of the sea race in the palace were dead. But this male sword practitioner of the Heavenly Moon sect could not help but have a glimmer of hope. Alright, why don't you and Niece Lin go to the palace and take a look? And while you're at it, see if there are any members of the imperial family remaining in the palace, and choose one of them to be the next emperor. The mortals of the Deshen country is of utmost importance to our 5 sects and we must not disturb its order. Hearing what was said, Tianhe gave her instructions right away with no additional thought. Zhou Tianhe and Lin Xiyu bowed and voiced their responses. Each transformed into a light beam and shot away. As for Nephew Lei and Yulat, I have here a list of names, all of which are evil cultivators. Find each one of them and kill them all. In a moment I will use a treasure to close off all of Xuanjing for 3 days again. This long a period should be enough for you all to complete the task at hand. Tianhe once again produced a jade slab from within her grasp and, seemingly carelessly, tossed it to Master Lei. Master Lei caught the jade slab and though he felt a pang of fear at Tianhe's words, he nonetheless voiced his assent with the utmost respect. With that, he took the remaining spirit masters of the 2 sects and flew off in another direction. With a turn of her hand, a couple of thick gray handkerchiefs suddenly appeared in Tianhe's hand. She flung them high in the air and then made hand signs in their direction. An astonishing crystal-level aura exploded out around the woman and moved out towards the heavens. Around the palace were several audacious loose cultivators. The lower-level cultivators who had been stealthily watching the battle heard nothing but a whing sound, their eyes darkened and they fell to the ground. Slightly farther away were some loose cultivators of a slightly higher level. All of a sudden they felt difficulty breathing and their legs weakened to the point that the practitioners were unable to stand. Then, above the palace, a ball of gray light spun violently into being and with a muffled sound, a gray cloud billowed out from its center, expanding out in all directions with astonishing speed. However, after a few manipulations completed in only a few breaths' time, all of Xuanjing was once again strikingly surrounded by an incomparably thin gray netting. The various faction leaders, who had withdrawn one by one because they knew that sect elders had arrived in Xuanjing and were now stunned seeing what was happening. However, there were some wise men among them, who, remembering ill rumors from long ago, astonishingly began to rush wildly at the gray netting. However, since this netting had been produced from Yi Tianmei's crystal-level treasure, and it was a given that it could only be more powerful than the Four Seas overturning sky formation and not any less, how could these loose cultivators have the power to break through it? On the contrary, as some of these cultivators had been extremely vicious in their attacks, the counterattack from the gray netting was powerful. With a wung-wung sound from the netting, an incalculably large amount of cold light billowed forth from it. The loose cultivators standing in its vicinity were instantly chopped to countless bits. The remaining cultivators were scared senseless by this, now realizing that their rise to action amounted to nothing more than a death sentence. With a shout, they scattered and hid themselves around Xuanjing once again. It was precisely at this moment that Master Lei and the others started on their killing spree. One day later, Lu Ming stood respectfully in a corner of the flying chariot. He was not alone. Chunniang and Zhang Xiaonyang each stood similarly in other corners of the chariot. In the middle of the chariot sat Yi Tianmei cross-legged, on a spotlessly white cushion and with a sandalwood board set in front of her. On the board was arranged a thick array of black and white pieces intersecting one another. With one hand on the black pieces and the other on the white, she played the game, playing both sides of the board herself. The game is go. Across from Yi Tianmei sat Lin Xiyu and Zhou Tianhe, faces flush with expressions of the utmost respect. So all of the sea race in the palace committed suicide by poison and even used secret techniques to wipe out their souls so that they are nowhere to be found. Yi Tianmei placed one of the white pieces on the board before asking lightly. Yes, Martial Auntie. Goddess Lin and I have searched the palace inside and out, even tens of meters below it, and can confirm that not a single member of the sea race remains in the palace. Regarding those palace guards as well as subjects, they have remained intact. They were unconscious and they have all been imprisoned. The one issue is that we have not been able to locate even a single member of the royal family or their direct descendants. I have investigated this matter further and it seems that after the sea race's plot was exposed, some of the factions in Xuanjing schemed privately and caught the king and princes. Whether they are currently alive or dead I cannot say. The only ones we could find were a few maidens of distant royal lineage. Hearing Yi Tianmei's words, Zhou Tianhe stepped forward and responded reverently. In order to finish off these evil cultivators, it looks like we will need to search Xuanjing a few more times. As we only have these few royal maidens, let us choose one of them with a clean record and make her queen of Dishen country. As for the king and those princes, regardless of whether or not we are eventually able to find them, we will just pretend what they did never happened. Yi Tianmei cackled as she spoke and placed a black piece on the chessboard. Affirmed. Nephew understands how to proceed. Hearing Yi Tianmei's words, Zhou Tianhe responded at once. Martial Aunt Yi, fellow Lei has just sent word saying that they have taken care of all of the factions on the list and killed more than half of the evil cultivators. However, there are still some others who have concealed themselves quite effectively, and he is afraid that he will need 1 or 2 more days to completely finish the job. Lin Xiyu bowed as she spoke. As long as they can finish within 3 days it will be fine, they don't need to report the details to me. Yi Tianmei said dismissively. Chapter 224 Sword Aura. Chapter 224, Sword Aura. Understood. Thank you for your understanding. Alright. What was the reason for having me bring nephew Bai over here? After a brief moment of relief, Lin Xiyu asked, puzzled. It's nothing much. The reason that we were able to win this competition has much to do with this disciple of your barbarian ghost sect. It could be said that he has protected my face. If that is the case, I might as well reward him with some benefits. If I don't do so, that geezer Yen is probably going to criticize me again the next time I see him. Yi Tianmei said nonchalantly. Thank you. If nephew Bai is able to be taught a thing or two by an elder such as yourself, a great opportunity has most definitely dawned upon him. Although initially surprised, Lin Xiyu immediately spoke, happy at the occurrence. At the same time she hurriedly waved at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, upon hearing this, while clearly surprised himself, was equally as glad and hurriedly moved forward to give his thanks. Hu Chuanyang and Zhang Xionyang were also stunned for a moment when they saw how things unfolded. While Zhang Xionyang was quickly able to collect herself, the look on Hu Chuanyang's face was one full of envy. So your name is Bai Tian. In fact, this is the second time we have met. It seems there's some fate involved between the two of us after all. So, what benefits do you wish to ask from me? And let's be clear, whatever reward that you ask for must be of equal value to your contribution. If what you ask for makes me believe you are greedy, I will do away with this promise of mine instantly. Yi Tianmei spoke as she examined Lu Ming for the first time, having placed the piece in her hand down. Nephew Bai and Senior Yi have met before? Naturally, upon hearing this, Lin Xiyu was shocked. Zhou Qinhe, Zhang Xionyang and the others reacted similarly. They all had a puzzled face. It was simply impossibly hard to imagine how a low-level disciple such as Lu Ming was able to get to know a cultivator as strong as Yi Tianmei. I had never expected to meet Elder in this place again. I had thought my existence is something you had long forgotten. I just wonder, this benefit that Elder speaks of, are there other limitations beyond me not being greedy? Lu Ming replied honestly after a quick thought. As long as your request is not disagreeable to me, there should be no problem. Yi Tianmei smiled as she spoke, yet her reply made Lu Ming grimace and curse internally. What does she mean by not disagreeable to her? Isn't that way too vague? Even so, in his own mind he was quickly calculating what request would yield the most value to himself, yet at the same time won't be rejected immediately by the crystal-level cultivator before him. Upon seeing this, Yi Tianmei seemed to have no intent to rush Lu Ming, but merely stared at him. Meanwhile, the edges of her lips formed an expression that vaguely resembled a smile. Does Elder have any pure aura qi that are suitable for me? Lu Ming thought for a second and asked with a question. Pure aura qi? I have a couple portions, but most of them are someone else's. The others are quite normal, and are you sure that you want a portion? Yi Tianmei was not surprised and instead asked slowly. Are these normal pure aura qi of the same type? Lu Ming had another thought and asked. They are not. Each of these pure aura qi are different. Yi Tianmei said without hurry. Lu Ming had a flash of disappointment on his face when he heard this. Then with another thought he asked. Since Elder doesn't have any suitable pure aura qi, does Elder have any great tungsten steel? Great tungsten steel. Where did you hear this material from? This isn't top-tier material to refine flying swords, but few outside of sword cultivators know about it. However, I do not possess any of this material, and even if I did, it is not something that you can dream of obtaining. From your reaction, you seem to not realize the value of this material, so I will allow you one more request. If it is not satisfactory, there will be no reward. Yi Tianmei furrowed her brows as a hint of impatience showed on her face. I understand, thank you Elder Yi for your grace. In that case, could I learn a couple of methods to start training as a sword cultivator? Lu Ming gave a bitter laugh in his heart as he spoke the last thing that he felt would be helpful for him at this point. Zhou Qinhe and Lin Xiyu were both shocked at these words. A path to begin cultivating as a sword cultivator? Are you thinking of also practicing the path of sword cultivators? I've seen quite a few cultivators that have had those thoughts, but most gave it up halfway through. Very few have been success, and even then, they were incomparable with true sword cultivators. Are you sure you want to learn this path from me? All you need to do is buy some methods to start cultivating as a sword cultivator from any market. Think clearly, do you really want to waste your request on this? Yi Tianmei's eyes flashed when she heard this request. I have also seen those methods and notes from sword cultivators to be bought in markets. However, I believe that Elder's methods are much different from those within the market, and I hope that Elder can honor my request. This time, Lu Ming replied without hesitation. Alright, since you have decided, then I will agree to this request. However, I can only give you some notes and tips without any detailed cultivation method. Yi Tianmei said coldly. That is of no problem, just the notes would be enough. Lu Ming replied without thinking. Okay, wait for a moment. Yi Tianmei nodded and took out a jade slip. After pressing the slip to her forehead, she threw the slip at Lu Ming. After Lu Ming received the slip, Yi Tianmei's expression suddenly turned cold. Recorded are all of the notes and realizations that I had while I was a spirit apostle. Although there is no specific methodology within, as long as you can keep working at it and find a complete sword cultivation method, you should be able to barely enter the path of sword cultivators. Note that I've placed a restriction on this slip and you only have a night to memorize it. After tonight it will forcefully break. In addition, although I am not giving you any huge secrets, I do not wish for too many to know it. If you teach it to others, not only will I kill you, I will also kill those that you have taught. If there's only one person, I will kill that person. If there are 10, I will kill those 10 people. If there are 100 people, I will also kill them all. Tianhe said lightly. I would not dare to give these notes to another soul. Lu Ming's heart dropped for a second before he responded respectfully. Okay, you all may leave now. After finishing this, Tianhe waved her hand at Lu Ming and Yin Sayu. Then I shall bring nephew Bai to leave first. If Elder Yi needs anything, feel free to contact me. Lin Sayu bowed. Immediately afterwards, she brought Lu Ming away from the flying chariot and flew towards the bone ship. However, during the flight she examined Lu Ming without stop. Her face was full of a weird expression. Not only was she surprised that Lu Ming knew Tianhe, she was even more shocked by his last request. At the same time, aboard the bronze flying chariot, Zhou Tianhe could not help but ask. Martial Ant, did you really give your sword cultivation notes to a spirit apostle from another sect? What, my decisions are now controlled by you? I would not dare do so, I just feel this being odd. Tianhe's soft words made Zhou Tianhe quickly bow and apologize. Whatever, all you need to know is that my actions have their meanings. In addition, all I have given him are some early cultivation notes, it can't be considered anything precious. However, it might confirm a suspicion of mine. Tianhe furrowed her brows as she replied. The moment that she saw Lu Ming, she felt an extremely faint sword aura from him. However, this aura was extremely weak and she was only able to barely sense it with it fading in and out. Her being able to sense the aura was due to the fact that the sword aura that she cultivated was incredibly pure. Even Ling Yu's aura could not compare to hers. If it was an ordinary crystal-level sword cultivator, he definitely would not have been able to discover it. However, even with this, she still doubted whether this sword aura was truly there or if it was just an imagination. Those who can cultivate sword aura must be genius disciples that only walk the path of the sword cultivator. Even in the whole of Heavenly Moon sect, only one disciple in the spirit apostle realm, Zhang Xuanjing, had successfully cultivated her sword aura. In addition, she spent quite a while and was only able to agglomerate it when she was a late spirit apostle. With this in mind, how could a normal barbarian ghost sect disciple have cultivated sword aura? She could say definitely that when she saw this barbarian ghost sect disciple previously, he did not give her that feeling. She also used a secret technique to soundlessly sweep over Lu Ming's body. But besides being able to confirm that this sword aura was emitted from within Lu Ming and not something that he had on him, this made her even more interested. Otherwise, how would she personally meet a spirit apostle from another sect with her status? Even more, she would not have generously given her own personal notes away. She believed that if Lu Ming read her notes on sword cultivation and did a little cultivation, the next time she met him, she would be able to sense more clearly. Tianhe's plans would definitely not be explained to others and this matter was only slightly interesting to her. She didn't put much mind to it. After all, Lu Ming was only a spirit apostle and his sword aura was extremely weak. Once Lu Ming got back to the bone boat and found a separate room with no one else in it, he immediately sat down and put his hand on his dantian, pressing lightly. His face was cloudy with a mix of emotions. At this time he could finally confirm that his sword embryo was not normal after he had met the crystal-level elder from the Heavenly Moon sect. Originally, the sword embryo which had no movement or anything started to slightly heat up after he had approached Tianhe. This was the first time the sword embryo showed such a sign. Chapter 225, The Marquis House's Phantom Demon. Chapter 225, The Marquis House's Phantom Demon. Although Lu Ming did not know the underlying reasons, he still felt like he should keep a respectable distance from this Senior Yi. After all, his body still concealed the even more strange mysterious bubble. If the crystal-level expert uncovered this, who knows what kind of consequences it may lead to. Even though there was no way of telling whether the bubble would bring him fortune or misfortune, just the fact that it purified his Fa Li and was able to pull his consciousness into a mysterious space showed that this was an item with great history. It was an item that, naturally, must not be shared with another person. However, this time, even though he was unable to get what he really wanted from Tianhe's hands, he gained the notes for sword cultivation. He imagined that, in the future, if he were to try to compact his sword spirit embryo or start to walk down the path of sword cultivation, he wouldn't have to walk around in circles. After all, the great symbol sword he carried was indeed overly mysteriously. Besides a general cultivation direction, it didn't have any practical experience with it. With Yi Tianmei's sword cultivation notes as well as the random related books that he got from the market, he should be able to master sword cultivation. It's important to know Lu Ming had a deep appreciation for the real flying sword techniques. Now, with this opportunity to train for this type of cultivation method, naturally he couldn't just give it up. The only troublesome thing was that the great tungsten steel required to complete the great symbol sword embryo was difficult to obtain. He didn't know that the great iron tungsten was actually an extremely high-quality material for refining a flying sword. Thus, the usual methods one would usually take to obtain it were impossible. One must go through special routes to get their hands on it. This time he achieved a fair amount of merit for his competition with the sea race. Spirit Master Lei wasn't stingy with his reward and gave Lu Ming several bottles of spirit pills and 3,000 contribution points. Even though Du Hai was also rewarded, the difference in the reward was quite large. With his remaining time, Lu Ming stayed on the bone ship and trained whilst he waited. Spirit Master Lei and Lin Xiyu from the barbarian ghost sect didn't dispatch him on any more missions. This lasted for 2 days when Spirit Master Lei returned to the bone ship with huge killing intent and called to see him. However, Spirit Master only gave him brief instructions with a list of evil cultivator yet to be found. Then the Spirit Master allowed Lu Ming to return. After a day, Lu Ming a new explosion. When he stepped out of the cave and looked up at the sky, the giant gray barrier that covered the entire Xuanjing had surprisingly disappeared without a trace. Not only this, he received a message that Yi Tianmei, the Spirit Master Lei and others had already left Xuanjing to return to their individual sections. Meanwhile, in Xuanjing, all of the moderately large underground forces were almost completely wiped out. Practically a fifth of the cultivators were wiped out by the two sections. The majority of those that were left fled the city after the barrier was lifted. They didn't dare stay in Xuanjing any longer. With this, only about a quarter of Xuanjing's cultivators stayed behind. Each and every one honestly didn't dare to risk causing any trouble. In the next month, news of the newly crowned Empress and old Emperor passing away spread across the Dishan country from Xuanjing. As the supervisor disciple of the sect, Lu Ming naturally blended into the crowd on the day of the coronation. He watched as the newly crowned Empress completed the ceremony. Under the work of many gold spirit guests, the coronation went abnormally smoothly. This so-called Empress was but a scrawny 13 or 14-year-old girl with a childish face. But what really surprised Lu Ming was the appearance of Qiu Longzi, the leader of the gold spirit guests who Lu Ming had thought was dead at the ceremony. The Qiu Longzi before him looked slightly pale but didn't have a single scratch on him. At a time of great change in Xuanjing, he did seem phased but rather in high spirits. Naturally, Lu Ming didn't seek out a meeting with the only survivor and leader of the gold spirit guests. Instead, he waited until after the coronation to quietly return to his dwelling. A few days after the coronation, Chunniang arrived at the cave and eventually took Qian Ruping with her. According to her parting words, her role as the supervising disciple of Xuanjing had come to an end, and she was due back at her sect. She came to bid her farewells and to take the girl with her. Finally, when the moment came for Qian Ruping to really leave Lu Ming's side, she broke down before him and expressed her true feelings of dependence. She did so with such intensity that, when Lu Ming closed his eyes, the memory of her looking back at him with tear-filled eyes resurfaced every time. However difficult it was to part ways, this girl certainly had an extraordinary talent in the path of formations. In addition, after all, she would be going to the largest sect in the Dishan country. Even if she was unable to become a spirit apostle in the future, at the very least, she would be well protected. With this, he could say that he did justice on his promise to Uncle Qian. During this time he still went to the Qian house and Fan Baizi. At both places, the changes in Xuanjing had next to no effect on their livelihood. During the chaos in Xuanjing, the Qian house gathered its people, shut the gates and turned a blind eye to anything beyond them. The owner and old Mian survived through the calamity all safe and sound. As a famous alchemist, Fan Baizi was unfazed even with the raids that were carried out on other influential forces by Spirit Master Lei. This Master Fan even reminded Lu Ming to come over on time to study alchemy. Naturally, Lu Ming promised to go. That day, Lu Ming examined a piece of paper he held in his hands, in the secret room of his dwelling. It appeared to have a few names and descriptions faintly written on it. Lu Ming stared intensely at the top of the list where the 3 words, Black Spirit Party, was followed by 2 names. They were 2 of the 3 leaders of the Black Spirit Group, number 1 and 2. Ever since Spirit Master Lei and Spirit Masters from the 2 sects raided the Black Spirit Group's secret lair, these 2 had not shown their faces. As for the person who only carried the title of the number 3, he didn't escape in time from Spirit Master Lei's persecutions and was killed on the spot. As for the true identities of number 1 and 2, they were ultimately discovered after soul-searching their henchmen. Before leaving, Spirit Master Lei seriously ordered Lu Ming to take care of the 2 evil cultivators. By this time, it was already confirmed that the previous supervising disciple was secretly assassinated by the Black Spirit Group. Even his corpse was already reduced to a shroud of flying ashes. As for why the Black Spirit Group would ever dare do such a thing, people had different speculations. Even Black Spirit Group members themselves weren't entirely clear. Perhaps, those who knew were limited to only the 3 leaders. Unfortunately, Spirit Master Lei killed number 3 far too hastily, leaving no time to capture him alive for soul interrogation. Who knows? With him, perhaps everything would have been cleared up by now. Lu Ming wasn't too concerned about these 2. As long as the larger Black Spirit Group no longer existed, these 2 evil cultivators wouldn't be able to play any more games. But now the 3rd Marquis has been abandoned. The only reason why Lu Ming had held back on taking any action was because he feared with the recent changes in Xuanjing, his actions would attract unneeded attention. About a month had passed, the newly crowned Empress seized the Marquis houses everywhere and awarded to other ministers. And so he had no choice but to act now. Lu Ming put away the paper in his hands and in that instant, he was overcome with determination. Time passed by and in the blink of an eye, it was 3 in the morning. A faint figure rushed from the streets and alleys. It flew and darted around in a flash before gliding high above the walls of the 3rd Marquis house. Then it silently fell into quite a large courtyard. At that moment, the surrounding area fell silent. It was pitch black in the Marquis house. If it weren't for the rays of moonlight that shone brightly from above, frankly, he wouldn't be able to see his own fingers. The figure who barged in was of course Lu Ming. His eyes scanned the area around him. With a one-handed technique, his eyes shone a faint crystal light. Suddenly the dark surrounding became more clear. Lu Ming slapped the leather bag on his waist. With a pew, a black cloud rolled out from it and the white-boned scorpion appeared before him. This time without giving any orders, the white-boned scorpion swept its tail. It then burrowed into the ground and out of sight on its own accord. Lu Ming pulled out a map from in his sleeves. He looked up at the constellations for guidance and planned his route ahead. Then he shot through the deep and heavily constructed part of the 3rd Marquis. After exactly a quarter of an hour, Lu Ming somehow he found a corner of the 3rd Marquis where a giant tree grew for an unknown time. Looks like this is the tree. It might also be just about time now. He mumbled with a face full of joy. Lu Ming circled the giant tree a few times with his eyes, glancing at the surrounding earth. He moved swiftly, reaching the peak of the giant tree. From high above, he saw the pale shadows of the trees beneath the moonlight. As time passed by, the blurry shadow of the trees started to sway towards a certain direction, gradually stretching out longer and thinner. All of a sudden, a part of the tree's shadow went completely dark. It was strangely condensed into the shape of an outstretched slender black sword. Lu Ming's eyes lit up in an instant. He looked in the direction that the sword pointed in, to over 100 steps away. He found an ordinary-looking building which stood not too far away. He was extremely happy. But then, the moment he wanted to fly down from the trees above, his expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly pulled back and submerged himself deep into the leaves. His aura withdrew and started to fade away. After a while, a piercing sound broke out and 2 dark shadows arrived in a flash. One was tall and the other was fat. After they swayed, they actually stopped under the same giant tree. Move quickly and check. Is it still there? They both carefully scanned the area as the taller dark figure said to his partner in a low voice. I understand, leave it to me, said the fatter dark figure. Then he pulled out a disc from his sleeve and suddenly stuck it at the base of the giant tree trunk. With his other arm he started to make various hand techniques. Bang! When the disc lit up, the fat dark figure pressed its palm through the disc and directly submerged it into the tree. Pulling back, he dug out a pitch-black object. Chapter 226 Former Dynasty's Treasure. Chapter 226 Former Dynasty's Treasure. There was a strong heavy stench of blood after a fist-sized blood-red crystal was taken out. Good thing it's still here and wasn't discovered by those sect members. Number 2, it was totally worth hiding it here. The tall shadow happily said this. An unmoving Lu Ming hidden inside the large tree was surprised as soon as he heard the 2 words, number 2. Inside his heart, he thought that it couldn't be such a coincidence that he would be able to meet those 2 escaped enemies from the Black Spirit group. He of course. This blood crystal was formed from the Marquis and Prince's essence bloods. The treasure gate opening will depend on this item. However, at the same time, if it wasn't for our worry that someone would use the royal blood to find the nobility and potentially find this crystal, we wouldn't have had to temporarily hide the crystal here and wait a whole month. The fat shadow gloomily mused while looking at the blood-red crystal in his hands. This place took me half a year to set up. Even if those spirit masters personally came looking, they would not be able to find this place. However, at the same time, if we didn't place the item here, would we dare to keep it on us when the spirit masters came? The tall shadow responded. That is true. Also, number 3 didn't reveal our secret. Such a pity. He originally wanted to hide as well but didn't realize that those sect members moved really quickly and ended up getting caught at the base. I didn't get caught because I left earlier by around an hour, otherwise this treasure would only have been left to you alone, number 1. The fat shadow nodded and then sighed. Number 2, are we not already safe and sound? Why do you still need to say this? However, I am curious, how did you know that the current imperial family and the previous imperial family came from the same bloodline? When it comes to treasure-related things, you went to look for the 2 of us and came together with the Black Spirit sect. Before, when number 3 and I asked you, you were never willing to explain anything. Now that number 3 is no longer here, you can finally explain some of it to me, right? The tall shadow quietly asked with a glint in his eye. Number 1, when did you become so curious? However, at this point in time, since the situation is already like this, I can no longer hide it. I have the previous imperial bloodline flowing in my veins. The current imperial family is actually one of the more distant descendants of the previous imperial family. At the time, the 5 sects discovered the previous imperial family had wanted to cultivate their own spirit masters, which is why they supported the rebellion. Otherwise, how would they have been able to take over the previous emperor's reign if they were on their own? This treasure was left behind by the previous imperial family. Originally, only a single direct descendant disciple's essence blood would be enough to remove the last restriction. However, the previous imperial family was destroyed too long ago and my bloodline is no longer that pure. Thus, we had to borrow the essence blood from these Marquis and princes. The fat shadow was silent for a moment, and then mockingly said a bunch of things. So you used to be a part of the former royal family. But listening to your tone, you don't seem to care that they were overthrown and even willing to share the former dynasty's treasures with others. With a dry laugh, the tall shadow said this with a straight face after hearing these things. The previous imperial family was foolish for not realizing how strong the sects are. They just wanted to rely on mortal force and expected to overthrow the 5 sects. How can I be resentful when they were asking to be killed? Besides, after all these years, the most important thing for me was to cultivate myself and become a spirit master. Unfortunately, I am unable to remove this restriction by myself and can only ask you guys for help, so I am willing to split the treasures equally because of this. Okay, this is the largest secret that I've told you, so rest assured. Come, number 1. We have already stayed at this place too long. Once we've split the treasure equally, we should also go our separate ways. The fat shadow said quietly. Okay. As long as there's enough spirit stones, both you and I should be able to buy enough pure aura chi. Even though we're old, there's still the possibility that we could become spirit masters with the various portions of pure aura chi. This time, the tall shadow only said a few words before turning around and floated away towards the palace. Still holding the blood crystal in his hands, number 2's shadow hurried after him. A small noise sounded. Like a leaf falling from the giant tree, Lu Ming first looked towards the 2 people that were going further in the distance and then glanced back towards the tower while hesitating. After thinking quickly, he muttered to himself in a low voice, "Forget it, it's already been so many years, it wouldn't make a difference with an extra day and a half. I should follow those 2 fellows and see what this so-called former dynasty's treasure is." Having said this, Lu Ming took out a yellow glyph and stuck it on himself. Gray misty inscriptions appeared and surrounded his body. This glyph was not just an ordinary stealth glyph that was effective against mortals. It was also an illusion glyph that can be used to block the mental strength of spirit apostles. Even though it could not truly make one's body invisible, it could let one's aura lower to almost nothing. At the same time, a layer of stealth is spread across the body and constantly changed with the environment around it to provide camouflage. As long as there was a certain distance between him and the other spirit apostles and he was careful with his movements, he did not need to be worried about getting discovered. In the next moment, Lu Ming's body began to darken and blend with the night to become a gray shadow. Lu Ming moved quickly and silently to catch up to them. The two in front were extremely cautious. When they left the palace, they had immediately cast spells to hide themselves and traveled on lesser-used roads. If Lu Ming's mental strength was not unusually strong, there would have been several times where he almost lost the two of them. After the time it takes for a meal, Lu Ming showed a trace expression of surprise. The two were heading towards Immortal Dawn Mountain. Was the so-called former dynasty's treasure at Immortal Dawn Mountain? However, if one thought about it, Immortal Dawn Mountain was the ideal place for cultivators, so it wouldn't be strange to find a rare treasure there. Lu Ming thought quickly and became even more careful with his movements. Fortunately, the two of them did not fly directly through Xuanjing, or it would not have been easy to continue tracking them. However, once Lu Ming saw the peak of Immortal Dawn Mountain, the two shadows in front of him suddenly disappeared with a flash into one of the nondescript homes. Lu Ming paused but immediately knew what had happened. He did not immediately head towards the housing but decided to land instead. A black shadow flashed by and his white-boned scorpion drilled out of the ground. "Go and find out whether those two people are still in there or not." Lu Ming gave a brief command. As the white-boned scorpion has been with him for quite a while, he no longer needed to mentally connect with it to give simple commands. The white-boned scorpion instantly nodded its head and waved its tail before burying itself back into the ground. Not long after, Lu Ming received the white-boned scorpion's mental signal. He looked downwards and silently ran over to the house. After a moment, Lu Ming appeared in the middle of the extremely ordinary-looking house. The white-boned scorpion crouched at his feet, both of its green flame eyes flashing towards a seemingly heavy-looking black cabinet. "You're saying that the two's aura disappeared inside that? Interesting, I will have to inspect it." Lu Ming looked over the black cabinet a few times, eyes glinting. Accordingly, he made a single-hand technique and released his powerful mental strength into the cabinet in front of him. There doesn't seem to be any restrictions, it looks like there are just ordinary mechanisms. That's quite clever, at least cultivators won't suspect this place. Lu Ming released his mental strength and went up to the cabinet. He didn't hold back when opening the door in one go. There was not the slightest thing inside and was completely empty. However, this was Lu Ming. He gave a simple inspection around the cabinet and immediately found some traces of use on one of the sides near the wall. He raised his eyebrow and with a flick of his arm, took out the cyan moon sword. In a cold flash of light, a big circle was cut into that cabinet wall. Lu Ming placed away the sword. He then put a hand in the middle of the circle and used some force. Pooh! With a pop sound, an empty black hole suddenly appeared in this cabinet. Limestone steps leading far down appeared. Lu Ming smiled coldly and called out to his bone scorpion before silently floating in. After a moment, Lu Ming was around 100 feet underground. He was currently traveling along a crudely made tunnel going towards the center of the Immortal Dawn Mountain. Several feet in front of him, there was a glyph suspended in mid-air. After a few steps, the glyph suddenly exploded with a flash and a bang. As expected, the two of them laid some warning restrictions. However, these simple restrictions can't stop me. Lu Ming calmly stopped with a small smile on his face. Squinting his eyes, he muttered to himself. A crystal light appeared in his eyes and a strong mental strength swept outwards from them. In a moment, his eyes registered that there was a rather dim light formation shining around 10 feet in front of him, blocking up the passage. With the short cyan sword in his hand, Lu Ming cut into the wall next to the passage with a flurry of slashes. After a while, Lu Ming opened up an alternate small passageway around the blocked passage and made his way around the light formation, leaving it behind him. Lu Ming took out a glyph and suspended it in front of him before he calmly and unhurriedly continued on. Chapter 227, The Phantom Demon. Chapter 227 The Phantom Demon. After he walked for a few miles, Lu Ming estimated he'd reached the base of the Immortal Dawn Mountain. Then the terrain began to rise again. This time he hadn't bumped into any restrictions. Half an hour later he finally reached the end of the road, where he spotted a cyan stone gate emitting white light. Although the surface of the stone door seemed to be covered in silver spirit markings, it was missing almost half of its frame. The door leaned against the tunnel exit, as though someone had already used brute force to pry it open. At the sight of this, Lu Ming had an idea. He waved his hand, grabbed the floating talisman and stored it away. Then he took another glyph and slapped it on himself. With the sound of a poof, a layer of pale yellow light shrouded his body. He moved and silently submerged himself into the stone wall. He actually used the burrow glyph. He slowly and silently made his way towards the stone gate beneath the earth. After a short while, Lu Ming suddenly stopped and made a motion with one hand. He let out his strong mental strength in one go. In that moment, an extraordinarily clear picture appeared in the sea of consciousness from the end of the several feet thick tunnel. To his amazement, beyond the cyan stone gate was a 40 to 50 feet wide, over 10 feet tall giant stone hall. The giant hall was built with smooth cyan stone and thick large stone pillars all around. However, only a few stood complete as the hall was mostly ruined beyond recognition. To his surprise, there were over a dozen of masked people dressed in black with twisted bodies on the ground. Each one was oddly shriveled and had no signs of life. It was clear that they had died for who knows how long ago. Besides these, the corners of the hall had a few fragmented gray statues that looked like puppets. There were many corpses that had some semblance to humans and cows. In the hall, there was an even larger rusted copper gate that faced the cyan stone gate. It was ordinarily ancient in style with what appeared to be imprints of mysterious crystal inscriptions. The sides of the gate were covered in numerous closely written colorful inscriptions that glistened a dangerous glow. In front of the rusted copper gate, there stood two masked men dressed in black, one tall and the other fat. The fatter of the two held the blood-red crystal with both hands and was about to put it in a groove of the giant rusted copper gate. Once the blood crystals were placed in, the rusted copper gate suddenly buzzed. The blood crystal began to flicker while blood-red crystal inscriptions started to spread in every direction. What at first looked like an ordinary ancient copper gate in this moment had become awfully demonic. Seeing this, even the two men dressed in black took a few steps back in shock. They also took a defensive stance. At this moment, the crystal inscriptions dropped off the copper gates with a flash of blood light. These inscriptions started to quickly spin mid-air. Every twist and turn it made, the bloody light on the rusted copper gate became thicker. In a couple of breaths, the bloody light became sticky like real blood. It made people's souls shiver and subconsciously aggressive with just one look. Luckily for both men, they had trained as evil practitioners. Although they were secretly surprised by what they saw, they did not waver. But instead they stared intensely at the copper gate. Kabang! Finally, the rusted copper gate gradually opened. It's done. The tall man dressed in black was delighted to see this. The moment his voice fell, the crystal inscriptions that darted sharply suddenly slowed down, as the bloody light also dimmed. After a while, the copper gate unexpectedly and gradually closed. This is bad. The blood crystal doesn't have enough essence blood. The fatter man dressed in black said in a low voice, frightened by what he saw. He abruptly took a step forward with his palms gleaming. He then cut his wrists, used Fa Li, and forced the fresh blood to pour out violently onto the inscriptions. The moment the fresh blood touched the inscriptions, it disappeared in a flash. The inscriptions quickly traveled on a new route. In the thick bloody light, the copper gate gently opened once again. A muffled thud. The crystal inscriptions also broke out with a tremble and the bloody light started to dim. The giant copper gate was at last fully opened. Shockingly, vast curtains of white light outflowed from behind the doors. This made it impossible for people to see what was inside. The man dressed in black stopped his hand sign, which stopped the bleeding from his wrists. He then swiftly took out a glyph and slapped it on. A dim cyan light emanated from the wound and it recovered at a rate visible to the naked eye. However, the fat man dressed in black had extremely lifeless eyes and had clearly lost a lot of his strength. Number 2, you've done well. If it weren't for you, this could never have succeeded. The tall man said relaxed. I've lost out a lot this time. I hope the treasures inside will not disappoint me. There won't be any more powerful restrictions anymore. Let's enter. The fat man grunted as he took big steps towards the rusted copper gate. The tall man dressed in black stared at the back of the fatter man with a hint of murderous intent. Seemingly thinking of something, the tall man suddenly snapped back to reality in an instant and silently followed behind the fat man. As expected, both men walked one after the other. In no time they were engulfed in the white light screen but did not intend to stop. After a while, a face of the stone wall lit up the hall with a dim yellow light. Then with a flash, Lu Ming appeared in the center of the hall. After he took a quick sweep around, he looked at the white light screen not too far away, and a trace of hesitation crossed his face. It was then that a tragic cry was heard, followed by an extremely angered voice which came from the white light screen behind the copper gate. You dare lay a hand on me? From the sound of the voice, it was the man dressed in black beside him. Haha, as the treasure has been found, there's no use for you anymore. I still feel that this treasure would be best enjoyed alone. That'd be most wonderful indeed. You had this thing on you all this time? The tall man dressed in black first spoke drearily, but then he immediately broke into an agitated scream. If I can't get my hands on the treasure, I definitely won't let you have it. You can stay here with me forever. The fat man dressed in black said as he gritted his teeth. On the other side of the light, a brawl erupted and the sound of two people cursing endlessly was heard. After a loud explosion sound was heard, all noise ceased. The other side of the white light screen returned to silence. When he heard this, Lu Ming squinted his eyes. He abruptly slapped the bag on his waist and out emerged a waft of black smoke. After concentrating, the smoke transformed into a man's skull with a full head of long hair. It was the flying demon head. Go. He waved towards the white light screen. The flying head heard this and with a sinister look on his face, he threw himself into the white light screen. But then a screech came from inside and the strange muffled sounds of the flying head, caca laughter was heard. Of course there'd be something fishy. But how was I found out? When he heard this, Lu Ming didn't reveal a look of surprise but mumbled. Then he shifted his body. He transformed into shadow and rushed towards the white light screen. After the blinding white light in front of him disappeared, Lu Ming saw everything before him clearly. To his surprise, the hall in front of him, which he thought would have been stacked full of countless treasures, had a damp cave roughly an acre in size. The damp cave was about the size of the hall outside. However, inside there were several ordinary black coffins and a large ancient million-year-old lantern. Besides these there was nothing else. In the heart of the tunnel, the flying head spat green flames in the sky as it flew around. At the same time, the piercing air whistles as he wrapped strand upon strand of his long hair around himself in protection. The two men dressed in black chased closely after the flying head and continuously attacked it. One man was armed with a bronze mirror that spewed red thunder flames, and the other with two bone swords that formed endless rumbling black smoke. Beside the two, there was also a pitch-black bat that was almost a foot long in size that also joined in on the attack. Under the vibration of both its wings, it constantly released faint gray blades of wind. Even though both men and the monster brewed a violent storm in the whirlwind of attacks, under the flying head focusing on the defense, they couldn't down the flying head quickly. But after Lu Ming arrived at the cave, the tall man's face dropped. He suddenly let out a whistle. When the black bat heard this, it turned around and rushed towards Lu Ming with a bitter wind. Practically at the same time, a half-translucent phantom demon appeared from the air in a flash by Lu Ming's side and rushed ruthlessly forward. With a cold grunt, countless cyan sword chi swept out from Lu Ming's sleeve and at the same time, a crimson-red fireball was shot out from his other hand. Bang! Bang! When the half-translucent demon phantom was swept by the cyan sword chi, it couldn't help but fly out of control. It was actually a ghostly spirit of a woman. Her face was completely pale white drained of blood, and she had sharp emerald green nails. The black bat dodged the fireballs with a swift turn. But at this moment the fireballs vibrated and self-exploded. In the roaring flames, an unexpected green streak fired straight through the bat's head with a flash. After the black bat squawked, it fell from high above with a biedonk. It landed on the ground, motionless. With this opportunity, Lu Ming shook the cyan short sword again and sliced at the half-translucent phantom demon with misty green sword cheese. At the same time the green streak turned around and let out a chi-chi sound. It rushed to shoot the translucent phantom demon. Halt, my fellow. We can sit and talk this through. The tall man dressed in black gave a low grunt in shock at what he saw. He made an effort to stop his attacks on the flying head. The fat man on the other side saw what had happened and also stopped his attacks. As though he never heard this, Lu Ming didn't stop his green short sword. The jade shadow needle neared the phantom demon girl with a flash. With a blur, it turned into countless shadows that shot out. The phantom demon already had her hands busy with the cyan sword cheese, so with one mistake, its brow was pierced with countless shadow blades. A high-pitched cry. The phantom demon woman was reduced to a puff of green smoke and disappeared. It left behind a dull emerald green crystal bead. Chapter 228 Floating Ghost Tattoo and Beast Transformation Method. Chapter 228 Floating Ghost Tattoo and Beast Transformation Method. Night Maid. I'm going to kill you. I will dismember you into 1,000 pieces and peel your skin and muscles. When the tall black-clothed person saw the phantom woman beheaded in the blink of an eye with no way of saving her, he furiously yelled with rage. Are you crazy? It's only a soul servant, don't forget about our big deal. My spirit beast was also easily slain by him. The fat black-clothed man jumped in shock but hastily reminded his partner. The flying head took this opportunity to return back to Lu Ming's side in a flash. Lu Ming looked blankly at the two of them while he adjusted his sleeve as the jade shadow needle slid down in it. What do you know? Night Maid was my. Forget it, there's no point talking to you about it. I only have one question for you, are you going to help me to take that kid down? The tall person asked fiercely as he ripped off the black cloth from his face, revealing a gloomy middle-aged man's face. This fellow can unexpectedly operate two totems at once in the spiritual realm. I'm afraid that even if we cooperate together, we may not be able to defeat him. We should talk before taking action. The fat-clothed person's eyes flashed as he looked to the left and the right nervously. As long as you help me kill this kid, I'll only take 1/3 of the treasure, you can keep the rest. The tall middle-aged man said with teeth clenched. Is this for real? The fat man asked, eyes glittering. We've cooperated so many years, when have I not been straight with you? However, you should bring out the trump cards that you've been hiding. Your cultivation level is lower than me, yet you're still coming with me to find treasure. You have to be keeping something back. The tall man said with a gloomy face. Since it's like that, I will agree. As we're here for the treasure, we'll have to take some risks anyways. If I use my trump card, you'll need to take yours out too, number one. Otherwise, the fat man said seriously. I don't need you to say this, I will definitely no longer keep anything back. The tall black-clothed man said bitterly. He suddenly ripped his top off, showing off his chest. The fat man glanced at his chest and took in a deep breath in surprise. Lu Ming looked at him in concentration and was slightly shocked as well. There was a ghost tattoo on the tall man's chest. The tattoo was of a green-faced ghost that sat cross-legged on the floor. It was chewing on a bloody human leg of a woman's corpse that lay on the floor next to it. The tattoo was so lifelike that one unconsciously felt chills from looking at it. Floating ghost tattoo. You have a lot of guts to dare to go that far and use your own soul to cultivate this bloody secret technique. Are you not afraid of losing your soul after death? Lu Ming said slowly, exposing what the ghost tattoo was with one look at the black-clothed man's chest. The barbarian ghost sect, being a large sect that cultivated ghost path methods, naturally had records of extremely evil and poisonous ghost-related secret techniques. However, for these kinds of methods, even though they were very powerful, cultivating them was quite savage and brought unending troubles later on. The barbarian ghost sect naturally would not allow its disciples to practice such methods. Kid, you actually know this floating ghost tattoo secret technique. I only demand that I live without a worry in this life, who cares what happens after I die. If I can use this secret method to become a spirit master, it's not like there's no way to remove the side effects. The tall black-clothed man laughed violently and then spit a mouthful of blood mist on his own chest. An astonishing scene appeared. The moment the blood mist hit his body, the originally inanimate ghost wriggled to life. Then the blood mist twisted forward. Boom, there was a loud noise. A 30 feet high, blood-red single-horned ghost appeared out of nowhere in front of the tall black-clothed man. The ghost was still holding the female corpse's leg that was depicted in the drawing and was still chewing on it. Lu Ming saw this and gave a cold. However, his hand on the cyan moon sword became tighter. Fantastic. Never thought that you, number one, would have cultivated this floating ghost tattoo secret technique. I've heard that once this method is cultivated to the highest level, it's possible to call out ghosts that are at least at the Ghost King level. Hee, if it's like this, then I won't hold back anything as well. After the fat man stopped being shocked, there was a giant grin on his face. He didn't seem to make any technique, but his shoulders suddenly bulged out. With a low shout of pain, a bloody tiger head appeared out of the side of his neck from nowhere. At the same time, his ribs under his clothes also started to crack open, and from there, 2 more hairy arms appeared. Beast transformation method. Lu Ming's brow wrinkled when he saw this scene. Even though he knew that these two from the Black Spirit group were not ordinary evil cultivators, he did not expect the two of them to have cultivated these strange secret methods. Kid. I originally did not want to use this method. However, seeing that you are so difficult to deal with, even able to command the legendary flying head, I will make an exception this time. The black cloth covering this fat black-clothed person had fallen off by itself when he was transforming into a two-headed four-armed beast. He had a seemingly kind and chubby face, but after growing the new head and arms as soon as he spoke, his words were filled with an endless killing intent. Beast transformation method. That's great number 2. Since it's like this, that kid is going to die for sure. Let's go. The tall man was overjoyed after seeing his partner fully use this secret method, but after a cold breath, his two hands executed a technique. The blood-red ghost tossed the human leg it was holding aside and suddenly crouched down. Then it leaped straight towards Lu Ming like a bullet. His enormous frame was like a small mountain that came crashing towards Lu Ming. On the other side, the two-headed, four-armed fat man twisted his body and became a blur of motion, maintaining the spinning motion like a top. Lu Ming only gave the fat man a glance and his flying head hovering over him flew out with a strange laugh. Before getting too close, it became like a spinning top, and its hair fiercely shot at the fat black-clothed man. In an instant, it was fighting with the transformed fat man. As for the giant ghost that was pressing down from the sky, Lu Ming simply moved with both feet to dodge. His whole body floated aside like a feather. At the same time, with a flick of his sword, he was about to slash towards the giant ghost. However, at that moment, the giant ghost in the sky was faster than Lu Ming by a step and flicked out two hands. Lu Ming was startled, unsure why the ghost did this. Suddenly, 2-inch pew-pew sounds were heard. Two large skull-sized, gray-colored rocks shot out from the middle of the giant ghost's hands. They brought a fierce wind and shot towards Lu Ming. Stone bullet technique. When Lu Ming saw this situation, he could not help but be surprised. With another twist of his body, the two rocks just narrowly missed him. At the same time, the Cyan Moon Sword released several sword chis all at once. He still felt apprehensive as the giant ghost fell down towards the ground. Its huge body flashed with a yellow light and then without a pause, it disappeared into the ground. The sword chi had slashed at the ground, but the only remaining signs were a number of shallow sword marks. Lu Ming had a solemn look on his face and did not let his 2 feet land on the floor. Suddenly, with a flick of his sleeve, a silver chain whipped at the tall black-clothed man opposite him. It was very clear that this giant ghost was very strong. As long as its master was still maintaining the technique, the ghost would still exist. To stop this ghost from coming back, he could only directly attack its master. It was at this time, with a roar, the giant ghost came out of the ground underneath him. Its 2 arms reached out, fiercely aiming to hold on to him. But Lu Ming only twisted his body and deftly avoided it again. At this moment, the tall black-clothed man opposite him raised a hand and a glyph floated out. With a flash, it became a sparkling crystal ice cover. It covered him entirely and kept him protected. The silver chain hit the ice cover with a flash of cold light and was unable to break the protection. The ghost's figure flashed in and out of the ground, chasing after Lu Ming non-stop. Even though the Cyan Moon Sword was occasionally able to slash at it, its body blurred for a second before it was able to recover to its original state immediately. This situation gave Lu Ming a huge headache. On the other side with the flying head, it was able to use its full potential and demonic chi swirled around it. It was fighting with the two-headed, four-armed fat black-clothed man and was difficult to separate them. However, once the ghost rushed out from the ground again towards its opponent, Lu Ming had suddenly replaced the sword in his hand in a flash with a scarlet-red iron tube. With a jie-bang sound, a sparkling silk screen net spread out. The giant ghost wasn't ready and tried to avoid it, but was unable to. It let out an angry bellow as the net covered it completely. At the same time, cold air formed and a layer of cold ice spread across the surface of its body. It was immediately frozen and stopped from moving. When Lu Ming saw this, he happily shook his sleeve. The silver chain once again shot out. In a blur, it wrapped around the giant ghost completely. He made a single-hand technique and a red fireball appeared in his hand. In no time at all, it became as large as a water tank and he directed it at the trapped giant ghost. The tall black-clothed man saw this from afar and his complexion changed. He hastily released the ice cover with a flash and with a turn of his hand, suddenly multiple small red bows and multiple arrows of the same color appeared. With a lift of his hand he was about to shoot them at Lu Ming. However, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly leaped out from behind him. In a flash, there were 2 giant pincers holding on to his foot and at the same time, its tail moved. A dozen black holes appeared in a flash and appeared through his calf. There was a blood-curdling shout. The tall black-clothed person lowered his head in alarm and saw that on his own calf there were at least a dozen small black holes. A layer of black gas spread up from his foot area at a lightning speed, and at the same time, the strange itchy feeling in his calf spread as well. To the tall black-clothed man's knowledge, he knew that he had been poisoned and that he would not have the antidote on him at this point in time. However, he could be considered as a decisive person with grand dreams. His expression simply changed and he suddenly moved his arm. His fingernails had become inches long and razor-sharp as he slashed at his knee in a flash. Chapter 229, Steel Zombie. Chapter 229, Steel Zombie. The pitch-black calf was instantly separated and fresh blood immediately spewed out. At the very same time, the tall black-clothed man moved his one leg, causing his entire body to fly out like a bolt shot from a bow. A glyph was quickly slapped on his thigh and bits of green light began flashing. The loss of blood promptly stopped while at the same time the wound rapidly began healing. But right at this time, the white-boned scorpion flew up and chased after him, seemingly having no intention of letting its opponent go. The tall black-clothed man endured through the pain and was barely able to land on the ground. When he saw the scorpion in hot pursuit, he was immediately shocked and angered. With a flick of his sleeve, he once again brought out that bronze mirror he used before. He only pointed it at the bone scorpion, and instantly a cloud of lightning fire showered down towards the scorpion. However, the bone scorpion simply twisted its body and flashed within a cloud of purple gas. In this way he was able to avoid the lightning fire. Subsequently, it moved its tail, again turning it into some tens of black lines that shot through the air. It was, however, once again forced away by the lightning fire from the black-clothed man's bronze mirror. Just at this time, an earth-shattering sound came from where Lu Ming was. It was shockingly Lu Ming who had thrown out a gigantic fireball in his hands, firmly hitting the giant ghost that was trapped below him. The ghost monster released a great roar and was then completely swallowed by the mushroom-like fire cloud. It was turned into dust in an instant by the high temperatures. The black-clothed man currently using his bronze mirror to hold off the bone scorpion suddenly had his ghost tattoo on his chest turn blood red. At the same time, the ghost in the painting became blurred. It actually tunneled into the tall black-clothed man's chest and disappeared. The tall black-clothed man immediately screamed out loud and threw away the bronze mirror in his hands. He then fell to the ground as he turned. He held his head with his hands as he rolled around on the ground in a frenzy. At the same time, screams could constantly be heard coming from his mouth. It was as if he was enduring through some unimaginable torture. The white bone naturally didn't let go of this opportunity as it watched this scene. Moving its body, it pounced onto the tall black-clothed man, its two large claws and its tail raining out attacks at once. In an instant, it turned its opponent into minced meat. Large amounts of black blood began flowing out of the minced corpse accompanied by a goo-goo sound. When Lu Ming saw this, the look in his eyes relaxed a bit. Moving his eyes, it fell upon the battle at the other side. At this moment, using the bursts of flame released by the tiger head, the fat black-clothed man was in a stalemate with the flying head. When he saw his companion lose his life in a blink of an eye, he couldn't help but be greatly shocked. The tiger head once again sprayed out a pillar of fire, forcing the flying head back a few steps. Then, he suddenly turned into a shadow as he dashed towards one of the black coffins. "Stop him," Lu Ming ordered. Another black shadow flew that way and with a headbutt, it heavily collided with the fat black-clothed man. It was the ghost monster, the white-boned scorpion. And this small moment of delay allowed the flying head to come flying back with a weird laughter. His long hair swept out. The bone scorpion also opened its mouth as a burst of purple flame was sprayed out. Just like that, the fat black-clothed man was caught in between the combined attacks of both the bone scorpion and the flying head. Even though the tiger head was continually spewing out bursts of fire and his four arms each held a bone sword relentlessly counter-attacking, after only a short moment, he had already lost the momentum. Right at this time, Lu Ming flicked his short sword and green sword chi after sword chi also joined the attack. With this, the fat black-clothed man naturally had an even harder time resisting. Failing a dodge, his shoulder was pierced by the bone scorpion's tail and an itchy feeling began at once to spread out from the wound. "Wait, I surrender. Without me I am afraid that fellow cannot obtain the true treasures." The fat black-clothed man's heart sunk and he suddenly began shouting loudly. "The true treasure?" Lu Ming heard these words and his expression moved a bit. "Yes, fellow wouldn't truly believe that the former dynasty's treasure are in these coffins? There should only be some ordinary treasures here, there's a trick to get to the place with the true treasures." The fat black-clothed man was struggling to hold off the attacks from the flying head and the bone scorpion. he desperately shouted at the top of his lungs. In this small moment of time, his shoulder had become numb and with it, two of his arms couldn't move it. Seeing the oncoming attack but having no way of blocking it, one could imagine the panic in his heart. Having heard those words, Lu Ming slightly wrinkled his brows. He didn't do any action, but the flying head and bone scorpion that were attacking in a frenzy suddenly stopped and even took a few steps back. When the fat black-clothed man saw this, he finally let out a breath in his heart. Hurriedly he took out a small bottle from his chest and in one mouthful swallowed 7 to 8 pills. By now he could no longer feel half of his body. The shock in his heart could be imagined. It's of no use. This bone scorpion of mine is a mutated ghost monster. Normal antidote pills can at best only temporarily restrain the poison. If one wants to completely remove the poison, doing so in a short amount of time is nothing but wishful thinking. Release the beast transformation technique, otherwise I wouldn't mind taking care of you first before I slowly search this place for the treasure. Lu Ming calmly walked over and said with a calm voice. I understand, I will do according to what fellow said. The fat black-clothed man heard what Lu Ming said and clenched his teeth as he answered. His hands made a sign and the tiger head and 2 beast arms on his ribs rapidly began shrinking. It took only a small moment before they completely vanished. At the same time, the aura that he gave off immediately weakened by more than half. If it wasn't because I lost too much essence blood when I had to open the restriction, causing me to be unable to display the true power of the beast transforming technique, then I wouldn't have lost that quickly. The fat black-clothed man released his technique, all the while showing a depressed face. If you can't accept it, then you can just as well go ahead and join that guy as a companion. Lu Ming expressionlessly said, eyes glancing at the body pieces of the tall black-clothed man. About the same time as those words left his mouth, the white-boned scorpion and the flying head began becoming restless. This one was only joking around, don't take it to heart, fellow. When the fat black-clothed man saw that, he naturally got a scare and hurriedly spoke up. It doesn't matter whether you were joking or not, tell me now where the true treasure is hidden. And don't hold on to some thoughts about delaying things. If I feel like that you have that kind of idea, then I immediately let those two attack. Lu Ming stared at the fat black-clothed man and coldly said, how could I have any thoughts? The true treasure actually lies underneath these caverns and is furthermore also sealed by another formation. The way to open this seal is only something only I alone know. The fat black-clothed man heard this and answered bitterly. Then first tell me where the true treasure is. Lu Ming, after hearing what was said, expressionlessly asked. If I haven't guessed wrongly, the true treasure should actually be an aura pit. This time, the fat black-clothed man hesitated a bit, before answering with a face full of helplessness. Aura pit? Even though Lu Ming has always been very calm, but even he couldn't help but exclaim loudly after hearing what the fat black-clothed man said. That's right, it isn't a very large aura pit, and I'm also not sure exactly what kind of pura aura chi it contains. But for it to have remained unopened for this many years, the amount of pure aura chi it has accumulated definitely isn't a small amount. Since the fat black-clothed man had already started this secret, he went ahead and didn't try to hide anything more. Very good, then let me see whether what you have said is true or not. But before this, I still need to do another thing first. Lu Ming firmly held back the excitement in his heart, resumed his calmness and said, What? Just what does fellow want to do? The fat black-clothed man asked in a daze. But before he could do anything, the flying head at his side suddenly shook its head. With the sound of piercing air, a strand of long hair flew directly towards the fat man. The fat black-clothed man's face changed when he saw this, but after taking a glance at the restless white-boned scorpion, he could only bitterly smile and stand there without moving. The result was that after a pu sound, the long hair instantly vanished into his body. With a quick twist, it wrapped around his beating heart, causing him to quiver. When you are opening the seal, it would be best to be sincere. Otherwise, I can transmit a thought and the flying head will crush your heart. With that said, you can go and open the seal. After Lu Ming saw this, his expression loosened a bit. Alright, please wait a bit. For me to open that seal, I still need to take out an instrument from these coffins. The fat black-clothed man lowered his head as he looked at the place where the hair had entered his chest. His plump face suddenly beamed with flattery, as if he truly was a peaceful mortal. What kind of instrument do you need, and from which coffin? Lu Ming naturally wouldn't be fooled by that kind of expression and coolly said. The opponent was someone who was able to become the second leader of the Black Spirit group and normally had to lead so many evil cultivators. If he wasn't ruthless and sly, then no one would believe him to be the second leader. It's a steel plate and it should be in the coffin with the silver chrysanthemum mark on its corner. The fat black-clothed man saw that Lu Ming didn't want to let him immediately retrieve the item. He hesitated a bit before pointing towards one of the coffins and replying. Lu Ming, after hearing this, moved his line of sight and quickly saw the aforementioned coffin. It was exactly the coffin that the fat black-clothed man had been running towards. He pondered for a bit before flicking the short sword in his hand. A green sword chi flew out and struck the coffin from far away. Dang! The green sword chi hit the coffin, but it was only able to leave a faint sword mark. It wasn't able to cut through it at all. Fellow, these coffins are made of 10,000-year ebony. The material can be considered as a treasure. The fat black-clothed man saw this and the corner of his eye twitched slightly before hurriedly began his explanation. Is that so? If that's the case, then destroying it would be a waste. Lu Ming heard what he said and his expression slightly moved. Storing away the short sword in his hand, he threw out a punch. Hong! This time, the lid of the coffin was hit with a giant force, forcefully causing it to fly away. At the same time, the rotten smell of a corpse was released. Lu Ming frowned and his body flew up in the air, slowly moving towards the coffin, only stopping in the air after being a few feet away. Lowering his head to take a look at its content, the corners of his lips lifted up as he showed a smile with a trace of ridicule. He flicked his sleeves and a series of fireballs were shot from the sky down towards the coffin. Pung! Was the sound as the fierce flames exploded in the coffin, coiling up to form a fire pillar. In the next moment, a strange roar came from the coffin and a zombie wearing black iron armor actually jumped out of it. On its chest, a fist-sized steel plate hung along by some strings. After it staggering out of the flames for a couple of steps, in an air-piercing sound, a gigantic wind blade came flying down and cut its head off. Chapter 230 Aura Zombie. Chapter 230 Aura Zombie. The headless zombie nonetheless walked a short distance before falling to the ground with a putong sound. Remaining there, it slowly transformed into a pile of white ashes in the flames. Lu Ming raised his hand and beckoned at the pile of ash. With a so sound, a black steel plate flew out from the pile, hastily landing in his hand. Lu Ming merely lowered his head and sized up the steel plate in his hand with a few glances. Then, with a jerk of his body, he flew back. Fellow, this steel zombie is... The moment Lu Ming's 2 feet landed on the ground, the fat man dressed in black stammered out a few sentences. But with a wave of his hand, Lu Ming cut the fat man off before he could finish his sentence and flung the steel plate towards him. He asked, face expressionless. Is this the instrument of which you had spoken about? If it is, then open the seal for me at once. I don't want to listen to any more of your nonsense. Yes, it is the instrument that must be used to open the seal. I'll go and undo the seal right now. Though Lu Ming didn't mention the steel zombie that came from the coffin, the fat man dressed in black still trembled. Receiving the steel plate, he gave it a couple looks before rushed to respond, tripping over his words. He immediately proceeded to the center of the cave. With one hand holding the steel plate high above his head, he opened his mouth and spit a ball of essence blood. With that, words began to pour from his mouth in a long recitation. His incantation was strange, cryptic, but carried an indescribable rhythm. With a piu sound, white light suddenly shot out from the ordinary-looking steel plate. The light grew brighter and brighter until it finally escaped from the fat man's grasp with a tremble and shot towards the top of the cave. The white light flashed away and the steel plate disappeared into the top of the cave without another trace. A moment later, countless white light symbols gushed from the top of the cave. They drizzled downwards and disappeared one by one into the cave's floor without a trace. After a muffled rumble from underground, the entire cave started to tremble slightly. A 5-colored formation emerged from the ground. With just one turn, an extremely terrifying restrictive aura unfurled from it. At the same time, the ground at the center of the formation disintegrated into countless tiny pieces and a large dark hole was formed. The faint whistles of ghouls sounded faintly from inside it. This is the entrance to the aura pit? Lu Ming was looking at the dark hole and a glint of fire passed through his eyes as he spoke. Should be. The fat man dressed in black was looking at the dark hole as well. A similar hint of excitement played across his face as he spoke. Alright then, in that case you go ahead and enter it. Lu Ming glanced at the fat man dressed in black and spoke. Fellow wishes for me to descend first? Hearing these words, the fat man dressed in black's face hardened slightly. What, were you thinking of having me go down first? Don't worry, I will have the two of them go down with you. Lu Ming's eyebrows were raised as he spoke. All right, I will go down first. The fat man seemed to understand that he was utterly without recourse and forced his face into a smile. As he cautiously neared the dark hole in the ground, he peeked out. After taking one look at the hole, he forced himself to dive in. The flying skull and bone scorpion also followed close behind. After a short moment, Lu Ming, not sensing any danger occurring to the bone scorpion and flying skull, also flew into the dark hole. The hole was not deep and Lu Ming arrived before another tunnel in only a couple breaths' time. However, aside from the small area controlled by the formation on which he had landed, everywhere else was full of dense dark smoke, which prevented one from seeing the cave clearly. The fat man dressed in black, the flying skull and the bone scorpion were all waiting obediently at the center of the formation. This doesn't remotely resemble pure aura qi. Lu Ming scanned the thick dark smoke surrounding the formation and spoke with brows raised. I know that this certainly is not. However, the aura pit is presumably somewhere nearby. Why don't the four of us look for it? The fat man dressed in black looked out at the dark smoke on all sides and spoke with some hesitation. Look around? All right. You go ahead and step outside and try to find out what this dark smoke is and then we'll talk. Hearing the fat man's words, Lu Ming laughed coldly as he responded. Fellow must be joking. This place has been outfitted with a restriction to block this dark smoke. They should be avoided from being in contact with. An unrestricted expression of embarrassment showed on the fat man dressed in black's face when he heard Lu Ming's words. However, at this moment, the dark smoke, which had previously appeared still, suddenly began to stir and began to flow in the same direction, congealing there. A moment later, the dark smoke, originally having completely permeated the cavern, suddenly withdrew and concentrated at the top of a deep pit 7 or 8 meters in diameter not far from them. Within the ball of dark smoke, a magnificent golden throne floated in the air. A figure sitting upon it and gradually raised its head to face Lu Ming's direction. His gaze was like lightning. It was a thin, feeble youth clad from head to toe in a yellow robe. He also carried a silver sword at his waist. His face was very pale but his features were remarkably delicate. His face also carried a faint resemblance to that of the fat man dressed in black. The ball of dark smoke, after rotating for only a few breaths' time, completely disappeared into the youth's body. Seeing such a strange, spooky situation, Lu Ming unwittingly let out a cold breath. But before he could decide how to respond, the fat man dressed in black, who had been standing obediently to the side the whole time, suddenly jumped up without warning and ran madly into the center of the large pit, at the same time yelling out, "Your Prince Majesty, save me! I am your humble descendant. It is I who opened the seal and specially came to release you." While his body appeared to be quite large, he moved with unrivaled agility. With a few leaps, he had impressively arrived within a few meters of the large pit. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face darkened. With a strange laugh, the flying skull, which remained by his side, nodded abruptly. The strand of long hair which remained tightly connected to the fat man dressed in black's body was instantly pulled taut. With a pew sound, the fat man dressed in black's heart, to which one end of the strand of long hair was attached, was shattered in one pull. This caused him to yell out in pain before producing a ball of blood from his open mouth. But after stumbling about for a moment, he returned to his normal state and continued to leap around as before. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but stare, mouth agape in shock. Haha, child, you couldn't have imagined this. I actually have two hearts. The mystery and power of beast transformation technique is not something that you can imagine. You restricted no more than a grafted monster heart, and I had switched it with my own heart long ago. My main reason for coming here this time was not for the buried treasures of our ancestors, but rather to release the prince who has been here for 1,000 years. With a jerk, the fat man dressed in black jumped into the air just in front of the golden throne before turning his body and speaking with a loud, smug laugh in Lu Ming's direction. Hearing this, Lu Ming's complexion turned ugly. But right at this moment, the fat man dressed in black suddenly let out a cry of pain. An emaciated hand pierced through his chest from his other side, a faintly beating fresh red heart clutched in its fingers. How can this be, ancestor? You. The fat man dressed in black couldn't believe his eyes, but he labored to turn his head around. Behind him was only the thin, feeble youth and no one else. The one who had pierced through his heart was indeed none other than the youth who sat on the golden throne. Are you aware that you have committed 2 wrongs? The corners of the youth's mouth twitched and formed a very strange expression. eyes wide, the fat man dressed in black felt the energy throughout his body quickly elapsing and spoke only a single word, unable to say more. The thin, feeble youth continued to speak unhurriedly. First of all, under no circumstances should you be nearly this close to me. Do you know how many years it's been since this body has tasted fresh blood? Even if it were my own son standing so close to me, I would slowly devour him bite by bite. Second, I am certainly not the ancestor of whom you speak. This body's original owner, that so-called prince of a dynasty past, went crazy and killed himself 1,000+ years ago due to extreme loneliness. I am merely the new owner of this body who was born later. Of course, I have absorbed a few figments of that royal prince's memory. However, as you have exerted so much bitter effort to open the seal, I will have you die a quick death. Otherwise, I would naturally have to consume you bit by bit, as fresh meat is tastiest when enjoyed in this way. As the youth spoke this last sentence, his fingers suddenly clenched together, breaking the fat man's heart into pieces. He then raised his arms abruptly, grabbed the fat man dressed in black around the waist in one motion and placed the fat man on his knee before lowering his head and biting into the fat man's neck, sucking in his blood voraciously. Seeing this, Lu Ming's facial expression changed several times. Suddenly, with a jerk of his body, he soared into the air and flew towards the opening through which he had entered the pit. There was a ping sound. As soon as he had neared the entrance, a black light barrier suddenly materialized in front of him. Don't waste your energy. Unless I leave here first, this place will automatically seal itself off. Of course, given your strength, breaking through this barrier will not take you long, but that would also require me to allow you that amount of time. The thin, feeble youth finally wiped away the blood dripping from his mouth, exposing two enormous fangs which he bared at Lu Ming as he casually spoke to him. Are you a zombie? Lu Ming's face was quite dark, but he glanced at the center of the large pit which appeared to be of an endless depth and spoke slowly. At the same time, he slashed at the air in front of him with the light green sword he carried in one hand, and after a ding-dang sound rang out from his other sleeve, a silver chain flew out from it and began to slowly wrap itself around his body. The long hair on the flying head started to rise as its eyes started to flash silver. The white-boned scorpion bowed lower and its tail started to wobble unsteadily. Or a zombie. Yes, this body of mine certainly counts as one. That year, my body was destroyed by my archenemy and my remaining soul was sealed off with this aura pit. I never thought I would see the day that I could escape, and I certainly never imagined that there would be someone who would activate this aura pit once again. In addition, they would send me an aura zombie body so obediently. It looks like the heavens have not forsaken me after all. Hearing the words spoken, the thin, feeble youth suddenly smiled like a madman. Chapter 231, The Battle with the Aura Zombie. Chapter 231, The Battle with the Aura Zombie. The youth raised his arm and pointed a single finger towards Lu Ming. Boom! A powerful gust of invisible wind rushed towards Lu Ming, so quick that it left him no time to react. Caught off guard, he suddenly turned his head. The strong wind clipped the side of his ear in a flash and hit the stone wall behind him. A hole in the shape of a finger materialized on the stone wall. Symbol Qi. Seeing this, Lu Ming's expression changed. The scrawny youth on the gold chair chuckled mischievously. Suddenly, an array of fingers was fired one after the other. Whoosh, whoosh. Strong gusts of wind flashed by, attacking towards Lu Ming's body. Of course, Lu Ming was prepared after the previous attack. He wouldn't just stand there. Lu Ming swayed his body and created a string of after images until he was a couple meters away. Again, several finger winds shot by, leaving the stone wall behind him riddled with holes. Something's off. You're not a spirit master. There's more to a real spirit master's symbol Qi. Lu Ming quickly glanced back at the holes in the stone wall and back again at the scrawny youth who fired the last round of attacks. When the youth stopped firing, Lu Ming squinted his eyes and spoke up. Haha. I've already cultivated the symbol Qi. It doesn't matter if I'm a spirit master or not. You are but a puny spirit apostle. Do you still think you can slip through my fingers and escape? This place has been completely restricted. Unless you've got something that can match a spirit master's attack, you can't possibly break through. You're doomed to have your body drained of blood by me. The scrawny youth spoke as he chuckled. Bending his 5 fingers, he formed a claw and rushed at Lu Ming. A rip in the atmosphere was heard. The space at the top of Lu Ming's head rippled and a half-translucent gray hand appeared. The hand clawed at him in lightning speeds. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and with a twist, his body became like a single leaf in the strong wind, floating away. At the same time, the white-boned scorpion and flying head launched their attacks. A full head of long thick hair fired aggressively and a scorpion's tail transformed into tens of piercing black threads piecing out. Attacked by both, the gray hand flashed a couple of times before being reduced to flickers of light which faded quickly. Seeing this, the scrawny youth's face dropped and lifted his arms as though ready to claw at Lu Ming again. Suddenly Lu Ming broke into laughter. Interesting. Your attack just now looked impressive, but why do I feel like it was all for show? Time and time again you've been dropping hints that I could use strong methods to break free, but let me take a wild guess here. For some reason, you're the one who is incapable of breaking the barrier, so you want to use me to give you a helping hand. Unless there's something wrong with your body, so you're trying to scare me off. From a while back, you haven't moved an inch from your chair, have you? After hearing what Lu Ming had to say, the scrawny youth's face became instantly hostile. Without a word, he pulled out a silver long sword from his waist and slashed towards Lu Ming. An ear-piercing screech. Lu Ming felt a silver light before his eyes. He didn't know exactly how it happened, but a cloudy silver sword chi appeared above his head and slashed hastily downward. Startled, he was just about to dodge when a loud bang emerged from the ground. Suddenly, two dirt yellow hands appeared and firmly grabbed both his legs. Lu Ming's heart dropped. The cyan short sword suddenly slashed up numerous times at the sword, shooting up a cloud of cyan sword shadows. At the same time, the silver chain began to spin out of control, not only crushing the two khaki hands into powder but also transforming into a protective silver shadow. The sound of both the silver and cyan swords clashing rang frightening loud in the sky. On seeing this, the scrawny youth on the golden chair let out a cold laugh. He swayed his sword-bearing arm, slashing again at Lu Ming. All of a sudden, another silver sword chi struck down like lightning from high above. With a wailing sound, the cyan sword chi formed tiny glistening cyan lights before disappearing altogether. The silver sword chis combined into one strike and hit the crazily spinning silver chain. Immediately, an array of muffled noises exploded into the air. Lu Ming staggered before exiting the shroud of silver sword chi. And the silver chain that was sparkling in crystal light came out with a dim light. After he regained his balance, Lu Ming took a quick glance at the silver chains and back at the scrawny youth in front of him. Suddenly, he revealed a strange look in his eyes and asked, "Was that your trump card? Looks like I was right. There is something off about you." As the voice fell, he suddenly tossed the cyan short sword up into the sky. He formed a hand sign hastily and muttered incantations. The whirling cyan short sword transformed into a cyan moon and grew larger with every rotation. At the same time, the white bone scorpion and flying head thrust themselves in the direction of the crater. In just a few seconds, the flying head made its way towards the scrawny youth and spat out a mouthful of green flames. Countless strings of silk hairs also shot out from a flick of its head. An evil grin crept on the scrawny youth's face when suddenly, he spat out a white ashy light. In another sweep, he inhaled the mass of green flames but didn't bother with the piercing long strands of hair that filled the skies. Using his spare hand, he formed a fist and launched a punch. Boom! The long thick hair pierced the scrawny youth's body. Meanwhile, the flying head was struck by a powerful invisible force, which knocked it back flying. The flying head let out a chilling scream in pain. In that moment, the white bone scorpion followed with a pounce and spat out a mass of violet flames. The scorpion's tail swung and shot out tens of piercing black thread. Puh! Puh! The scrawny youth unexpectedly took the violet flames and black threads head-on. His arm slithered like a spirit snake and grabbed the bone scorpion's pitch-black tail. Then, he flicked his wrist and mercilessly hurled the bone scorpion to the edge of the pit. A muffled thud. The entire ground faintly rumbled. The ground where the bone scorpion laid caved into itself and the bone scorpion struggled to crawl back up. It was obvious that the bone scorpion been hurt quite badly. But what was most shocking of all was that the wounds by the flying head's long hair and by the bone scorpion's piercing tail emitted black smoke, but there was no sign of blood at all. At this point, the cyan moon sword in the sky had transformed into a perfect full moon. With a low grunt from Lu Ming, it blurred and disappeared. The cyan moon flashed above the scrawny youth and silently fell with a cold shadow. The youth originally wanted to make a move to get rid of the bone scorpion and flying head, but when he saw the frightening aura of the cyan full moon, his expression changed. With a flick of the silver sword, he pointed at the skies and released tens of sword chi strikes in a single breath. In an instant, the cyan full moon and silver sword chi violently collided, causing sounds of the impact to erupt in waves. Cyan and silver rays intertwined in the sky. They both looked as though they were stuck together. Then Lu Ming materialized a half-a-meter-long giant wind blade. He flicked two hands and the giant wind blade disappeared in a blur. A light flashed before the scrawny youth's eyes. He lifted his arm and clawed forward with a hand. His entire palm abruptly shriveled up and grew pitch black. Bang! The giant wind blade that blurred out of view, suddenly reappearing in front of the scrawny youth. Lu Ming witnessed a scene he could not believe. The giant wind blade struck the scrawny youth's palms but failed to slice it open. The youth revealed a stern look on his face. Then, his 5 fingers abruptly came together and shattered the solid wind blade into tiny pieces. Lu Ming, who was always considered to be a calm person, couldn't help but feel his heart sink at the sight of this. However, his hands didn't stop at all. His 10 fingers trembled at lightning speed and appeared into a quickly growing crimson-red fireball. Seeing this, the scrawny youth's complexion ran cold. With his mouth wide open, he spurted out 2 balls of black liquid. In an instant, the 2 balls both fell to the ground. From the 2 balls of black liquid, out squirmed 2 1-meter-tall black demonic apes. With a cry, they rushed towards Lu Ming with their bare teeth and brandished claws. But in that moment, there was another pu. And in a split second, the 2 metamorphosis demonic apes were captured by a net from the flying head. The 2 demonic apes fought ferociously but were unable to free themselves from the net. The scrawny youth's face looked a little pale. He flicked the silver sword in his hands and was about to slash at the flying head. But in that instant, a loud noise was heard from above his head. All of a sudden, the cyan full moon erupted. Hundreds of cyan sword chi poured out and extinguished the silver sword chi before transforming into a wave of thick cold light. Left with little choice, the scrawny youth could change the direction of silver sword and slashed upwards. At this time, Lu Ming gave off a rumbling sound. A fireball as large as a water vat was already rolling towards the scrawny youth. The scrawny youth glanced over at the giant fireball, and for the first time, he revealed a hint of fear on his face. But for some unknown reason he didn't get up from the chair. Instead, he let out an awful screech and spat out 5 to 6 more balls of black liquid. With every ball of liquid he spat out, the youth's gaze grew duller. Whoosh, whoosh. The balls of black liquid headed straight for the giant fireball. A strange scene emerged. When the mighty giant fireballs made contact with the balls of black liquid, it seemed like they blurred into one, but they had actually silently perished altogether. Then at that moment, a green streak flashed in the center of the fireball. A single jade green needle shot out from it. It darted towards the scrawny youth and looked like it was just about to pierce directly through his forehead. Chapter 232, Exorcism. Chapter 232, Exorcism. The scrawny youth let out a paw. Though the sound was faint, he spat out a cloudy gray glowing ball. The jade streak shot into the glowing ball. After entering, the streak slowed and became sluggish. Taking advantage of the situation, the scrawny youth tilted his head and barely evaded the needle. Just at that moment, Lu Ming, who stood firmly, suddenly stomped 1 foot forward. His whole body bolted forward like a crossbow arrow. With a swaying motion, he came to the scrawny youth's side. He raised his hand and stabbed towards the youth with a blue icicle. The scrawny youth's expression fell as he caught the icicle with the same palm he used to crush the wind blade to powder before. As he did that, he sneered. "With this kind of technique, you thought you could hurt me? How naive." Seeing this, a strange look appeared on Lu Ming's face. He suddenly became a blur and bolted away instantly. At the same time, the blue icicle hadn't been completely crushed by the scrawny youth and instead exploded with a flash. Boom! An odd chilling air swept wildly out. The cold air was naturally nothing to the scrawny youth. But surprisingly, 3 crimson-red beads suddenly appeared from the broken ice. *T. The scrawny youth was shocked by what he saw. He wanted to do something in defense, but it was too late. With a flash, the 3 beads exploded simultaneously with 3 booms. 3 crimson flame clouds shot upwards in the pit, and after surging as they condensed, they transformed into a dazzling crimson-red sun. The scorching sun directly engulfed the scrawny youth along with the gold chair, while the heat was so intense that it turned the surroundings into a hazy mess. Trapped within the scorching sun, the youth let out a blood-curdling screech, instantly being reduced to ashes. All that was left behind was an ink-black humanoid skeleton. However, even the skeleton did not last for very long, slowly melting away in the searing heat. But right at this very moment, 2 black flames suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the large empty eye sockets in its skull. With that, the skeleton let out a tragic shrill cry and the gold chair beneath it actually quickly melted it into a golden liquid with a flash. The liquid twisted towards the skeleton. In that split second, the originally ink-black skeleton actually flashed wildly a few times and became shimmering gold. Then, the gold light on the golden skeleton burst out and actually stopped the skeletal frame from melting. Then, with a few steps, the skeleton directly shot out of the crimson-red sun. Though, in the very moment the golden skeleton emerged from the red light, a blur appeared before him. Lu Ming had actually appeared stealthily once again. As Lu Ming raised his hand, a hazy white object flew out. It was actually a string of crystal-like prayer beads. Although he had not refined the prayer's beads much, in the instant facing the gold skeleton, the beads released a strong Buddhist chant as if it had met its greatest enemy. It then appeared the gold skeleton's neck before lighting up and suddenly transforming into a thick rainbow-colored halo. Immediately after, the halo tightened up. The gold skeleton let out an awful cry. Then, a raw fleshy stench and green smoke emitted from its neck, as it trembled terribly out of control. Poof! The jade shadow needle circled the skeleton. In a flash, the needle shot into the back of the skeleton's skull and pierced out of its forehead. The gold skeleton that was fighting desperately immediately lost the luster of its eerie dark flames in its eye sockets. The struggling body of the skeleton also went limp and dropped to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Ming relaxed and moved to the skeleton's side. A cyan light flashed in his hand and a wind blade appeared. He raised his arm and was ready to chop off the skeleton's skull. But in that moment something strange happened. However, the originally lifeless gold skeleton suddenly rose up. The two balls of black flames reappeared and rotated in its eye sockets. It transforming into two shrouds of black smoke and soared into the skies. In a flash, the smoke formed a hazy black ghost face. Kid, since you destroyed my corpse body, I will take your flesh body as compensation. The ghost face gave an evil laugh before it charged towards Lu Ming in a blur. Lu Ming was naturally shocked. He instantly retreated and shot the ghost face with the cyan wind blade in his hands without any hesitation. After the cyan light flashed, the ghost face was actually unharmed. Through gusts of raw fleshy-smelling wind, it actually neared Lu Ming. Lu Ming let out an angry roar. He flipped his palms and summoned a crimson red iron tube. With a ka-bang, the tube spat a crystal silk net out. The silk net disappeared in a flash, passing through the ghost face. Unfortunately, it had no effect. In the shock of it all, Lu Ming tried to do something else, but it was too late. All of a sudden, the ghost face stretched and transformed into a ball of black smoke before knocking into Lu Ming's body. The attack abruptly sent chills up Lu Ming's body. He used both arms to protect himself, but it had no effect. It was as though this creature really had no physical form at all. The ghost face let out an odd laugh before it was about to drill into Lu Ming's body. But in that moment, tens of crimson red rays of light suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's body. When the ghost face touched the light, it immediately let out an awful cry. In addition, the ghost face transformed into a ball of black smoke and shot back. It was Lu Ming's custom dragon scale armor which activated when an evil creature was in his vicinity. It forced the ghost face back with just one hit. Lu Ming was naturally delighted to see this. Without hesitation, he abruptly spat out strong gusts of hazy green wind. The wind forced the ghost face to spin endlessly in one spot with no way of moving forward. He then formed a one-handed sign once again and pointed towards the gold skeleton. Bang! The rainbow halo around the skeleton's neck vanished and transformed into a dense array of prayer beads. In a blur, the beads smashed into the black fog that had transformed into the ghost face. With this, 7 colored rays exploded at the center of the black fog. The ghost face let out blood-curdling screams as its black fog frantically squirmed in the 7 colored streaks of light. It was unable to recover its face form under the attacks. Lu Ming, who had time to take a break, swiftly pulled out a pile of glyphs from under his sleeve and threw them out. Loud noises of poo were heard. In a blur, the glyphs attached themselves to the black fog like herbal plasters. The black fog was instantly wrapped solid. Lu Ming changed his hand sign and spat out a single word, explode. In that moment each and every yellow glyph exploded into balls of white light. Amongst the white light, there were even hints of gold flames flickering. This time, before Ghostface could even let out a cry, it disintegrated in the gold flames. Lu Ming finally let out a long deep breath. If it weren't for the fact that this ghost was incapable of leaving the chair at the start and he had been carrying quite a few things that countered ghosts, exterminating it would never have been such a difficult task. However, after thinking it over, he also felt a deep pain in his heart. The pile of glyphs just now were a gift presented by Spirit Master Lei not too long ago. They were high-level glyphs that were specifically made to defeat ghostly creatures. It was at almost the same value as the gold light talisman to used in life-threatening situations. If it weren't for the ghost face's seemingly infinite persistency and the fact that regular exorcism glyphs would probably be ineffective, he would never have used them all up in one go like that. However, in the previous fight, it was understandable for prayer beads to effectively ward off ghostly creatures. But, for the red dragon scale to have similar effects, that was a pleasant surprise. Deep in thought, Lu Ming raised his hand to feel the faintly hot armor before he beckoned before him. An air-piercing sound was heard. Numerous beads shot out in a blur and recreated a new string of white hazy prayer beads. When the ghost face was eliminated, the two demonic apes that originally fought with the flying head also vanished in black smoke. Immediately after, the head gently flew over. At this time, the white bone scorpion finally crawled out of the crater in the ground and tumbled over to Lu Ming's side. It used both its front pincers to rub up against Lu Ming's pants. After Lu Ming saw the cracks on the bone scorpion's back, he couldn't help but lightly furrow his brow. Then he slapped his leather pouch. Boom! A black fog appeared, storing the bone scorpion away once again in his pouch. This time the bone scorpion was injured quite heavily. It looks like it won't be out for action for a few months. Though the flying head had lost a bit of its vitality, it wasn't too injured too heavily and didn't need to have to be stored away. After Lu Ming used his conscience to order the flying head to be on alert before he looked towards the gold skeleton that was still left in good condition. The skeleton laid quietly by the side of the pit with seemingly no signs of life. Suddenly, the image of the gold chair liquidizing and enveloping the skeleton came to Lu Ming's mind. Naturally, he grew quite interested. But now was not the time to examine this object. After Lu Ming walked around the gold skeleton twice, he raised his hand to release a simple storage glyph. Then he walked over to the corpse of the fat man dressed in black. When the fight first broke out with the ghost just now, the ghost had carelessly thrown the corpse to the floor. After Lu Ming bent down and performed a search, he discovered that there were several books of evil cultivation novels and that the beast transformation technique was actually among them. Apart from this, there were several high-tier spirit stones that were worth 10,000 lower-tier spirit stones each. This discovery naturally delighted him. At that moment, he just remembered that he hadn't checked the corpse of the tall man dressed in black. The fat man in black had such immense wealth as just the number 2 in the black spirit party. Then the tall man in black who was number 1, wouldn't stray too far in wealth. Luckily, nobody would barge into this place for a while and he didn't need to hurry. After storing the items away, he breathed in deeply. He took a few steps forward towards the side of the pit and stared into the pit.